Oh, Christ. My brother in Christ. Jeez. Tired one today. This music needs to stop. Please wait. Other babes? New babe. Oh no. That's right. I played for 7.5 hours last time. Holy crap. Okay. Just options menu. Whoa. Did I really play for 7.5 hours last time? That seems like a long time. This game is so, like, insanity inducing. Oh my god. It's a... This is a 2-minute game. This game can be beaten in, like, 2 minutes. Like, I think the world record for this game is something like 60 seconds. Something like that. I don't know. It's something. Or maybe not that fast. But still, it's a game like that in there. Where's my... Whatever, I can just cross my legs. Anyway, guys... What? Wait, I better make sure my mic's working before I start. Hello. Hello. Ooh, that's a little loud. That's a little loud. My voice sounds weird too. Huh. I sound tired and depressed. Well, that's what you guys get with Big Pasta Gaming. Anyway, guys, what is going on, everybody? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we play some JUMPU King. JUMPU King. Today we become the JUMPU King. Wait, what did I call the stream? Time to become the JUMPU King. Okay. Anyway, guys, welcome back to the stream. Today is Friday. I hope you all had a fantastic week. A fantastic week. We're going to emphasize the syllable fan in fantastic. Hey guys, hope you're all having a fantastic week. It's been a week. Has it been a week? I mean, technically on paper, like 5 days have passed since I streamed. But, what is it? Yeah, but has it been an eventful week for me? Nope. I had to catch up on my homework. I almost caught up on my homework. Hence why we're not doing a computer stream today. I finished... So you guys know I had that silly, like, argumentative essay to do last week. I read that FBI police article about social media. And then I had to talk about why it was good. Anyway, I believe I finished that one on stream. I believe I finished that essay on stream, so. Sunday night. So, anyway, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was stressing out about, obviously stressing out, but meaning I was saying I was going to do it, but was really procrastinating on doing my next assignment, which had been due last week. It's this letter assignment. Basically, I had to write a letter to somebody, an argumentative letter, explaining or trying to persuade them to solve an issue in, like, maybe an issue at the school or an issue at my job or something like that. So I had to make an issue known, and then I had to basically persuade them in an argumentative fashion to fix it. So anyway, I was like, okay, you know what, whatever, right? So I wrote a letter to one of the directors at my previous job, because I was like, this is something I know about and I can rant about and stuff. And so I wrote the letter to her, and basically addressing like a staff shortage, because apparently right now at my previous job they're like down 20 employees. Like they have 20, last time I heard it was 20 job vacancies that they needed to fill, and they weren't able to fill those. So a lot of positions are empty at my previous job, and the employees who are there have to do the work of 2 or even 3 people each to fill for those vacancies. And of course, I was one of those people before. I know they're getting paid pennies for their work. It's not, it's the whole boss makes $1, I make a dime thing, right? So those people they were making less than you would at a minimum wage job if you had more hours. So that's one of the things I brought up. I was like, no one wants to work this position because you're not paying them enough. If I got a minimum wage job that was full time, I would be making more money per month than I would at this job, and all the stresses for this job, blah, 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 right? Okay, yeah, I closed my door. So that was one of the... Anyway, so I know it's pretty dire over there. If I still had that job, I would be able to help fill one of those vacancies and keep things running, but I don't work there anymore, so I can't. But anyway, so I was able to speak from the perspective of somebody who had worked that job before, because I knew all the issues that went on at my previous job, at that previous organization. So, because there were a lot of issues and whatnot. But yeah, anyway, But yeah, so I had to. So basically, okay. So this letter was trying to paint a picture of this issue, and then I had to convince this person, the head of the organization, to do something about it, right? So my whole argument was, okay, look, the organization's gonna run better if you have more employees. I had to convince them of that. And then I had to convince them of and so it would be beneficial financially for the company to hire more employees, because then the company would be able to run well and be able to spin more of a profit. I convinced them of that. And so I was like, okay, now we have an employee shortage. So in order to get more employees, you're going to have to pay them more and give them benefits. And then I reiterated that even though you're paying them more and giving them benefits, the profit to you is going to be more than what you have to sacrifice paying your employees extra for. And there's a lot of you go to any company and this is an issue where people are underpaid for their work. Because the company's trying to save money, right? But obviously this is people's lives, so I hate capitalist culture. But anyway, it's, it's in the pursuit of money, right? It's like, oh, if I could pay my employee $1 or $2 less per hour, then that's more money for the company, right? AKA it's more money for the executives and the CEOs, right? It's gonna, you don't pay, you have 100 employees and you don't pay them enough money. All that extra money is lining your pockets, right? Because you're the company owner or whatever, right? I explained all this last week about the whole, like, no matter how profitable your business is, you're probably going to not pay your employees any more than when they started. So there's risk and reward there. There's a logical argument for it, but I mean, it boils down to greed, right? If we required, it would be simple. It would be a simple fix, right? All you have to do is have a government law, right? Because there's a government law for minimum wage, obviously, right? In California, it's like 15 an hour, I believe, is in most areas in California. Right? So a job cannot pay you any less than $15 an hour. That is the law, right? Because it's the minimum wage. And other states in the country are trying to get $15 as well. That is not going to be good. In California, it's fine because everything here costs so much money. But of course, if you raise the minimum wage in the rest of the country, then it's going to be bad. But anyway, similar to a minimum wage, all the government would need to do is write a law saying the company must increase the pay to their employees in proportion to how much more profits the company is going to get. They just need to write a law like that. So in other words, when the company starts, they hire employees, they pay them a set amount, right, of money per hour, per year, or whatever. This law would basically say that's fine, but as the company makes more money, then the company has to pay their employees more money in direct proportion to how much more they're making. It's not going to be all the money, right? You're not giving all of your profits back to your employees, right? Obviously, you keep still the majority of the profits to grow the business, and obviously the CEO still needs to get paid, right? It's like there's no incentive to starting a company if you're not going to get to keep the profits, but you don't get to keep all the profits. That's what it is, right? The law would basically say, okay, you have to share some of the wealth with the employees who ran your business properly, right? So that's what it would be. Obviously, so when a company does better and gets more money, then everybody gets pay raises, right? You got to wonder, because you have to wonder, right? It's like, obviously, right, like, there's a restaurant, down the street. It's, maybe it's owned by a couple, right? An old couple, or like a middle-aged couple or whatever. And that's it, right? It's like a family-run business. You think of something like that. Obviously, if they hire outside help, they're not going to be able to pay them that much, right? Because these people, the company owners, aren't gobbing rich, right? They're not filthy rich. They just, they're the owners of a small store or a small restaurant are probably, working their butts off just to keep afloat, right? Small business owners have it tough. But that's exactly why it's called small business, right? It's because you're not making a whole bunch of money. So it makes sense, right? Minimum wage to those guys, or not to the owners, but to the employees working for that business. But so it makes sense that a cashier at a small store that's barely making any profit, that's barely staying alive, would pay their cashier the bare minimum. Because if they pay the cashier any more than that, well, then all of a sudden the whole business is in the negatives, right? So they're going to be losing money. So, but so that makes sense for minimum wage. But think about compare that to Amazon. All right, I want you guys to compare that to Amazon. Why? And this all again, this is all an idea that I just came up with right now, just from talking about this. But think about Amazon. Amazon is the largest company in the world. They are the largest company in the world. They are pulling in the most profits. They have their toes dipped in like the most industries, right? They're spinning a profit. Their employees work their butts off, right? Amazon would not survive without their employees. I mean, of course, a lot of things are automated, but they still need their delivery drivers. They still need warehouse workers. They still need cooks to make the grocery foods that they sell. They still need, I mean, they still need a lot of people. They need the managers to run it all, all this sort. So they need people to pack these packages properly, things like that. Amazon's a big company and it needs a lot of employees, but the company is bringing in a lot of money. I mean, you're talking about billions and billions of dollars. That's billions with a B. You guys can't even, none of us can fathom how much money that is. And they're bringing that in every year. It's like, $1 billion would freaking, I mean, that would save, that could save a county of people, right? Not just a city, but a county of people. $1 billion could save a county of people. That's how much money we're talking about. And they're making multiple billions every year, right? So you got to figure if so much money is coming into the company every year, why are their employees being paid minimum wage? Why are their employees of such a big, successful, profitable company, why are those employees who are working the warehouse and working the whatever, why are they getting paid the same amount of money as that small store cashier is? That small store cashier who, basically just there's no business, so he just stands around all day waiting for the 2 customers today that are going to come in. Why is that guy and an Amazon warehouse worker or an Amazon driver who has to be on his feet, his entire shift, why are those 2 people getting paid the exact same amount? They're both being paid minimum wage. The minimum wage, the bare minimum that the company legally has to give them. You guys know for a fact that Amazon would not be paying their workers $15 an hour if the government didn't say you have to be paying them $15 an hour. Amazon would probably be paying them less. They would probably be paying them like $10 or, God forbid, like $7 an hour for their work if they were legally allowed to. Because, again, Amazon is this giant corporation and they prioritize profits. Why do you guys think Jeff Bezos is like the 3rd richest person on the planet? All that money that he has was taken from the workers. It should have been given to all the workers. If he spread out his wealth amongst all of his employees of Amazon, then at least in America, then, they would all get a pretty good pay raise. They would probably get like $5 or $8 an hour extra compared to what they're currently getting, and that would be forever. So why don't they get that? Well, because there's no law telling, because Amazon's greedy, and they want to keep all the money for themselves to use for greedy, selfish purposes, right? Whatever those purposes are. And there's no law requiring them to do otherwise. Like I said, minimum wage is a law, so which means that you have to be paid a certain amount of money and not a penny lower legally. So Amazon has to abide by that law. But if we came out with there's no laws beyond that, right? A company doesn't have to give benefits to part-time employees. The company doesn't have to pay more than minimum wage if an employee is bringing in more value to their work than that, right? An employee, a company doesn't have to do that because it's not in the law books. But all I'm saying is, if they put out a law like that, where, okay, if Amazon doubles their profits this year, then they have to double the wage of their employees, or at least increase it a little bit. Like, my God. I mean, Amazon as a company grew from the bottom up exponentially over the past, 10, 15 years. The people who were working at the Amazon warehouses back then were with the company while it was growing, while it was becoming a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire. But those warehouse workers who were there with Amazon in the beginning, they didn't get a pay raise. They didn't. They're still working minimum wage. Their pay raise was only because minimum wage increased in the 15 years since. So somebody who's been working in an Amazon warehouse for the past 15 years, who started off at a small company that grew to be a, billion-dollar empire. Those warehouse workers aren't receiving any of that profit. They're the backbone, right? Employees are, workers are the backbone for a company to function. So, of course, you have the executives making the decisions and pushing marketing and all this sort of stuff to get the word out and to expand their business, but it's the employees that have to keep up with the increased workload that comes from that. That really they're also a part of the company. And I'm not saying they deserve all the profits. No, employees don't really deserve all the profits, but they deserve a little bit extra, right? If you're working for a company that has become successful, then most likely you have attributed to that success at least a little bit. So you deserve a little cut of that pie, a little slice of that pie. When it comes to your wage increases, right? What's the incentive for working for Amazon when you're not going to make any more money than if you were just a cashier at a small-time store, like a small mom and pop, like antique shop or something, right? There's no incentive. Why would I work my butt off when I could get some easy, lax job at a business that's like barely surviving? And of course, and beyond that, there's no incentive for the employees to work harder than the bare minimum, right? If the company is going to pay their employees the bare minimum, then the employees are only going to work the bare minimum. Obviously, I mean, it's a golden rule, right? You treat others how you want to be treated. Amazon does not inspire loyalty among its employees because they treat their employees like crap by paying them less and giving them tough working conditions while paying them less. So, tough working conditions as in they have to move a lot. It's a lot of physical labor and they have to work long hours and things like that. So I mean, all you have to do is basically say, okay, tell your employees, whether it's the company themselves or the U.S. government, because apparently we need the government to step in with this. It'll never happen. But there's reasons why it'll never happen. But let's say it did. All you had to do is have somebody step in and tell these employees, like, hey, if you work harder, then the business will do better. And when the business does better, you'll get more money. That's all you have to say. That's all you have to say. And you have to keep true on that promise, obviously, but that's all you have to say to an employee. And he'll work double as hard today. Like right after you tell him that, he'll double his efficiency. Guaranteed. because he's not going to do the bare minimum anymore, because he's thinking the value of his work. If I work double as hard, I'm going to get double a paycheck, right? I'm going to get double the money. Who wouldn't want double the money? You got to be at work for 8 hours a day anyway. If you do more work and that gets you more money, then that's great. Why do you guys think salesmen and realtors and people who sell stuff and car dealerships, why do you think those people work? Those people are like enthusiastic to work, and they are like they try with every ounce of their body to get a sale. Why do you guys think salesmen and car dealerships and real estate people, right? The people who sell houses. Why do you guys think those people put in a lot of effort for their work? Because those people put in more effort for their, more like mental effort, at least, for their work to sell something than somebody who works at Walmart does. Okay. Somebody, an employee at Walmart isn't trying to sell customers on the more expensive bike or the more expensive game console or food item or whatever, right? The employees at Walmart don't give a shit, but because they're not being paid enough to give a shit. But so why, compare a Walmart employee who is still technically selling stuff to a customer, compare them to a car salesman, right? Somebody who's selling cars on a car lot, technically it's a similar job, right? You're working for a business, you're working for a business that sells products to customers who come into the store or onto the car dealership. Compare those two jobs. A car salesman is going to be a lot more enthusiastic and he's going to put in a lot more effort to try to sell you a car. Compare him to a Walmart employee. Those Walmart employees are like, they're checked out. They check into work, but in their minds they're already checked out, right? They've already freaking gone into Wonderland in their minds when their shift started. So it's like these people aren't going to put in necessarily their best efforts. Why? Why do you guys think that is? I'll tell you why. It's purely based off incentive. A Walmart employee does not have any incentive to sell stuff. If a customer asks him for help and asks him on a recommendation for a new toaster oven, let's say, hey, I'm looking for toaster ovens. The Walmart employee is just going to say, okay, well, the toaster ovens are over there. Have a nice day. That's all he's going to do. Why? A car salesman in that same situation wouldn't do that. A car salesman in that same situation would be like, oh, the toaster ovens are over here. Let me walk you to them. Oh, we have a whole bunch of different models up, but the more expensive models are really good. And if you want a really good long time investment, then, you just spend a little bit extra on the Black & Decker high-end, model 2000 toaster oven. It's going to do you wonders. You have I have one of these at home. I've never had toast that tastes as good as from this toaster oven. You got to buy this one. And the customer's like, oh, but that's a little out of my budget. I was hoping to save some money, for Christmas this year or whatever. And this hypothetical Walmart salesman would be like, oh, but this toaster oven's going to last you twice as long as the other ones. Think about it. You're going to be saving all that money from not having to buy a toaster oven. Isn't it cheaper to buy one of the good ones rather than two of the bad ones? I mean, think about it. It's an investment. You're losing some money now, but over the long run, you're going to be earning more money and you're going to be getting great toast out of that. I mean, what better Christmas present is there to yourself than having a good meal? He could say a bunch of I could become a salesman. He could say a bunch of that stuff, right? A Walmart employee could do that and then sell a customer on a more expensive item than they were going to buy initially. They could do that. That's what a car salesman does, right? You go on, you think, okay, I have $5,000 to buy a car with, and you go onto a car lot, and you look at the cheap cars, and then the car salesman comes up to you and asks you questions and gets all friendly with you, and then he convinces you to spend more money. He convinces you, okay, you don't want a cheap car. You want more of the expensive cars, right? The $10,000 cars, the $15,000 cars. I know you said you only have 5, but we have a great loan program with very little annual interest rate. And if you spend just a little bit extra money to get that nicer model than what you were looking at, then it's going to last you a long time. And look at the comfortable seats. I mean, think about it. You're on the road during rush hour traffic for 1 to 2 hours a day. I mean, do you want to be in some crummy, like, cloth, old, used seats that probably have still cigarette stains in them? Or do you want the nicer model, the leather chairs with the recliner, right? Do you want to be sitting in rush hour traffic all uncomfortable and itchy, or do you want to be sitting it in luxury with an iPad for an interface right next to the steering wheel? Don't you want that? Isn't that better? Can't you imagine every day, just sitting in this nice, comfy driver's seat with the pedals easily in reach? No problems, just smooth riding the whole way. Anything like that, right? A car salesman could do anything like that. It's not exactly how they would do it, but it's pretty close. So that's how I imagine a car salesman would be. So it's a little romanticized version of it. You go into a car dealership, most people who help you at a car dealership are going to do that. And then the customer is going to be like, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm going to get that expensive car. You convinced me into it. And the guy's like, great. We can go into the office. I'll get all the paperwork set up. It'll be great. We'll get you out of here in 20 minutes. They'll do that. And this car salesman will put in 1 or even 2 hours worth of effort per customer to try to sell them a car. Why is a Walmart employee not doing that? Why is a Walmart employee not trying to sell their toaster ovens, not trying to sell their whatever the customer is asking for? Why are they not trying to sell this stuff to the customer, trying to sell them the more expensive item, to try to sell them, on multiple items, things like that? Why not? It's nothing to do with the people who work at Walmart. Absolutely nothing. Don't get the wrong idea here, guys. It has everything to do with incentive. A Walmart employee gets paid minimum wage. He will not get paid any more money for selling the customer a better toaster oven. He he makes a customer spend $200 more than they were going to. He doesn't see a dime of that. He doesn't see a single dollar of that extra money. He doesn't. He just ensured that Walmart gained more of a profit off this customer. But that employee who made his company money doesn't receive any of that money. He doesn't receive a lick of it. And so he doesn't receive any of it. Why would he do it? Of course he wouldn't do it. I mean, that's the answer. He wouldn't do it, right? There's no incentive. There's no reason for him to put in any more than the bare minimum. I mean, I'm surprised these guys are even taking their earbuds out of their ears to answer these people's questions. I've seen Walmart employees who hide in the corner of the store and just go on their phones or just space out or whatever for hours at a time. So they don't even have to perform that job because they're going to get paid the same anyway, right? You get a job at Walmart, you don't have to be doing anything. You just have to make sure your manager doesn't catch you enough times to get you fired. And that's it. And then you're done, right? You don't have to, you don't have to work while you're there. You just have to be present. Because it doesn't matter, because you're not going to be paid any more money for doing more effort, for making the company more money. Compare that to a car dealership. Why does a car salesman or any kind of salesman spend so much effort and energy trying to make a sale. The money will go to the car company, right? That person bought a car not from him, but from the car company, right? Because it's a car company who manufactured the car, and you know it's the Toshiba or Toyota or Nissan. They're the big company. They're the ones bringing in those quarterly profits. But the salesman, he gets minimum wage just for showing up to work, but then he also gets a commission. That's his incentive. It's the commission. If he sells a car to somebody, the company is going to give him like, I think something like 2 or 3% of that sale. 2% of a $20,000 car is $400. $400. You come into work thinking, oh, I'm going to be making $15 an hour, and you leave with $400. That's pretty nice. I mean, you know, obviously, if you guys are bad at math, he wasn't going to make $400 today, right? He was going to make like $100 today from working. He walks home with 400, or, you know, 4 on top of the 1. So he walks home with 500, right? Instead of $100 that he earned today, he got $500. Oh my God, that's $500. That's a lot of money. Oh my God, I could buy a PS5 with that. I could buy one of those Air 2 helmets with that. I could, you know, I could pay my rent with that. I mean, hell, it's like, you know, you earn that in one day. Holy moly, right? There is the incentive, the motivation for him doing a great job is that he's going to get some of that money. Did he still make his company a profit? Yeah, he did. The car company still made a lot of money off that customer. The car salesman got a piece of that pie. And because he's getting a piece of that pie, because he's getting a little bit of money from that sale, you know, a portion of the money from the sale, he's going to be motivated to sell more money because, hey, or to sell more cars because, hey, the better I do my job, the more money I get. There you go. There you go. That's all anybody needs in this stupid country is people need, you know, money as motivation. And it makes sense. Obviously, it makes sense. Who wouldn't work and put in a little extra effort if they were going to get a little extra money for that effort, right? I mean, why do you guys think people get jobs in the first place? It's because, oh, I need money. Time to go earn it, right? So, but you put minimum wage there, and you're like, okay, you work at Walmart, you're technically supposed to do this, but really we don't care that much about you. We're not going to pay you any more for a good job, and we're still going to pay you the same amount for a bad job. So you can do as bad, as crappy of a job as you want while, you know, flying under our radar, right? A Walmart employee isn't incentivized. Compare a Walmart employee to, or compare that car salesman, right, who earns a little bit of extra money for their sale. Compare that to a waiter at a restaurant. A waiter at a restaurant doesn't have to serve you. They don't have to, I mean, they do technically have to serve you, but they don't have to be nice to you. They don't have to be patient with you. They don't have to, you know, strike up friendly conversation or leave you alone when you're not interested, you know, whatever, right? They don't have to make sure that, you know, your food gets to your table on time and it's still steaming hot, and, you know, that you always get a refill on your water, all this sort of stuff, right? They don't have to do that. They don't have to do that. They could do the bare minimum to make sure that you still get what you pay for. But so why do waiters and waitresses at restaurants put in effort? And obviously, not, you know, this one's a little bit. Not all waiters and waitresses at restaurants put in effort. I've gotten some pretty bad waitresses over the years. So I got some really good ones. And I'm sad I couldn't tip those guys more because I was a poor college student at the time. But Poor college student. I was homeless, but whatever. I consider myself college student. I was college age. But yeah. The what was I saying? The what was it? Oh yeah, waiters and waitresses, the ones who put in the effort to make sure that you're well cared for at the restaurant. Why are they doing that? Out of the goodness of their heart because they're following their role model, Jesus Christ? No, of course not. What are you thinking? It's for money. It's for money because a waitress or a waiter at a restaurant get more money in tips if they do a better job at their job. That's how it is. They put in a lot of effort, and then the table who waits them, you as a customer, you don't have to give them a tip. You're not legally obligated to give them a tip, not unless it's like a big party and the place says beforehand or whatever. But you don't have to give your waiter or waitress a tip at all. In fact, I've walked out of restaurants for bad service without giving a tip. Or, I'd give them the pennies that I got as change or whatever, and that'd be it, right? And nowhere near God's, what is it, 20% that they expect of you now? Tip culture is so bad. But anyway, tips are an incentive for waiters and waitresses to do their job well. What else would it be? If you're some you're some low effort bozo who doesn't care and who's just clocked out in your mind when you're at work, when you serve people at a restaurant, then you're not going to get any tips, right? And you're not going to earn that much money. But if you actually put in the effort and do a good job and smile all the time and you're friendly and you put in effort for these strangers who are your customers, then they're going to give you tips. They're going to give you money for doing that. They're going to give you 10 or 15 or 20% of the bill. Sometimes they're going to give you more than that, once in a blue moon. But most of the time it's like 15% that they'll give you. You get 15% of their of the bill in cash, of whatever money they spent in cash in your pocket. I mean, what better incentive is there, right? If you're being paid minimum wage, but then every single table you serve gives you an extra $5, that's over the course of an 8-hour shift, that's going to add up. I heard I used to know a couple waiters, waitresses, whatever, back in the day, and they would say like, oh, on a busy Friday night, they would earn like $300 in tips. In one shift, they would earn $300. I didn't get paid $300 for my last job. I got paid like $100 for a shift at my last job. These people made 3 times that amount of money. For doing what? For working at a restaurant. And it's like, restaurant is like, I could get a job at a restaurant, right? Technically. I mean, if I go to a restaurant who has a help wanted sign, they'll hire me as a waiter. Me, right? Freaking weirdo Big Pasta, they'll hire me as a waiter, right? That's how, like, minimum requirements it is to get that kind of a job. And yet they're making 3 times the amount of income that I am. Yeah, sure, they have to work their butts off, and it's on busy nights that they earn that money. But still, the concept is the same. It's a job where the more effort they put in, the more money they earn. Just like at the car dealership, right? The car salesman, the more effort he puts in to selling cars to his customers, the more money he gets on commission, right? He gets a 2% of that car sale. So he can spend 1 or 2 hours per customer really catering to their needs, because as long as they sign that car contract, and sign that off, then he gets a massive profit. The employee gets a massive profit. It works. It works. Most people, not all people, but most people will put in the effort to do their job well if their efforts translates to more money. That's just essentially what it is. And the thing is, the majority of companies won't do that. My last job didn't do that. My last job, it was so stressful for me, but for the first couple of years at least, but and it had its moments, but it was so stressful. I would wake up every morning just dreading going to work. What was I earning? At the time I was earning like $14 an hour. That's nothing. That barely beat minimum wage at the time, because minimum wage was like 12, I believe, at the time when I first got hired. It's like I'm working for fucking $2 more than if I just worked at Dunkin' Donuts, right? And I'm doing this insanely stressful job. I was in a stressful industry, and it depended on where you were put and what the clientele was, but sometimes the job could get really stressful. It got to the point where like every single morning I was just thinking, I had the same thought in my head every single morning once my alarm went off and I realized that it's still Tuesday, it's still the middle of the week, and I gotta go to work. The same thoughts every day for 2 years straight. This is the day I'm going to quit. When you have to spend 6 hours a day at a job with that single thought repeating in your head of just, I want to quit, it's not going to be a good job. It's not going to be a fun job. But the thing is, there was no incentive for me to continue doing this job other than, I already have it, which is what most companies hope for in their employees. They think like, the employees, we can jib off our employees, but they're too familiar with our company, with, the job that they're working right now, that they're not going to leave. That's what most companies are hoping for. They're crossing their fingers. And recently, that hasn't held up too well. But so what I had to do, what I had to say to myself to get myself out of that mode was, I had to convince myself to not care. That's what it was. I had to convince myself. I was like, okay, I'm putting in the reason I'm stressing out is because I'm putting in way too much effort, both physically and emotionally, into this job. I am not going to survive first of all, I'm not going to survive if I put in this much effort and care into the job, actually stressing out about it. Because realistically, who needs to stress out about a job or anything else, right? Stress is one of the unnecessary emotions. But it's weird to say, considering that most people experience a lot of stress in their lives. But stress really is an unnecessary emotion, right? You don't need to feel stress. You do feel stress because it's a thing of urgency. And I could go into a whole biology of that. But what it was is that I didn't need to stress out about my job. In order to not stress out, I needed to not care. What are the consequences of not caring about your job? Nothing. I'll tell you that to you guys right now, nothing. Most jobs you get, as long as you're not, working for commission, like a car dealer or a waitress or anything like that, then there is no motivation to do any more than the bare minimum. Why would I get a job at Walmart and try to sell the more expensive toaster ovens to people? I don't need to do that. Technically, it's in my job description. Help customers. But there's no incentive for me to try extra. I could just say, the toaster ovens are over there. Have a good day. And then I could continue the rest of my shift spacing out. Right? Or I can continue the rest of my shift with a freaking AirPod in my ear, right? Just listen to music or podcasts or whatever, and just, kind of half listening to anybody who, pays attention to me or whatever, or who, needs help or whatever. But that's what it is. At my last job, I had to convince myself to not stress out about things, or to not even not stress out, but not care. I didn't stress out, but then I also didn't care, right? And the thing is, it was at that point that I didn't care, that I stopped caring, that everything became good. Nothing mattered. If there was a problem with a client, I didn't care. I didn't give a shit. I just ignored it. I just ignored it, or I just gave some generic response. I don't care. Oh, it's not my responsibility. It was my responsibility, but no one's going to fire me for it, especially at this job. The company had an employee shortage. The fact that I was, an alive adult at that company meant that I was filling a pair of shoes that needed to be filled. And that was it, right? So that's what it was. And it was great because I stopped caring, and I all of a sudden, my effort went down to like near zero, right? I still did what was required of me or what was asked of me. I didn't put much effort into any of it. And all of a sudden I wasn't stressing out. All of a sudden it wasn't a pain to go to work. I woke up to my alarm. I'm thinking, I'm still tired. I'd prefer to sleep. But hey, they're paying me $100 a day to do nothing. Or to do, the bare minimum. Fantastic, right? I'm going to work and I'm going to earn $100 bill today for doing next to nothing. That was great. It was great. This doesn't mean I slacked off on my job. If there was something that needed to be done, I did it, obviously, and I still fulfilled the requirements. But I was more of a it was more of a job where you didn't necessarily need to do like specific tasks throughout a day, right? It wasn't like I got homework for this or I was getting graded or anything like that. So, it was more of a job, it was like a security guard, like I didn't work security, but it's like a security guard, right? A security guard, he doesn't have to do anything. He just stands around, right? Just the mere fact that he exists at his job or at his workplace, it warrants him his paycheck. He doesn't have to put in any effort. In fact, I've heard stories from one of my former coworkers at my job, had a second job as a security guard, and so he was telling me about how he was a security guard. He just gets paid to stand around basically. Anytime there was like an issue that was going to require a lot of him, he just ignored it. He just ignored it. He just, whatever. People were doing deals in the parking lot of the hotel that he's working at. He's not gonna deal with it. He's not even gonna make his presence known, right? He's gonna stay inside the office where he was positioned. Because they're not, they're paying him minimum wage. They're paying him minimum wage. He's not gonna put in effort. He's not gonna get paid a bonus for stopping a drug deal or for pulling out his gun to threaten criminals. He's not going to do any of that. He's not going to get a bonus for helping the police when there's a criminal refugee running through his territory. He's not going to do any of that. Not saying it got that far. He did tell me about drug deals that he saw, though. But, I mean, which were technically illegal and within his jurisdiction, but he didn't do anything. Because why would he? First of all, a security guard is not police. So it's not technically his job to stop any of that. He technically should have, and his employer would have said that he should have stopped that because that's what he was getting paid for. But he wasn't going to do that. He's going to pay minimum wage. He's getting paid $100 a night to be a security guard, or to just stand around and look intimidating. That's all. That's all it is. He didn't have any incentive to like butt into any issues or whatever, right? So it's like you don't. I mean, you're getting paid the bare minimum, and so you're going to put in the bare minimum. So that's at my job. That's exactly what I did. I put in the bare minimum, right? And which was still something. I still got paid for my work, and I don't think that any dollar that I earned was unjustified, to be honest, because I still spent my time there. I still had to go to work for 6 hours a day. I could have been home playing video games, but no, instead I went there. So I earned every dollar that I was getting paid. It's just they weren't paying me that much. If they were paying me double, then I would have dedicated my entire life and my free time to it. But they weren't. So I wasn't going to, right? starting wage over there, minimum wage is so high right now that the starting wage at my old job is actually like $1 more than minimum wage, which is nothing. You guys have to work and you have to pay rent and pay bills and everything. $1 an hour above the bare minimum is nothing. And the thing is, in California, somebody working full time on at minimum wage is still considered impoverished. They're still considered below the poverty line, right? There are homeless people here who work full-time jobs at minimum wage and they're still homeless. That's how low of an amount of money we're talking about. So obviously, you look at someone like me. I'm gonna be frugal. I'm not gonna go to Chipotle all the time. I'm gonna not get Starbucks ever. I'm not gonna get a better thing or whatever, right? If I didn't have a savings account, I wouldn't have gotten this TV or this PlayStation, for that matter. I would have just, yeah, I have a Nintendo 3DS that I can get games on. That's all I would have played. That's all I would have done. Or like a Switch, right? Switches are very Nintendo Switches are very economical because they're very versatile. It's a cheap console, and you can play most games that you want on there. But anyway, that's all beside the point. What was I saying? Technically, an older laptop that's not necessarily a gaming laptop would be the most economical because technically you could pirate games, right? Get them for free. As long as you don't get any of the high end ones that can't run on the thing, then you can do whatever, right? But anyway, it's all beside the point. That's if you're poor, right? You don't see rich people pirating video games. But anyway, yeah, so my job, it's or my previous job is absolutely like they didn't treat their employees right. So but I mean the money was nice, and they gave pay raises. So they gave pay raises, but it was like as long as you did the bare minimum to where like your supervisors couldn't complain about you, then you got a pay raise. And so that was pretty nice. The company actually did give, I think it was $1 a year pay raises. So by the end of it, I was making like $20 an hour. So that was pretty nice. Because I worked there for 5 years. So they gave a little bit of incentive to stay with the company. That's the thing. They gave, their main issue was employee retention, keeping their employees there. So, you work there for 5 years and they're going to give you, 5 years worth of pay raises, right? So instead of 14, I'm making 20 an hour. Now, if I leave the job, well, it's going to be a significant downgrade, right? Because I'm going to be at the other job's starting pay, which is probably going to be less than what I'm currently making. So that's how my company tried to keep us there, and it worked. I didn't apply to other jobs while I was working there, so obviously I'm not going to work in the same industry anymore. But yeah, that's sort of my life story, I guess. I realized one day at the job, I'm not being paid to care this much. And I'm not being paid to stress out about the issues this much at my job. So why should I? I'm still going to earn a paycheck. Every second that I'm there, they're going to pay me for it, regardless of if I do nothing. I mean, I saw some coworkers, and it was rare, but I saw coworkers who, they would just go on their phones all the time. They wouldn't even do their work. They would just go on their phones, and any time that they could possibly take their hands off the job, they went on their phones. They went on their phones, or they socialized with their coworkers. There were entire like workplaces, like work sites where where the majority of the workers would just socialize with each other and not do their job. And I looked at that, and I'm thinking, those people who aren't doing their job at all are still getting paid the same amount as me who isn't socializing and who isn't being on his phone and who's actually caring. And so I was like, okay, if they get paid and they get to still keep their jobs, which they did, by the way, there's a lot of those people are still working there. If those people get paid, why am I sitting here stressing out about everything? They're not going to pay me more than them just because I put an extra effort. God, there's no way our company would pay more for that. Because really the only reason why my job existed was because there was a legal obligation for the company to provide my job position at these work sites. So they had a certain number of people that they had to fill. So they filled those with warm bodies, which is why they didn't mind paying, almost the bare minimum for this kind of work. So obviously it was more work than, working at the grocery store, so they had to pay a little more than what the grocery store would make. But honestly, like, if I went to work at the grocery store, I could probably be making the same amount of money or more money than I did at my previous job. That's how pathetic it is. So that's how much I thought about that too. And I was like, dude, I could just work at the grocery store and, save myself all this stress. All right. Just bagging people's groceries. I mean, for 8 hours a day, like, compared to this, it's what I thought. And so I put in the bare minimum amount of effort. I still did work because I was at the job, but really, I did work at the job because I was bored, not out of any sense of like, oh, this has to be done. Oh, I have to make sure my work site is, well worked, and I have to make sure that, the company is able to function properly. None of that. None of that. If all my clientele failed at what they needed to do and they left, it would not affect me mentally at all. It would affect the company. It would affect the company, losing customers, but it wouldn't affect me at all, like at all. So, because the company would still pay me. They would still pay me at the very least. If I got fired for that reason, they would still pay me for my laziness when I was doing it. That's what it was. They would still, even if I was the laziest, like I came into work and I just got in the car and I disappeared. I was technically at my job site, but I disappeared. I went to the bathroom and I hung out in the bathroom stall for my 6-hour shift, and I went on my phone, played games I could have brought my Switch. I mean, I could have brought my Switch and hid in the bathroom and played during my entire shift, and they still would have paid me. Albeit, I would have probably gotten away for like a month of doing that. Maybe like 2 weeks of really doing that. But then if I alternated shifts of like, okay, I'll do this like once a week or every other day or something like that, then I could have gotten away with that for like 1 or 2 months. Really, they would have paid me for all that. They would have paid me to sit in the bathroom and play on the Switch for 6 hours. That's what they would do, because I was technically at the job, right? I signed in and I didn't leave work voluntarily. So, I was technically at work. I was just on a really long poop break. That's what it was. So, there was actually one job site I was at where I was responsible for one client, and sometimes that client wouldn't be available. So I would be told to go help other clients or whatever. But the thing is, no one was checking me. No one, people were like, oh, just, go find someone to help, or go find someone at this job site to, to assist or whatever. And at first I looked around and tried to find people, and people were like, no, we don't need any help. You can go help someone else or whatever. And then after like a day of that, the next day my client still isn't available. And I was thinking, wait, I don't actually need I've just been walking around asking people if they need help, and then everyone refused me, and I just did that for 6 hours. Why? And I got paid for it, and nobody even complained about me. Nobody was, no supervisor was like, oh, you need to, why didn't you help anybody, blah, blah, blah. Nobody was like that to me. And so I was like, okay, I just get away with this. So what I did is I got to work. I asked the normal people if they needed help. They said no, or maybe one person said yes, I need help filing stuff or whatever. I don't know. So I would spend a couple hours filing stuff. And that would be like, it'd be like 10 in the morning. And I'd be like, okay, I'm going on my lunch break. And they're like, I would be like, oh, I'm done with this task. I'm going on my lunch break. And they're like, oh, okay, see you, Big Pasta. And I would go on my lunch break. There was a park nearby. I would take a 3-hour lunch break. Literally 3 hours. Mind you, it's a 6-hour shift. And I would take a 3-hour lunch break. Lunch breaks are supposed to be 30 minutes. I took a 3-hour lunch break. I sat at the park, ate my actual lunch, and then I went on my phone and I was reading Overlord, the light novel on my phone. So there's a website. That's how I read like all like 8 books in like 2 months, and those were thick books too. I mean, obviously it's on the phone, you can't judge thickness, but they were long books. I read all 8 of them in like 2 months because my job gave me so much free time. My job gave me so much free time to read, to just read, to go to the park and be on an extended lunch break. 3-hour lunch break. 3 hours out of a 6-hour shift, and they paid me for every second of that. They paid me for every second of me reading Overlord on my phone at the park away from the job site. That was hilarious. That's just it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious for me to think about. So, but anyway, that was great. And then I would return in the last 1 hour of my shift, mind you, from the park. And I would return to the job site, and then I would go to somebody else. I would go to the person who was technically supervising me, and I'd be like, "Hey, I'm back from my lunch break." And they're like, "Oh, hey, welcome back." Like they're none the wiser. They're none the wiser because I had told somebody else, because because my supervisor was like, "Oh, just go help people." And I had helped somebody, and then I left. And they didn't double check with the person that I helped, right? None of this is monitored or anything, right? They're just, at that point, I'm just extra. They're just trying to find something for me to do. Or like I would sit in the break room and just read on my phone. And I would see like waves of people coming on their lunch breaks from, various departments. And it would be like, I'd be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" And it's just like, and people would start their lunch. People would start their lunch break in the break room. I would already be there. People would start their lunch break, and then they would end their lunch break. I'm already there, or I'm still there, or I'm still there on my phone or whatever, right? So I got a longer lunch break than they did in their eyes, but really I'm staying in the break room for like hours. So that was great. And then my supervisor would come in on her lunch, and she'd be like, "Oh, Big Pasta, you're on your break?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm on my break. I'm just finishing up here though." And I would wait strategically like 5 minutes. And then I'd get up and I'd be like, "Oh, back to it." And she'd be like, "Okay, have fun." And then I would leave the break room. I'd go to the park. I'd go to the park and then just do it. And then just keep reading on my phone. It was like, nobody checked me. And technically this wasn't like, I mean, the park was technically on the same plot of land as the work site was. So I wasn't abandoning work. All of this was legal. Like, there's no way they could sue me for my money back with this, or even hold any of this against me. And again, it was only on days where my assigned client wasn't available. So which was actually like a quarter of the time. So because I was on shift every day, but my client wasn't available maybe like a quarter to a third of those days. So, but yeah, I Kiwi. So Kiwi, she was cleaning herself, and then she's just staring off into space. And so I looked at her, and I just stuck my tongue out at her, try to make fun of the fact that she's licking herself. And she turned her head and she just stared at me with these wide eyes, like I had just done something like spooky. She did it again. She tilted her head like she's staring off in the distance, and I look at her and I stick my tongue out, and she jerks her head in my direction and just stares at me. She's so cute. Nah. Anyway, but yeah, it's like only days that I could. Only days that my client wasn't available, and technically I should help other people, but they're not going to not have me work just because my client's not available, right? They weren't allowed to do that, so I just whatever. The thing is, I would have just been being paid just to stand around anyway. I mean, I could have been like hall monitor or something. Hall monitor? What I mean by hall monitor is just making sure things are like orderly at the company and making sure other people are on task, doing their job or whatever, right? It's like I could have been someone like that, right? Just to check in and all this sort of stuff. Report back to my bosses, things like that. I wasn't going to do that. So technically, I mean, they were very vague about it. My supervisor was just like, oh, go find somebody to help. So and nobody helped. So 3-hour lunch break. I got pretty far in my book. So it was great. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, that's the benefit of not caring. That's the benefit of having no incentive to do your job well. So not to do your job, but to do your job well. So that's the thing. It's like if I get any other job, it's like I want to do good work and I want to, make my work in the company successful and whatnot because that feels good. But why would I if they're not going to increase my pay or if they're not going to give me a bonus or anything like that? Some companies give bonuses for like, oh, good job this year, right? We made a little bit extra. Here's a little extra, but it's hardly anything. It's hardly anything, and it's certainly not like regulated. It's not like, oh, if the company makes X amount of money this year, then you get X amount of money as bonus. They don't, and most companies don't outline it like that. They just say, oh yeah, Christmas bonus, we're going to give you $200. It's just out of the blue. And then 1 year they're like, oh, we actually had to cancel a Christmas bonus. So. And it's like the employees don't get an explanation because it was never a clearly defined thing in the first place. The employees thought, oh, if I do a good job, I'm going to get my Christmas bonus. But it was a very vague concept. And these companies, right, it's all manipulation. They rely on people believing in vague concepts. If I tell you like, oh, I'll give you money, I'll give you extra money if you do a good job. I never have to give you extra money. You think about that one situation. If I'm the company owner and you are the employee, you guys are the employees, and I say I will give you extra money for doing a good job. That deal benefits me and not you. That's what it is. Because, and I'll dissect that to you, right? Because this is exactly what companies do. Oh, we include a bonus if the company does really well or whatever, something like that. But if I say I'll give you extra money if you do a good job with your work this year. So there's multiple things with that, okay? There's multiple flaws because on paper that sounds really good, right? It sounds really good. Oh my gosh, if I just do extra work, I get more money. That sounds really good. If I just do a good job, I'll get extra money. First of all, what do I mean by do a good job? Is it your definition of doing a good job? No, it's my definition of doing a good job. And guess what? My definition of doing a good job about you can change when I feel like it. Oh, you didn't do a good enough job. Oh, your efforts, it was great, but you could have done better. I've been told this before. I've worked my butt off at my previous job and just to go into a performance review and had the person say you could have done better. And all I'm thinking is, fuck you. Like, I worked my butt off and you're telling me this. I still stay at the company. I shouldn't have. Well, whatever. There was a point at my job where I was being used as a scapegoat. So the coworkers who weren't doing a good job were buddy buddy with my supervisor and essentially convinced my supervisor that the that I was at fault for them not doing for things not getting done essentially. So they didn't do anything, you know, work wise, and then they diverted the blame to me. And because they were buddy buddy with my supervisor and our entire world is run on social connections, then you know, and who you're friends with, right? Then of course the supervisor believed them over me because I was just the anti soul, you know, the keeps to himself, keeps his head down and does his work kind of person. So of course, you know, you look at the actual work that I did and it was way above these coworkers who were complaining about me, but you know, obviously you know, they could persuade you know, a supervisor who they were buddy buddy with that, oh, hey, Big Pasta over there, you know, things are going wrong. It's probably his fault. It's not our fault. It's his fault. And so I was being used as a scapegoat, and it showed up on my performance reviews and whatnot. I still got my pay raises. I would have sued the district if, or I would have sued them if they didn't give me my pay raises, because that would have been like outright discrimination against me. Because why do my coworkers get pay raises but I don't? And then, you know, and they would have brought up, oh, well, you're not doing that much work, and I would have been like, okay, show me evidence, right? And I would have brought it to court. Like, honestly, it was one of those things I could have brought to court. And the thing is, even threatening to bring it to court and having like a lawyer contact them, it would have been they would have given in. So I probably would have been changed job sites just to avoid problems, but whatever, right? So, God, I'm hungry. I am hungry. New Beep Plus. Guys, think we're gonna get food. Just some pasta. Pasta, big pasta. So yeah, be right back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back with my food. Now what can I do? I gotta eat. So let me see. Total stats. Watch the ad for double gains. There we go. Okay. Lick. clean this one. Cool. But you need it. All right. Alright, I do have my laptop. Take another bite of my food. Just playing with my phone games. Starting to get into these idle games. Don't know why. Mm. Mm. There you go. Mm. God. I want to play on the Switch. I mean, I would play this, but I also want to play. Oh, this is. I'll finish that YouTube video later. Where's my? God, I was thinking. I want to play on the Switch. Oh, that's a little. That's loud. Let's turn on the. Okay, well, it doesn't help that Legend has it. There's a smoking hot babe at the top, guys. Come on. Oh, what the hell? Oh, shit. Oh, I remember this. Do you guys remember this? I remember this. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. So I guess this is like continuing from where I... How do I play this game? What the fuck? Okay. But yeah, I do not remember this. I do not remember, like, how to play this game at all, or, like, what the secrets were, or whatever. God, how long has it been since I played this? Oh, well, I'm starting to get back in the... Never mind. I'm taking... Ah, shit. Take off my headphones for that. Okay. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, now I get to revisit this part of the map, I guess. God damn. I'm being too passive about it. That's what it is. I'm like his strategy to get to the yes or whatever, man. Just yeah, what was it, old man? Not fall. Oh yeah, that's foolish. Not very smart, if you ask me. Why not, old man? Why not? What the hell? Wait a second. Wait, I could go in here? What's in here? It's just like a tent? Okay. I gotta... It has been a hot minute since I played this. Oh, it was right there, huh? Ah, shit. Alright, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Ah, shoot. Is a bit. Oh. Oh god, this part. I remember this part. This is like... I remember getting like really stressed out going over here. What the f... the hell? Oh. Q just like groaned in her sleep. It's really cute. Ah, god, freaking Okay. Time to play this. Oh, hey, time to play this for real. I hate myself. Oh my god. Why? Why does this game exist? Hi. Okay, there we go. Okay. At least they checkpoint you, kinda. Oh, well. Well, I like barely made it. Okay. Okay, here we go. So. I didn't even jump. I didn't even jump. I didn't even jump. You guys know they copyright striked one of my PlayStation streams? Because I think I listened to a song on my phone with the phone speakers out of it. Oh. My Millions raffle. Meet our top prize winners. J. Rudy won the house. I didn't win anything again. God damn it. Well, there goes my Japan plans. I didn't win my silly little raffle. Taking ibuprofen with certain high blood pressure medication is bad for you. FDA restricts Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine due to blood clot risk. What's this thing about the ibuprofen? Taking ibuprofen with certain high blood pressure medications may damage kidneys. I see. There's some article that was being pushed. Well, I didn't win my Colorado raffle. Whoopie-doo. It's like a 1 in 100,000 chance. Which, you know, I've gotten that. I've beat those odds before in video games. So I thought, like, hey, you know, it's just like the video game. I just, need to do it once or whatever, right? So I'm still gonna play the Colorado raffle, but it's kind of depressing that I haven't won. I've played it like 3 years in a row and I haven't won anything, and it's costing me like $500 to $700 per year that I play. So obviously, which obviously, it's not that much if I'm like working. That's like a week's paycheck. I mean, if I work a lot, it's a week's paycheck. But yeah, no, it's having done it while I was unemployed like this. Well, because I did it last year, but I oh, that made it. I didn't think that would make it. I did it last year, but that was while I still had my job. But yeah. God, if I win like one jackpot on anything, whether it be the lottery or this or whatever, then I can move to Japan. It's like, come on, dude. You fucking game. You fucking game. But yeah, the stupid Colorado raffle. It was like $3 million. I mean, after taxes, and I gotta sell a house for it. It'd probably end up being 2 million. If I had $2 million, I could live the rest of my life in Japan. Like, literally. Because it doesn't cost, I mean, relatively, it doesn't cost how much to get into the country. I mean, you need to invest like 50,000 into a business over there to gain citizenship, to run that business. So, but then, you know, after that, it's like a house there would probably cost like $250,000. Wait. If a house over there would only, I haven't actually looked at retail prices in Japan. Yeah, I'm looking at houses in God damn it. I'm looking at houses in like Norway and like Switzerland and stuff. Sweden. But I never thought to look at real estate in Japan. I always chalked up Japan to be like kind of a pipe dream for me, because it's like, okay, oh, there's no way the houses are cheap or what. Okay. Stupid ass game. Oh my god, I am so tilted. I'm already tilted. I've been playing for freaking 10 minutes and I'm already this tilted. But yeah, I'm looking at like all these poor European countries, you know, like I was looking at Poland. Not Poland. Ukraine. I was actually looking at it. God, what was I thinking with that? I was looking at Ukraine housing before the war started. So I was looking at, which I mean, now Ukraine housing is probably going to be like piss cheap. I mean, once they win the war, Ukraine is probably going to need a lot of people to move there, so they're probably going to make real estate really inexpensive. Plus, Ukraine seems nice. Ukraine, that's the country I'm talking about? I gotta think, okay, what's Ukraine? Because you think of like countries like Bosnia and Laos and things like that. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know what these countries look like. I don't know what Bosnia looks like. I don't know the living conditions. What is wrong with me? Yeah, I don't know like the living conditions or what the people look like or what kind of food they eat or anything like that. Hell, I probably know I probably know more about like the culture and living conditions of like Brazil than I do of most of Europe. So it's sad to say, considering that, you know, that Europeans are the default human. Am I right, guys? God, did God curse me for saying that statement? That's why I fell this one. Fuck me. Fuck me. This is. I was gonna hold off on. I remember when I first got this game, I was gonna hold off on stating this on stream until after I beat this. But considering that I mean, it's gonna be quite the long time until I beat this. But yeah, this is the first. But what I was gonna say, and I guess I'll just say it now. This is the first of 3 maps. And no, I don't mean like, oh, there's the grassland, there's a forest, and then there's the sewer, and then I think there's like a castle up top from what I remember. No, that's all of that, you know, you guys have seen me do on stream in the almost 8 hours that I've been playing this. all that's part of one map, right? This whole thing, right? Me from here getting to the top is one map. There's once I get to the top, there's 2 more maps. Like, as in, there's 2 entirely new, like, game modes to play of you having to start off at the bottom and then jump all the way to the top or whatever. There's New Babe Plus, and then there's like Ghost of the Babe, I think it's called. Anyway, so this and those 2, this one, which is, you know, the Jump King, and then New Babe Plus, and then Ghost of the Babe or whatever. Among those 3, this one is the easiest. This one is the easiest. In fact, if you look at achievements for Jump King, because people who buy Jump King intend to beat it. So, I'm gonna delete Fortnite. Where's Jump King? Jump King. If you you guys can't see this obviously, but so where is it? The achievement Jump King, reach the top, which is reach the top of the first map. 12% of PlayStation players have gotten that. Okay, so 12% of people have beaten this. 12%, you know, that's 1 out of 8 people, I believe. 1 out of 8 people have beaten the first map, which is what I would consider the only map, because I'm gonna go crazy. But yeah, 12% of people beat this initial game. And then New Babe Plus, which is the second mode, 3% have beaten New Babe Plus. Which means that the second map, the New Babe Plus, is so tough that only 1 out of 4 people who've beaten this first map were able to beat the second one. Only 1 out of 4 of those people. You know, getting up to that point is already like legendary. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna beat this game, to be honest. But, you know, so, but of the people who have actually beaten this first map, only 1 out of 4 of those people have beaten the second one. And you gotta figure, like, if you know, if you beat this first map, you're pretty dedicated to this game, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, more challenge, more content. Of the people who beat this game, beat the first game, they god damn, I did this last time. They you know, so I don't know if you guys understand how like dire that is. So it's like, and then the Ghost of the Babe, which is the third one, is 1.7%. So okay, of the people who beat the second map, only half of those people were able to beat the third one. So that's, and yeah, all the content for the PlayStation version was out. You know, you buy this game, you're getting all 3 maps, right? So it's not like it's not like, you know, whatever. Like, I can understand, like, 12% for the first one, right? Like, 7, that means that for every 8 people that play this game, 7 of them just quit before beating the game. I can understand that. I'm very tempted to be one of those people, except I have to win, and I have to do so in a timely manner as well. So I'm up to the challenge now. So I'm going to complete this game, and I'm going to laugh about it. Awesome. But what time is it? It's 1:30. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay. Shit! Just like a millisecond too long. God dang it. But yeah, so 7 out of 8 people quit the game. So I like his little hands. His little hands. He's like clenching them as fists, but like it's like fists, but not in like a threatening way. It's like in a yeah, I can do this. Come on, I can do this. He's like hyping himself up. But come on, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Jump. God dang it! It's that little corner. They knew what they were doing. But yeah, so you got to figure, okay, those 1 out of 8 people were pretty dedicated to beating this game the first time, the people who beat this map. But then the second map is so challenging that even people who were good at beating this first map weren't able to beat the second map. Like, that's how much more challenging it is. So like, I don't think it's actually like, I don't know if it's, and then out of the people who beat the first and the second map, the third map was so challenging that half of those people quit, or half of those people haven't accomplished it. So you know, that's insane to think about. This stuff is so challenging that, God dang it, I had released early too. This game makes me want to play Death Stranding, even though Death Stranding is a poopy game. God dang it, come on, this is the 4th time in a row I've failed. 3rd or 4th time in a row. I hate that part. I hate that part so much. His little walk. Oh, goodbye. It's so cute. I don't know what it is. Well, that's what I get for having fun, I suppose. The game knew. The game was like, oh, you're having fun? Here, have a fall. Have a big fall. Go back to the forest if you want to have fun. That's what this game was like. That's why I'm down here again. Get down. I can't believe I missed the jump to enter the sewers. This is so bad. Unbelievable. Why? I don't know. It's a good game, though. It's a good game. Just like with Getting Over It, I mean, it's like, it's a very well-designed game. And the reason you can have feelings of hatred towards this game is because of how well it's designed, right? Like, if you're reading a book or watching a show or whatever, and you find a character that you absolutely hate, and like you hate their guts and everything, and you just wish they die or whatever in the story, right? If you're reading a story like that has a character that like you just hate with a passion, the fact that the author was able to get you to understand this character so much to where you can get passionate about your hatred for them is it's quite amazing. It's like that in itself is a skill. It's the same with like, I guess, relationships. Well, not relationships, but like guy and girl interactions, I suppose. This is why, you know, people say that nice guys finish last or whatever. It's a meme, but at the same, it stems from a real issue. You know, what do girls typically say about nice guys? You know, that may, you know, why don't you like a nice guy or whatever? And she'll typically say, oh well, he's boring. But that's the common response. And it really draws insight into the fact that, you know, I made it. It really draws in, I know I was talking about like Ukraine and the housing in Japan and stuff earlier. I'll get back to that in a minute. I made it. Are you kidding? Oh, that was so lucky. That was so lucky. Oh my god. But yeah, it's the fact that you know, there's no real like excitement or whatever, right? Hey, look at that. Hey, I made it into this room. Hey, all right, take a breather. We'll sit by the fireside and take a breather. But yeah, it's the fact that if you notice the people who are like outstanding, but outstanding can be a good or a bad thing, right? You think about school, if there's some, you know, the obnoxious kid who like everybody hates is more likely to get a girlfriend than the guy who's like polite to everybody but like is quiet and keeps to himself. Why is that? Well, you know, isn't the nice guy who's like quiet a better relationship partner? Yeah, probably. But I mean, it depends on the person. I don't think nice can be really a blanket statement. But that's a different topic. But why is the polite nice guy, you know, get less dating success than an obnoxious guy? Than an obnoxious guy who everyone seems to hate, including the girls. Well, the obnoxious guy, you know, why do people hate him? Well, it's because he's obnoxious. Well, sure. How do they know that he's obnoxious? It's because the dude has made himself known, right? The dude has expressed his presence amongst the school or whoever he's hanging out with to the point where people know him. And he's gained a reputation. People know him, and if he's obnoxious, at the very least, he's showing his part of his personality. Which, and you know, the more that somebody can know you, the more that they are invested in you, for good or for bad, right? It's the same thing with, you know, a character in a story. Are you going to notice the person that you hate more or less than you'll notice the person who is just polite and doesn't say anything meaningful and doesn't get in anybody's way? No, you're gonna notice the obnoxious person more. You're gonna notice the person that you hate more because of that or whatever, right? So it's because they are making themselves stand out. That's what it is. human relationships aren't about being nice to each other. They're more about like standing out and whatnot. So, which is what I don't avoid trying to stand out, but I don't stand out that much. But the thing about me, and it was why I hate this philosophy. The thing with me is that like all throughout my life, including like, God, I remember back being like 6 years old and doing this. But like in school when I was a kid, I would actually I would go out and try to find and notice the quiet kids, the kids who weren't getting noticed, who weren't popular, who, you know, nobody really seemed to care about. Not the ones that people didn't like, the ones that people just ignored. I went out to find those kids. And, you know, I became friends with those kids, and I formed friend groups with those kids. In elementary school, I had multiple friend groups, or I had different friend groups throughout the years of elementary school, but it was consisted of those kids, and we would swap out kids here and there, depending. And then middle school is the same thing. I went to find the kids who weren't extraordinary. They weren't, you know, they weren't noticeable by other people. I sat down and got to know them. And in high school, I did the same thing. Kind of. In high school, I could have done better. And nowadays, as an adult, you can't really do that. But, I mean, you can go on, find a friend on Reddit or whatever, but beyond that. But anyway, at least in my formative years in school, elementary and middle school, I would always seek out the people who, you know, the classmates who weren't noticed at all or whatever. And the thing is, I actually did it selfishly. I did it because, and I'll admit, I did it because I knew that I could be friends with these people, that if I were to approach them, I'm the only one, right? I hate competition. I don't like competition at all. If it's like a video game or it's inconsequential, then that's fine, right? But in real life, as far as socializing goes, I hate competition. I hate social competition. Social competition being, I have to, you know, I like a girl who has a bunch of guys who are hitting on her, and I have to be the one to stand out amongst that crowd. That's me competing against the other dudes, trying to get this girl's attention. You know, things like that. And, you know, friendships can be the same thing too, right? Am I worthy of this person spending their time with me, right? When they could have other friends, well, am I, you know, an appealing friend to them? Or am I just the guy who they hang out with when they have no one else to, right? There's a huge difference. And the difference, you could chalk it up to saying my ego, right? But I think more so it's the amount of effort that I'm willing to put in. I don't want, you know, I'm somebody who wants unconditional love, to give and to receive. Unconditional meaning that you care about them and they care about you no matter what, right? Because you've decided to commit to each other. And in relationships, this is, you know, obvious, but in friendships as well. But as far as a relationship goes, I don't want to date a girl who, like, who's constantly, you know, getting other guys' attention, and who I constantly have to, you know, I have to keep showing her that, oh, you know, I'm still better than these other guys. I'm, you know, look at me, I can still, you know, I'm still the best guy for you, blah, 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 right? It's like, and nowadays, you know, social competition is a huge thing. There are women who are, like, married who still get hit on, and, you know, and the husband has to be appealing, because if the husband's not appealing, then there's a lot of stories where, the wife gets bored in the marriage, and then she goes and gets a divorce, or she goes cheat, or whatever, right? I mean, my mom is an example of that. She didn't like my dad for a number of reasons, but she, like, her main complaint was that he was boring. It's like, you married the dude, you decided to spend the rest of your life with him, and now you're saying it's boring and you're leaving. It's like, and this happens a lot. This happens a lot. I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to have to be 50 years old and think, oh, I still have to entertain my wife. You know, I still have to prove to her that these other guys, you know, aren't as good as me or whatever. Oh, whoops. It's like, I'm not going to do that. Because that it's a destructive policy to have. You because you're never going to be satisfied. I've said this before, and I make it a point where in my relationships, or you know, assuming that I have any, I always make it a point, you know, being in a relationship with me is going to be boring. But not because I'm a boring person. It's because you can't expect a long-term relationship to be exciting all of the time. There's going to be boring moments. There's going to be a lot of boring. In fact, the majority of your life, especially your married life, is going to be boring. You're not going to have date night every night where you go out and you do something exciting and you experience something new. Of course not. Especially when you grow older and you start having kids and all of that, life becomes boring. It becomes stressful because of the problems. And it becomes boring when there are no problems. There we go. I know I can do that. And so my thing isn't the relationship with me is going to be boring because I'm boring. It's because a relationship with me is going to be boring because relationships are boring inherently, and you have to accept that. And a lot of people, especially like younger people, right? People my age and younger, they typically don't expect that. They expect, you know, love to be this new and exciting thing, and it is. And there's a honeymoon phase and all of that, but love should be about just simply wanting to be with the person and just wanting to live life with that person. And that's it, right? That's the whole point of a relationship, right? I'm not looking for a girlfriend just because, you know, I want her to be, you know, super exciting and my life needs a little bit of spice or whatever. I'm not. Why would I get in a relationship? Why, you know, I know that's, first of all, that's a pretty unrealistic standard to try to fulfill. Never slip with only one gold and you'll stand steady forever. Would be nice. Not. Bye. But yeah, anyway, why was I talking about this? Oh yeah, that's right. So anyway, a lot of people, girls mostly, but then guys as well, sometimes, they want somebody exciting. Which is fine and dandy, but you know, the nice, polite guy isn't going to be exciting, right? He's going to be... Wait, where am I supposed to go? I don't think I'm supposed to go over there. I can't... Okay. Oh wow, I actually made that. Holy crap. I remember that jump being really tough. Oh. Oh. Ah, shit. Oh, holy crap. Okay. Oh, I see. Holy crap. Okay. Son of a... Okay. Don't start messing up here, Big Pasta. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh my god. Stupid Big Pasta. Oh my... Oh my... Okay. But yeah, people don't like nice guys because, you know, for the same reason that people will notice the villains or the hateable characters in a book or in a movie, or in a show or whatever, and they'll hate them with a passion. But what matters is that they're passionate about it, right? Somebody who can induce feelings is exciting. And not exciting in a good way, it's just exciting by definition, which is, you know, it makes your blood boil and all that. So, god dang it. Son of a... Don't mess up. Son of a... God... No! No! Hang on, I'm back in the castle. Are you joking? God. Remember your anger management, Big Pasta. Remember the therapy sessions. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm choosing not to get angry. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm a practicing Buddhist. Anyway. Boop. It's a good spot to take a break, though. I mean, a water break. But yeah, anyway, so that's typically how it is. So yeah, anyway, I was the kind of kid who, you know, I wanted to find friends who weren't, you know, being occupied by others, because to me as a kid, it would be significantly easier, and I think that you could still derive the same amount of joy or more joy out of just finding somebody who didn't have any friends and being their friend. And I figure, you know, all these kids, they want to have friends, right? Probably, maybe. So just find one or two of them and be their friend, right? It's that basic, like, you guys know, like a 3 or a 4 year old in preschool will like go up to a kid and they'll ask like, "Hey, want to be friends?" And the kid says yes. It's a very basic concept. To me, as like an elementary school student, there were friend groups that were already established, and then there were other kids who weren't. So I was like, okay, I'll just go to the other kids who don't have friends, and I'll be their friend. Those are the people that are available. And then, I go to middle school, my thought process evolves, and I'm thinking, okay, it would be really tough to try to insert myself into an already established friend group. So, it would be easier for me to find somebody who's not a part of a established friend group, and therefore that person's going to he's going to appreciate the fact that I'm going to be his friend or whatever, right? And so there's going to be a little more unconditional there as well. And for me, there wasn't a condition either, right? If somebody walked up to me and was like, "Hey, want to be friends?" I'd be their friend. Like, no question. Because friendship doesn't have to be conditional to me. But that's the thing. If, you look at the popular kids, their friendship is conditional. It's not unconditional, right? The popular kids, the stereotypical ones, they were maintaining their popularity and they were only letting the best of the best into their group. That's competition, right? That's just, obviously, for obvious reasons, that's competition. I don't want to deal with that. I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't want to have to, spend every day putting in this effort and energy to maintain my position on the social hierarchy. I didn't want that. Even if I was completely capable of it, which as an elementary school student I was actually, I guess, one of the more popular kids in my elementary school, at least in like 4th and 5th grade. Everyone liked me. That didn't last long though. But yeah, I had a little bit of that. But it's like, even if I was capable of doing that, but of course that wasn't a hierarchy. That was just people just naturally liked me during those specific years of that specific part of my life. And not before or after. So, 4th and 5th grade, I don't care about like popularity or whatever. But I mean, I guess sometimes they do. If you're like shallow, then you do. But yeah, that's how it is, and this is how the adult world works too. But it's like, maintaining popularity, that's conditional, right? Because it's conditional, and therefore you have to put an effort because you could one day lose it. And I'm thinking, why would I want to enter a friendship that I could lose one day just because I got depressed this week, or I don't own the video game that my friends have, or whatever. Not only the video game your friends had was pretty disadvantageous, but well, I don't know. I didn't follow the current trends because I was too busy to work on my homework, or my parents needed me to do something one day and I missed the new TikTok meme that everyone's talking about next day at school, and all of a sudden my reputation decreases because I didn't keep up. And things like that. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, why? First of all, thinking about that as an adult, it's so ridiculous. It's so stupid that kids would love or hate each other based off of if they kept up with popular trends. So that concept just baffles me. Like, looking from the outside in. But I mean, whatever, right? They're children. It's not like they don't have anything else to go off of socially as a reference. So. But yeah, besides that, it was but it was that concept, right? I don't want to have to fight for your love. I mean, I will if I have to, like once, right? It's like, but you know, once you get to know somebody and you like them to the point where you want to spend the rest of your life with them, then it should be a given that you're going to spend the rest of your life with them. It's not like, or that you're going to continue the relationship until it fails. Not until you get bored, not until, you know, the next person comes along that's just better, or anything like that. It shouldn't have to be a 24/7 competition. If I'm like 20 years into a marriage, we have 2 children together, and you know, and then, you know, I'm competing again, and then, you know, all of a sudden I'm still competing against potential suitors, even though we have a multi-decade marriage, a house together, children together, a life that we've already organized together, all this sort of stuff. Why should I have to even worry about my partner getting bored and leaving? Why should I have to worry that, oh, I got to keep this relationship spicy, you know, so that it's exciting, you know, keep it in, you know, exciting in the bedroom, keep it, you know, this and that or whatever. It's like, yeah, I'll put in the effort because I love her to like make her happy and make us both happy, but, you know, together. But it shouldn't have to be a competition. I shouldn't have to be competing against anybody. The amount of effort that I put in shouldn't be because I don't want to lose her, right? You guys have to think about the intention behind it. Are you putting an effort for your partner because you love them? Or are you putting an effort for your partner because you're afraid of losing them? There's a massive difference. And I think if you're just putting an effort for your partner because you're afraid of losing them, it becomes a job. I mean, I don't know how else to say that. It becomes a full-time job that you have to work at. And the instant you let up, then, you know, you're going to lose the job, aka you're going to lose your partner. And that kind of worry and that the stress that comes from it makes it so that those feelings aren't genuine, right? Those feelings of wanting to do good for your partner, it's not genuine, because you're not doing it because you love your partner and you want to be happy, or you want both of you to be happy. No, you're doing it because you're going to lose something tangible, and that means that you're doing it off of incentive, not out of love, right? It's like the whole money thing, right? Somebody, you know, you go to a job, you don't love your job. I mean, maybe you like it, but you don't love your boss. You don't love the CEO of the company. You don't love the company itself, right? You're not emotionally invested into the company you work for at a job. No, the only thing you're invested in is how much work do I have to do to get a paycheck. That's all it is. If they stopped paying you, you'd stop working. That's a job with incentive. That's incentive, right? If you stop doing exciting things for your wife, she's going to leave you. So therefore, so if I do exciting things for her, then it's not because I love her, right? I have no love for this company. I am just getting something tangible. I'm getting, you know, my wife to continue being with me. But I got to put in this work every day for the rest of my life. Holy hell, right? That's where social competition comes in, right? Social competition never stops. You don't win and then keep the trophy. You have to constantly battle against people who are trying to overthrow you until the end of your days. That's what social competition is, right? It's not a tournament in Rocket League. It's not, you know, it's not a raffle that you're trying to win. It's not, you know, it's not, oh, I'm trying to get first place in my Call of Duties or my Fortnites. It's none of that. It's this constant battle of staying at the top. It's this hierarchy, but it's this hierarchy that's ever changing and ever moving, and it's too much. It's too much. Not only is it too much, it's so much energy and effort, but it also removes any kind of like actual genuineness from the equation. Like I said, if I have to put an effort to keep my wife happy as an obligation, then I'm not doing it out of love. thing is, but on the opposite hand, if I'm not doing it out of obligation, if I'm, if my marriage with her is secure in the first place, then then obviously I have no external incentive to, do nice things for her. But I'm going to do them anyway. That's the thing. I'm going to do them anyway. Why am I going to do something if I'm not going to stand to gain a profit from it? Because I love her. It's because I love her. That's the only reason you would do something voluntarily and no gain to yourself. It's because you love the person you're doing it for. That makes it genuine. That's unconditional love. Doing something for your partner, not because you're obligated to, not because you're going to profit from it, but just because you love them, and only because you love them. You love them, you want them to be happy, and you will be happy when they are happy. That's it. That's called being genuine. That's called unconditional love. Anything else, anything like, oh, you gotta, if you don't do nice things for her, then she's gonna divorce you. That's not genuine. Because again, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. I hate it. I don't want to get with a person who I'm going to have to compete for all the time. Because that means that I'll have no time or energy to actually love them. So, I mean, take with that what you will, but that's, the majority of people out there, mostly women, I mean, it's obviously from a guy's perspective, I'm looking at the women. The majority of women out there, I have to compete for. The majority of women out there look at their options, and then they see like, oh yeah, big pasta, yeah, I can date him. Until I find another guy who does better. And then I, as the current boyfriend, would have to freaking, claw and climb over myself in order to satisfy her, so that, she will never find an upgrade to me because I will always be the best one around. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because that's so much work that I am obligated to put in lest I lose the relationship. Right? There's a tangible benefit, a profit for me to gain from doing these actions. And at that point, the girlfriend herself, to me, in my eyes, is, okay, I did these nice things. I took her on a date and I treated her nice and I remembered our anniversary and yada yada. So therefore, what is she going to give me? And I've made her happy. So what's she going to give me in return? Oh, she's going to give me cuddles and kisses and sex and whatnot, right? It's like, and companionship. It's like it having to do that, having to compete for somebody's love makes it a transaction. That's what it is. I have to do this for her. What is she going to do for me as a reward, right? A relationship shouldn't be like that. A relationship isn't supposed to be like that. A relationship is the one place where you don't have to deal with the BS of this world, where you don't have to deal with competition, where you don't have to deal with the stress and anxiety of, oh, I'm going to lose something if I screw up. A relationship should be the one place where you don't have to worry about that. Not freaking, oh, the meme of, oh, guys, take so long in the bathroom. They take so long to take a poop because the bathroom, the toilet seat is the only place where a guy in a relationship can have a rest, have a break from the relationship, right? That's a meme right now, or it's a pretty common thing. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that at all. What do you have to take a break from? Your relationship should be the break that you need from the rest of life, at least. But no, people look at it like, guys look at it like that because it's this constant battle for your woman's affection. And you are battling for it because you're competing against the alternative of losing her. Even if you're not competing against a specific other person, you're competing against the imminent danger of losing the relationship. Oh, if you're too boring, if you're not energetic, if you don't have good vibes all the time, all this. a shitty relationship. What a shitty life. But a lot of guys are in a life like this because a lot of women require that. But they don't require it out of like, oh, I want someone who loves me. They require it because, oh, somebody who loves me will do this, this, and that. And if my boyfriend or my husband doesn't do this, this, and that all the time and, you know, mix it up a bit and, you know, give me what I want without me even knowing what I myself want, then he's not worth it. I'm just going to find a guy who does. It's so stressful. It's so stressful. And yes, there are guys out there who are the same in this aspect, who, you know, they'll just up and leave the girl when she's too boring or she's too nice or whatever. But it's rarer, and those guys typically get ostracized by the community of guys, right? No guy wants to be a friend with a dude like that. A dude who, you know, gets bored and cheats on his wife or whatever. No other guy really wants to associate with that. So at least I don't know. But yeah, it's just social competition. It's different from regular competition. It's a social competition because social competition is something you have to keep constant. And again, all of this is different from unconditional love, right? Unconditional love is when you love the person no matter what. That's what it is. You love the person no matter what, right? People say families have unconditional love, right? A parent has unconditional love for their child or whatever. The majority of families do, but also the majority of parents have things that they wouldn't approve their kid doing and would probably sour the relationship with them. Oh, you need to let me see the grandkids. Oh, you need to get this career. Oh, you need to do this well in life so I can brag to my friends, you know, whatever it is, right? So that's not unconditional love at all, right? Because obviously, you know, a parent should love their child just by virtue of it's my kid. It's my kid. I chose to have this kid. So I'm going to love them until my dying breath. That's a parent's job. And love them till my dying breath no matter what. A lot of parents fail that. So some parents fail that. I'm making it out to be a big issue, but it's not. I mean, it's not rare, but it's not the majority, right? It's somewhere. It's like a quarter of them, probably. I'd say a quarter, maybe a fifth of parents are assholes to the kids. A quarter of the parents give conditional love, right? I will love you if you do, you know, if you get good grades in school, if you succeed in life, if you let me control you with my narcissistic behavior, whatever it is. So that's a whole another issue. But anyway, it's this whole concept of love shouldn't be conditional, because if love is conditional, then it's not real. That's my wholehearted opinion, is that if love needs to be unconditional for it to be love in the first place, right? In order for it to be real. You should be able to look at somebody and say, I love that person, or I love that pet, or I love whatever, right? Not because it's entertaining, not because it did what you wanted it to, but just because you love it, right? You're compatible with this person or this animal or whatever, and you love it, right? And it's unconditional because that person or animal or whatever can change, and you'll still stick by it till the end of your days. That's what it is. Yeah, obviously unconditional love can fade and it can die out and it can change or whatever, but you know, for the most part, it's gotta stay there, right? It's gotta be, you love somebody not because you benefit from the relationship, but just because you love them and you care about them, right? Like I said, relationships shouldn't be this transaction. It shouldn't be, oh, you're giving me this, so I'll give you that. I hear a lot of people, guys and girls, I've seen it from both sides in different contexts, bring up the thing of like, oh, what do you bring to the table? Right? What do you bring to the table? What why should I date you? I hate that. I don't care what the answer to the question is. I hate the fact that it's being asked. I hate the fact that you could look at somebody, you could look at somebody who you could potentially be in a relationship with, and then ask, what benefit do you bring to me? First of all, how fucking selfish are you? To where you only see human beings as people who bring you benefit. But more importantly, it also goes to show that your love is not unconditional. You will only deign to like something if it provides you with something beneficial to you. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. There's enough things in life where it's, yeah, obviously, you have to look at what benefits there are and what negatives there are, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to buy a thing. Is this thing worth the money that I'm paying for it? Right? Obviously. You don't love objects, though, right? It's not like you don't love objects like you love people. It's especially a relationship partner, right? Like can you imagine if people started thinking that? Like my PlayStation, for example, right? My PS5. If it breaks or I lose it or whatever, or it stops working, I can just say, okay, I can throw it in the trash and go out and buy a new one. Problem solved. Can you imagine if we did that with our relationships? Can you imagine if you had the love of your life, your boyfriend or girlfriend, your husband or wife or whatever, and they died, or they stopped working or whatever, and you were like, oh, okay, well, this one's broken, and just toss them aside and then be like, okay, I can go find a new relationship partner. And just go on Tinder. Just go on online dating. Oh, there we go, I got a new one. Problem solved. Can you imagine if we did that with our romantic partners? At that point, what's the difference between a romantic partner and a PlayStation? There's none. What's the difference between a romantic partner and any other material object in your life? There is none. And the thing is, I have seen people, guys and girls, who wield their relationship partner as an accessory. I've seen this before. I've at least seen it with girls. Guys will typically brag about how beautiful, how pretty their girlfriends are or whatever. But with girls, it's similar. It's like a thing of status. Oh, I'm dating this person, or oh yes, I have a boyfriend and he makes this much money, and he provides well for me. She'll brag to her female friends. It's disgusting. It's both sides of it are. It's terrible. It's, oh, look at this, because it's the mentality of, oh, look at this good thing I have. Look at this good thing I have, right? It's the same sense as if, I went out there and I was like, yeah, I got the PS5. Haha, but you wish you were me, eh? I got the PS5. It's so great. It's so many games I can play on it. Would I talk about my girlfriend like that? Or my wife? I don't think so. I wouldn't. Why would I? Right? Is she an accessory to wield? Is she, an object that I've just amassed in my collection of objects? No, she's not. She's my life partner. And that's the thing. It's a partner, right? It's another human being who's like you. Do you consider yourself an accessory? Do you consider yourself based off of the value and benefit that you bring to others? No, you don't think about yourself like that. So why would you think about your relationship partner like that? It doesn't make any sense. It's baffling to me. But the very fact that people, they brag about their relationship partner. Oh yeah, my boyfriend's so rich. Oh, I really got a good one there. Oh, my girlfriend's so hot. God, the sex, the bedroom is just so, oh, it's so great. Oh yeah. It's like, what the fuck? Like, from both sides, what the fuck? Like, you're treating your partner, another human being, as just as an accessory. It's just whatever. But fucking, I guess people are fine with that. I guess people are fine with devaluing their relationship partners. And then these are the same kind of people who get nervous during marriage. They get, their wedding day, and they're nervous, and they're like, oh, marry thing. It's like, well, fucking yeah. If you're committing to marrying what you consider to be an object, a beneficial object to you, who you call your boyfriend, then yeah, committing to that is pretty scary, because you're of the mindset that you gotta fucking replace it when it breaks. That's your mindset. And then, marriage, obviously not these days, but in the past, marriage was kind of this lock-in deal where it's like, oh, you can't get a new one once you've committed to this one, right? It'd be like if I married my PlayStation, and it's like, okay, when my PlayStation breaks, I can't throw it away and I can't get a new one, right? These people view relationships in the same way. It's like, obviously with a PlayStation, you never do that. But in a relationship, people do. It's like, it's the ultimate disassociation, right? Because you're treating your partner like an object, but you're also marrying your partner like a human being. So it's like your partner has become both an object that is advantageous to you, but then also a different human being with their own value, with their own wants and needs. It doesn't make any sense, right? It's this dissonance. Right? It's this paradox or whatever, right? In the same sense, you wouldn't marry your PlayStation, you wouldn't marry your Nintendo Switch, you wouldn't marry your mattress, even if it gets old or whatever, right? You're not gonna do any of this, right? Which is why relationships can't be viewed as objects. Relationships can't be viewed as objects or as beneficial things or as status symbols or as anything like that, and that's where the conditional love ruins the actual love of it. So I don't know, it's stupid. But anyway, what I was talking about before with like people get excited, or people notice the like the kids who are like obnoxious or who are loud spoken or whatever. It's because they expect, or it's because they are intrigued and they're interested in that person. Oh, what's this person like? Oh, they're being so obnoxious. Oh my gosh, I hate them. But why are they being like that? And then they get invested, and they start thinking about these things, and then they fall in love, or whatever, right? It's not fall in love, right? None of this is real love, right? It's infatuation. They get infatuated. Only because this person is interesting. This person is an interesting thing that could bring excitement and value to my life, and also I'm supposed to date people, so therefore I will get in a relationship with this person to find out the more exciting things about him or whatever. It's like girls who date the mysterious guy, right? I've talked about that before. The girls date the mysterious guy in order to, the brooding, mysterious, dark guy or whatever, to try to figure him out, because he's so interesting, because there's all these things you don't know about him or whatever, right? And then the instant that they, spend enough time with him or date him for long enough and they figure it all out, they learn, they reach the end of the story, they break up. Because he's no longer interesting to them, because they figured it out. Because they dated him in the first place, not out of love. Not because they wanted to be with him forever, but just simply because they wanted to finish reading the book that was his personality and his life story. And they reached the end of the book, they figured it all out, and then now they're bored and they want to go on to the next one. These are the kind of girls who, these are the ones you'd call a chronic dater, right? So, somebody who simply dates just as like a means of getting to know people, not as a means of finding love, right? There's a giant difference, which should be obvious, but anyway, it's disgusting. It's so gross. And, that's not what dating is. If you want to get to know somebody because they're interesting, then go ahead. But don't call it a relationship. Certainly don't fucking sleep with the dude. Like, but that's how women acquire information, I guess, right? If I'm allowed to be a little sexist here, is that, oh, how do you find out about a dude? Well, you get close to him. Well, how do you get close to him? Well, you fucking sleep with him, right? And then, when you have sex, he's going to be vulnerable, and he's going to tell you some deep, dark secret, and then you can feel special about the fact that, oh, only you know about that. Oh, only you know because he had sex with you, or whatever. It's like, it's manipulative. Oh, first of all, it's manipulative, right? But this is the sort of manipulation that people will say that's okay. Oh, it's okay for girls to sleep with a guy just to find out more about him, just to make him a little more vulnerable and open up to her. No, it's not okay. It's manipulative, and I know guys who feel manipulated by these kind of girls, and the feelings that they get from it are real, and they're really negative. And, sometimes it's traumatizing. But no one cares, right? No one cares. No one cares about guys. But this shouldn't even be like whatever. But that's what it is. Or a guy will, do the same thing with a girl. He'll like chase the girl and try to date her and try to get to know her and all this sort of stuff. And maybe they'll end up sleeping with each other, and she'll become comfortable around him. But then he's just using her because he's bored, right? And it's the same thing, right? The girls are bored, the guys are bored. And they both go after interesting people, and they even date them, but not out of love or out of intention to spend the rest of their life with the person. They just do it because they're bored and that's what they want to do at the time. So it's terrible. It's so gross to me, but it's disgusting to me. But the thing is, most people are like that. Most people are like that. I can't escape this. Most people have to be entertained by the person that they're in a relationship with. I can't escape this. It's so hard to find somebody who doesn't need that, who has I guess what you'd call conservative values. Just fucking somebody who doesn't care about any of that. You want to know about an interesting, mysterious character? Go read a book. Go read a book. There's plenty of mystery, crime, drama books out there. I mean, fucking, if my wife was interested in that stuff, if my partner was interested in that stuff, she could read all the books all day, every day, whatever. I don't care if that's going to satisfy her curiosity. As long as she doesn't expect me to be an interesting book character like that. Because that's what it is. A lot of relationships, one person expects their partner to be this interesting person. So they're not going to be that interesting of a person. A character in a book is interesting because the book took you a week to read. And there's only that much material, and then the book ends, and then you can go pick up a different one. A week-long book. Do you really expect somebody who's going to be in a relationship with you for 80 years to be as interesting as that week-long book? No, they can't be. They can't be as interesting as a book for their entire lives. There's no way. There's no way. But people expect that. People expect that. And then people, get into relationships being like, okay, well, I got with the most interesting person I could find, and I'm just going to settle down with them. Well, that's not good either, because you got with somebody based off of how interesting they were. If you settle down with them and marry them and have a house and kids with them, and grow old together, then they're going to stop being interesting because you're going to figure them out and they're going to become predictable and you're going to become predictable to them, and both of you are going to run out of energy to keep the relationship exciting if that's what you're trying to go for. And then it's going to be the end, and then you're going to spend the next I'm going to say that's going to take 5 years to do. So you're going to then spend the next 75 years or 55 years or however long people live for being bored. You're going to spend the next few decades being bored until you either leave the relationship or until one of you dies, thank God. So it's like, why is a relationship that's based off of how interesting you find it to be with the person or to be in the relationship isn't going to work, because you're basing the relationship off of the entertainment value of the other person. But people run out of entertainment value. I mean, even the most interesting people on the planet still live the majority of their lives in being boring, right? Stand-up comedians take weeks to come up with their material, with their jokes for a 20-minute stand-up comedy session. The authors who wrote those books that are super interesting, or who wrote the shows that are like really engaging and have really interesting characters, those authors took months or years to write that book or to write that movie script. Those years that they took to write that stuff for your 1 week of entertainment reading this book, or your 2 hours of entertaining movie time, 2 hours of entertainment for a movie could have 3 years of tedium and boredom to back it up. But people these days don't understand that, because we spend our whole lives consuming interesting content, right? Because when one movie ends, you can watch the next one. You watch a movie tonight, that's like 3 years of multiple people's work and effort that you just watched and consumed and finished in 2 hours. Think about that. 3 years of somebody's work and effort that you finished in one night. And then maybe you went to bed and you thought about the movie, but then tomorrow you're going to get up and go to work and then come home and watch a different movie. That's another 3 years worth of somebody's life. In fact, if you evaluated, okay, I'm 27 right now, right? I've probably played maybe 200 or 300 video games. Probably more than that, but we'll say 100 video games that I've played. It's way more than that, but let's say I've played 100 video games, okay? And I watched 100 anime, and I've seen maybe 50 movies, because I'm not a movie guy, and the books, I've read like so little amount of books that is inconsequential. Well, let's say that, okay? Each video game takes like 2 years to develop on average, all right? 2 years per video game. I've played 100 of them. Let's say I played 100 of them. I've probably played close to like 400 of them, but let's say I've played 100 video games. Each video game took 2 years to develop on average. That's 200 years of people's effort. Plus the 50 movies that I've watched, that's another 2 years each that those took to develop. So 2 times 50 is 100. So that's another 100 years. And then the anime, I've watched 100 anime, and each of those took 1 year, I think. Let's say 1 year to produce, because a lot of them are 12-episode series, but let's say they each took 1 year, which is a vast understatement. So it's another 100 years. So in my 27 years of living... So in the past, okay, well, I didn't start playing video games till I was like 7, realistically, so, and doing all that. So in the past 20 years, I have consumed 400 years of content, 400 years of people's work in the past 20. That's how you think about it. It took people 400 years of effort and labor, and that's not just one person, that's a lot of people on each project, each video game, each movie, each anime. 400 years of labor that I've consumed in 20. That's insane. That's absolutely insane to think about. And I honestly think that I'm like in the middle of the spectrum there. There are people who are out there who've watched like 1,000 anime and who have played like 500 video games and who are movie buffs and who've watched like every movie since the 60s, right? So, you know, well, of course, then there's other people who haven't done that much, but you think about that. In the past 20 years, I alone have consumed 400 years of people's hard work and effort. And that was just to keep myself entertained. Can you imagine if I put that same expectation onto my girlfriend? Oh, you know, baby, you gotta, you know, this relationship's kind of boring. Can you entertain me? You know, or can you know, can we do something interesting or whatever? Saying that is putting the expectation onto her or onto him, if you're a girl, of saying, I have had 400 years worth of people's entertaining ideas for me to consume throughout my life. 400 years of it. And now I'm bored, I'm putting that expectation onto you. You should be able to, you alone as one person should be able to be as interesting as those 400 years of entertainment that I've been given. That's the kind of expectation that you're putting onto a single human being. Are they going to be able to fulfill that? No, fucking course not. They're one person, they haven't even been alive that long, much less have put any effort towards anything like that. And even if they have, it would be a singular person putting in singular effort towards a singular thing. And so, of course, you're not going to get that entertainment value, right? Why would I look to my wife and expect an Oscar-winning movie out of her? Why would I look to my wife and expect, like, you know, as much entertainment out of her as, like, me playing Elden Ring, which was, you know, a company of 1,000 Japanese dudes developing what is the best video game of all time? Why would I expect anything close from her to that? Do you guys see where the flaw is in expecting your romantic partner to entertain you, to be interesting to you? There's no way that any one human being, even the best human being, can live up to that standard. There's no way. It's physically impossible. As far as time goes, it's impossible. Yeah, I could give her 400 years head start. I'm going to be dead by then. She's going to be dead by then. Our great-great-grandchildren are going to be dead by then, and my entire extended family will not have even produced a fraction of the amount of entertainment that I'm able to consume in a single year. It's just unfathomable. It's infeasible to expect any kind of entertainment value even comparable to what you'd get in the rest of life. That's where I draw the line, but that's what it is. That's where I draw the line. I don't expect my relationship partner to be interesting. I don't expect them to be a fucking dead fish all the time, but they should be. A relationship isn't about the entertainment value. It's not about how interesting they are. That's what it is. That's my whole point with this. Because if you based it off of how interesting the person is, you will never be satisfied no matter who you date. Which is why people who hold that standard of, I get bored in a relationship, they're bouncing from relationship to relationship because they learn, somebody who goes out with an interesting person, they can learn everything that's interesting about that person in like 2 months. They date them for 2 months, they learn everything about that person, and then they break up and move on to the next one. That's how these people work. And then you have people who have like, oh yeah, I've been in like 100 relationships. It's like, yeah, because you looked at it as an entertainment. You looked at relationships like how I look at video games, or like how I look at anime, right? You watch one, you find it interesting, you leave a review, and you go on to the next one, right? Oh yeah, I remember girlfriend number 47. She was interesting, a little crazy there, but that's because of the childhood drama. You could write a whole fucking short story on this person's life, and or you could write a whole novel on this person's life. But then you're gonna move on to the next one. It's like people will look at these people. They look at relationships like it's interesting entertainment. But you can't look at a relationship like that. You cannot look at a relationship like that. If you want to get to know people, get to know people. But, for the entertainment value even, whatever, right? Don't fucking date them. That's my whole point, is don't date them. Don't give somebody who you find interesting the impression that you're actually in it for a relationship. Because you're not. You're not in it for a relationship. You're in it for a TV show. Or you're in it for a freaking video game, right? You're in it for just the raw entertainment value that one human being brings to you until you get bored and leave. And a lot of people, guys and girls, have been manipulated like that and then left to the dust because one person, two people will start dating. One person in the relationship wants a life partner and is trying to see, okay, this person's interested in me, let's see if they're, let's see if I can marry them. Let's see if the relationship works out. I'm really glad that maybe I found my soulmate. And then person number 2 is like, I'm just interested in this person and I want to get to know them. And then once they get boring, I'm going to leave. That's what person number 2 is like. So one person is looking for a life partner and the second person is looking for entertainment. They're looking for entertainment. And they weren't willing to turn on Netflix. So instead they gotta go out and date some poor sap that they found slightly interesting, and then try to. And then extract as much value as they can out of the relationship, and then they break up. And then person number 1's all sad. They're like, oh, I guess they got bored of me. And then their ego is crushed. Their self-confidence is crushed because they're like, oh, I just wasn't interesting enough to keep my partner around. That's why they broke up with me. But it had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with that. What it was is that the person you were dating was an asshole. They were a jerk. Because they're looking at people as human beings as entertainment value and not as potential life partners, right? The person you were dating didn't want a life partner. People who put on their online profiles that they're interested in short-term dating, this is what it is. They want a short-term dating. They're interested in getting to know the person as if they're a TV show character, and then they're also interested in the sex and the little bit amount of intimacy and compassion that comes in a short-term relationship. And then once they get bored, which is anywhere from 1 to 6 months into the relationship, then they break up. They just break up. Oh, I'm bored, or oh, I found somebody else. Bye-bye. That's what they say. And it's all of this, right? All of this is veiled. It's behind the scenes. It's read between the lines of people's intention in their relationships. For the life of me, growing up, I could not find anybody who didn't think this way. I couldn't find anybody, especially in high school, I couldn't find anybody who was looking towards the future. Because even as a fucking freshman in high school, right, when I'm 14 or 15 years old, the only thing I'm thinking about is not necessarily I want a girlfriend as in in the typical guy sense of I just want a cute, hot girl to give me kisses and sex and whatnot. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about the long term. As a fucking freshman in high school, I was thinking I want somebody to marry. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about marriage. I was thinking about I just want to spend my entire life with one person who understands me and who I enjoy being around. And that's it. That's all I thought about, right? It would be unconditional love. If I had ever found that, it would have been unconditional love. And again, they can't just be a dead fish in the relationship, but, just plopped on there and not speaking a word or whatever, like, ever. But they don't have to be the most interesting person in the world either. They just have to fucking, like, my only requirement is that they respond when I say something to them. That's it. That's all that it is. They don't ever have to strike up a conversation. They don't have to ever do something. They just have to not be bored when there are boring moments. That's what it is. That's all. That's the only requirement that I had, is that they just have to not act like this is a boring relationship when there are quiet moments. We should, just by virtue of being in a relationship, we should just be able to sit in the same room together in silence and enjoy ourselves in that capacity. And just enjoy that. Life doesn't have to be entertaining. The thing is, like, I'm somebody with a short attention span who needs entertainment. I'm not going to look towards my relationship partner to find that. Guess what? There's plenty of anime out there. There's plenty of video games. There's plenty of movies and TV shows and books. God, there's so many books. Why do you guys think old people read all the time? It's because life's boring. And they want something interesting to happen, so they read a book. That's fine. That's fine. I'll buy fucking 2 copies of every book that I'm we get interested in and we read together. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Why would I care? It's like, go to the library, right? Why do you think people get library cards? Being in a relationship it's not about being entertained or your partner being interesting. It's about being able to find interesting and entertaining things with your partner. That's what life should be about. And again, it doesn't have to be like that. But you don't have to find interesting things with your partner, right? You can both just do fucking farm work 12 hours a day and raise kids and go to church. What do people in the countryside do? Do drugs. But yeah, you could have just a completely boring life. That's totally fine. But as long as you're fine with it. But the thing is, these days, most people aren't fine with it. In fact, most girls at my high school, or most people at my high school in general, they weren't thinking about marriage. I couldn't find anyone who was thinking about marriage. I had my whole life set up, right? I was like, okay, I'm just going to do whatever, but I want a girl to marry. That's all it is. I want a girl that's like of the same mindset as I am. But no one was. Everyone was so focused on, I gotta do my career. I'm only gonna date interesting people. I'm gonna wait till I'm 30 to think about marriage. It's terrible. I hate it. But again, it all comes back to that concept of, people find others who stand out to be the most interesting, so that's what it is. Anyway, why did I start talking about that, though? You hate it with a passion. Oh, yeah. Because I was talking about how Jump King is such an infuriating game, but it's a good game because it induces those emotions into you, so that therefore it makes it interesting, which is fine for a video game to be, for a video game to be judged on its entertainment value, because the whole point of it, you're not marrying the video game. The video game isn't another person to whom you should unconditionally love. It's a fucking video game, right? So it should be judged for its entertainment value. From my perspective, each thing serves its purpose. Video games, books, movies, anime, TV shows, those are supposed to be entertaining, right? If I find one that's entertaining, great. If I find one that's boring, well, that sucks. I don't like it. A person doesn't serve those purposes, right? A human being who you're interested in, or who, I shouldn't even use the word interested in, because it's ingrained in our language now, right? To be interested in somebody shouldn't mean that they have to be interesting. You guys see what I'm saying? To be interested in somebody doesn't mean that they have to be interesting. It just means that you want to be in a relationship with them. So, but that's the thing. It's human beings aren't a point of interest. Human beings that you bond with aren't a point of interest. Right? We as people, we as individuals need certain things. We need to be entertained. We need to survive, right? So we need food and water and shelter. We need to be comfortable. So like a comfy bed, no physical pain, indoor plumbing, I don't know, comfy PJs, right? You know, wrap yourself up in blankets and comfy PJs as you sit on the windowsill as the sky is gloomy and the rain pitter patters on the glass of the window, and you're cuddled up in your blankets with a hot cup of cocoa and some cheese, because I've recently found taken interest in eating hot chocolate with cheese, so believe it or not. But I used to be so against that, but then I tried it and it's all right. It's all right. Hot chocolate and cheese both have dairy in them, so I don't have a fun time on the toilet afterwards, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so something like that's comfy, right? So you try to, you know, you don't work too much, right? That's comfy. You don't work at all, that's really comfy. And then there's, you know, so humans have their survival, and then they have their comfort, and then they have their entertainment, right? And so I don't categorize relationships in entertainment, obviously, right? I just went a whole rant about that. But I don't categorize them in survival either. I categorize relationships more towards like the comfort side of it, right? It's like being with a girl who like understands me is gonna relieve me of feelings of loneliness, right? Obviously, to survive and to be entertained, I don't need a relationship partner, but in order to be comfortable, I do. That's sort of how I classify it. But I think there is a fourth category of like love. You need like people to care about you and stuff, but and the word people is ambiguous as well. You could just have one person. You could just have just yourself. So I guess there's really four categories. There's survival, comfort, entertainment, and the love of others. So that's what people kind of strive for. So anyway, as far as the love of others, I only need the one relationship partner to fulfill that. But the relationship partner goes into the love of others. Some people, you know, it's the love of others, and they have good parents and a solid group of friends, and that's all they need, right? Some people are just alone, and they're so numb to the fact that people don't like them that they're just fine with their own company, right? They're just fine being by themselves. And I know a lot of people who are like that, and it's very sad, but because they've kind of given up on life. And like I've said before, I said this a while ago, you don't actually want to be alone. You just think that you want to be alone as a coping mechanism to the fact that you have to be alone, right? It's a survival tactic. You've adapted to the fact that you're not going to get any human companionship. So, baby Jesus. Well, and so, God, I was going to say something. I forgot. Darn it. But yeah, it's a survival tactic because you're spending so much of your life by yourself or whatever. It's a matter of giving up. The thing is, for me, I haven't given up yet. I don't want to give up. That's like one of the things that I want in life. But so I'm not going to give up. But other people have. But I don't know. It's sad to see. I'm reminded of it a lot. So not of my own. I guess I am, but just of the fact that people have to live like this. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, a relationship definitely falls into the love of others, sort of. aspect. Some people try to classify it under entertainment. I just ranted about that. It's not good. But to view relationships as entertaining. For me, relationships should be care of others, and the love of others, and right, that feeds into your acceptance and your self-worth as a human. If others accept you, and then it also feeds into the comfort, and then it contributes to the comfort category as well. I feel comfy when I have somebody with me who I can spend my time with and who I can just talk to or whatever. So that's comfy. I guess this stream is a substitute for that. Yeah. Anyway, and people, with relationships, people are like, oh, you shouldn't value yourself based off of what others think of you. You should just, you should just love yourself and learn to love yourself and live with yourself and do things for you and stuff. And that is good advice. If you're trying to cope with being alone, that's what it is. People dismiss other people's loneliness because, just by saying that, oh, well, you should try to love yourself anyway, or whatever. And the people giving that advice are people who have never had to go through the loneliness, who have never had to spend most of their life single, or most of their life with no friends, or most of their life without loving family or anything like that, right? The people who are giving this sort of advice are very, I guess, privileged in that aspect, where they don't, I say privileged, but really I mean they don't understand the suffering that you're going through. If you're lonely and you're feeling feelings of loneliness, and they're not just fleeting, they're not just, oh, I didn't get invited to that party last night or whatever, or oh, my friends are all unavailable and I'm bored, right? It's not that kind of lonely. It's nobody's ever loved me, or it's nobody ever in my life loves me. It's that kind of loneliness, and it's an attack on your self-worth, because you're like, oh, nobody likes me. I want people to like me, but they don't. I want to find a girlfriend, but I can't. I must be worthless, and so people will respond to those lonely people by saying like, oh, you shouldn't, oh, you shouldn't tie your self-worth to other people, you shouldn't be trying to get other people's approval, you should just be living for yourself and giving yourself, and living for yourself, and you're the most important person in your life, and yada yada, right? And the thing is, it's not like that, because when you're not basing your self-worth off of other people, it's not necessarily like that. It's you can't get what you want, which is human companionship, and so you see that failure to acquire that as a failure of you. You have failed at something so critical in your life as to finding a romantic partner, that you perceive yourself as worthless simply based off of your incapability of finding romance. That's what it is. And so people who are saying, oh, you shouldn't tie your self-worth to other people, it's like, you're not. You're tying your self-worth to your own successes, which are zero. So, if somebody fails at doing their job, then they're worthless for that job, right? So in the same sense, if somebody fails at finding a relationship, then they're worthless in finding a relationship. But if you don't necessarily need that one job to survive, you can go get a different one. Or you can go live off in the woods, or you can enlist in the army, whatever. There are other options for jobs. Human companionship, though? There's not other options. What's your other option? Get a pet? Like that's not really a good substitute. You fail at getting a human companionship, and you need human companionship, then you can't get it, then you have failed. And you have failed at providing a basic need for yourself. And so you are therefore worthless in that aspect. And so of course those feelings of worthlessness are going to come up. And those feelings of worthlessness are going to have a big impact on you, because you are worthless. You are incapable of doing something that you so desperately want. That's why feelings of loneliness of like long-term loneliness can cause depression and can cause insecurity and self-worth issues and can even lead to like suicide. It's because you feel broken as a human being, that you can't be fixed, that, you know, that such a fundamental part of you is broken. The fundamental part being you need to get in a relationship, and you can't find a relationship. You can't find a romantic partner. You can't find somebody to care and love about, to care about and love you. So, that's where you failed as a human being, right? If you weren't able to open your mouth to be able to eat food, you would have failed on surviving as a human being. People who can't hold down a job are considered failures of a human being. But for some reason, when we talk about failing getting a relationship or a romantic partner or getting anybody to actually give a damn about us, then we try to deflect the problem. We try to say, oh, well, it's not that bad. Oh, well, you shouldn't tie yourself worth to other people. They're trying to deflect the issue. And it's the people who are trying to deflect the issue are the ones who have never had to experience this. They've always been able to get friends or get a relationship partner, you know, be loved by somebody. And it's a complete lack of, so it's advice that comes from a complete lack of understanding. You can't accept advice from somebody who doesn't understand what you're going through. That's what it is. Because their advice is not coming from a place that's going to be helpful to you. It's the same as like pickup artists, because I was super into like the pickup artist culture back in 2013. God, 9 years ago now. I was really looking into that and learning like, oh, how could I pick up girls or whatever. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to get laid. In fact, most of the guys who were doing it didn't necessarily want to get laid. They wanted to find a relationship partner. Most of the guys who failed at it were the ones who wanted to get a relationship partner. Because the dudes who just wanted sex were able to succeed at it, right? They were able to pick up girls using their tactics and have one-night stands and all of that. And so, you know, the advice in pickup artists, if you guys don't know, a pickup artist is a guy who goes out to bars and clubs and uses certain like psychological tactics in order to get women to like him romantically, or at least sexually, get her like sexually excited and make her want to sleep with him, things like that. That's what a pickup artist was. And they presented it like you were learning magic, right? You're learning a magic trick with these girls. And I mean, obviously that's only half the case. I mean, human beings in general can be manipulated fairly easily, I might add. But it's, you know, so the main purpose of, the main appeal of it was, oh, you know, you're just, you know, if you're a loser guy who can't get a girlfriend, well, here's a way to get a girlfriend. That was the appeal of it, and that's what attracted so many guys to, you know, try to be pickup artists. But the premise of it was, do these things to get laid. Most of the guys who succeeded at being pickup artists were the ones who just wanted to get laid. They just wanted one-night stands. They just wanted to be one and done with these girls, or maybe short-term dating, but that's it. Like, most of the guys who failed were the ones who wanted serious relationships. Or, you know, they were like me. They just wanted one girl to like care about them and to want to spend her life with them. Why was it like that? The advice, well, basically the advice that was given by the pickup artists, the mentors and the teachers and all that, was the advice was that, oh, you've got to not care. You've got to not be emotionally invested in these girls. That's typically what it was. If you weren't emotionally invested, then it didn't, well, first of all, it didn't matter if you failed with one girl, you could just go on to the next, but also the tricks that they were using were geared towards just picking up girls, not necessarily keeping them. So for guys who just wanted to pick up girls and that was it was great. But the advice applied. But for guys who, and the advice applied because they were going for girls who just wanted to be picked up. You go to the club or the bar as a girl, and more likely than not, you're gonna be fine going home with some guy and over to his apartment that night. That's typically, kind of half drunk as well. That's typically how things went, right? It was, one tactic isn't going to win with everybody, right? Different people have different desires. So you go to a bar or a club or whatever, or out, on the nights, at night in Hollywood or whatever, right? Downtown. And you're only meeting people who want the same thing that you supposedly do, which is to go home and fuck each other. For guys who went to pick up artists who learned this stuff in order to pick up girls, for the guys who went to this in order to get into a long-lasting relationship, a serious relationship, this wasn't good advice. None of this was good advice, because it was advice on how to get a one-night stand, and a lot of these dudes didn't want a one-night stand. They're like me. They want a serious relationship. They want to find one girl and give her a ring. I mean, you're not like. I mean, that's it. That's like, so it's a difference, right? It's different, And a lot of these dudes, they're not going to want to marry a girl who goes out to the club every night. Some of them might not know that they don't want to marry a girl like that. They might think, oh, I'm so desperate I'll marry anybody. But the thing is, I say that because they're not going to be compatible. Some nice dude who's very passive and who's kind of boring, right, as most people eventually get, but these dudes kind of start off like that. They're not going to be compatible with a girl who goes to the bar and the club every night, because a girl who goes out like that is looking for entertainment. She's looking for something interesting to happen. She's looking to be wooed by somebody and, go home with him and then leave the next morning. That's what she's looking for. A dude who wants a serious relationship isn't looking for that. And so the compatibility based off of their values alone are going to be off. So even if these dudes completely rewire their personalities and their talking styles and, appealed to these girls, at the end of the day, they would only get one-night stands, and they'd be able to sleep with 100 girls throughout their lifetimes, but at the end of the day, they'd still end up lonely. The pickup artist guys who were serious about it, who were like really into it, and who just wanted to pick up girls, these were the kind of guys who are going to be unmarried at like age 40 or age 50, and they're still going to be out there. They're still going to be sleeping with people, right? If it's not the young party loving college girls like when they're younger, it's going to, later in life, they're going to be picking up like single moms, and they're going to be picking up I guess like drug addicts off the street, and girls who are very easy, because all age groups, there are girls who are pretty easy to get something like that with. But again, these women don't necessarily want like a long-term relationship. And so a pickup artist who's only interested in sex, he's barking up the right tree, right? He's going for people who want exactly what he wants, and he just has to get socially socially proficient enough in order to accomplish his goals, right? To be interesting for a night, right? But the problem was that the whole point of me talking about this is that advice did not apply and was not good advice. Pickup artist advice was not good. Did not serve well to the guys who didn't want that. That's what it is. And that's an example of, even if you present something as like, okay, we have similar goals in mind, right? Pickup artists, right? Both the dudes who wanted to sleep around and the dudes who wanted serious relationships, they're, on paper, their objective of getting a girl was the same. But it was the capacity at which they wanted it where their values differed. One group wanted to get many girls for one night each, and then the other group wanted to get one girl for the rest of his life. And so those two, inherently, those values clash with each other, and obviously it's not going to be the same kind of girls, right? And the same kind of tactics aren't necessarily going to work. So and it's unfortunate because a lot of these dudes who wanted serious relationships tried the pickup artist tactics, and it didn't work out for them. They noted that, okay, maybe they were able to sleep with a couple of girls, but these girls were really trashy and slutty, and it's not people who they would want to like spend their lives with. So it was, you know, a point of regret for them, or a point of contention or whatever. But yeah, it's the fact that one person giving advice to another isn't necessarily going to be giving good advice. Because in order for advice to be good, the two people, the giver and the receiver, have to be coming from the same place in life. They have to want the same thing in regards to that advice. So the pickup artist thing, the pickup artists gave advice to these lonely dudes for how to pick up girls, but it didn't apply. Right? And then the guys would say like, oh, I just want a serious relationship. And the pickup artists would be like, yeah, it'll work for serious relationships too. But the thing is, it wasn't going to. The pickup artists had never been in a serious relationship in their life. And so, therefore, they wouldn't know. They just assumed that whatever they're talking about is definitely true, right? Because it's them who's talking. They're the greatest people on the planet, right? And you have to be that overly cocky. I'm not even exaggerating. You have to be that overly cocky in order to be a pickup artist. It's kind of sick. I mean, you show pickup artist tactics to any normal person, and they're either gonna cringe or they're gonna like look at it in disgust. It's some of the stuff gets really bad, but I mean, I've seen so much on it and watched so many like documentaries and stuff. I've looked into this a lot, but at least at the time. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm just any advice that I hear, I have to look at it objectively rather than just take it at its word. When people say, so let's bring this around again. When people say, "Oh, you gotta, you gotta just, if you're lonely, you just gotta learn to love yourself and be okay with yourself and don't base your own self-worth on other people." A lot of people take that advice, but what ends up happening is that they take that advice, they become overly cocky or confident or whatever, and they still feel lonely. Because the thing is, inherently, if you have feelings of long-term loneliness, it's because you as a human being desire companionship. If you are not getting that companionship, then it doesn't matter what you think about yourself. You're still not getting that companionship, and you still see yourself as a failure of a person for not getting a companionship. Maybe you see yourself as less of a failure, but you're still going to have feelings of, maybe you're not going to feel worthless, but you're still going to feel like some part of your life sucks. That's what it is. And I don't think anybody's worthless for not getting into a relationship, right? That's just a self-perception thing. It draws into insecurity. I think more so that you have to focus on the feelings of loneliness. Why do I feel lonely? Well, I want a relationship partner. Well, why don't you have one? Well, because I can't get one. Nobody likes me or whatever. It's like, obviously that's not the case. there are 7 billion people on this planet. There's a girl who likes you, or there's a guy who likes you. At least there's a person who likes you. Or there's ways to make people like you, I guess. If you want to get into that territory. A lot of guys typically, these are nice guys, they'll complain about, oh, I want, some girl to just love me for who I am, and yada yada. It's valid. But nobody's gonna love somebody who isn't willing to talk to them. No, nobody's gonna love somebody who they don't know. So while you can keep your original personality, you have to have ways of presenting yourself, right? Like when I meet new people, I have to express myself a lot. I can't be one of those people who's just, oh, I'm shy at first, but then I'll open up. I open up once you get to know me. No, I have to open up like right now. And then they'll get to know me. And then they can decide if they want to be with me or not. And then I can decide if I want to be with them or not, right? But you have to express yourself. You have to at least express the intent that you have in having a conversation with somebody. Because right now, these days, it's so hard to find somebody who's even just looking for a relationship in the first place. You can meet somebody who's your soulmate, but they're just not looking for a relationship right now, so there you go, and then you disconnect and you never see each other again, and then God has cursed both of you with eternal loneliness because the other person just doesn't feel like it right now, I guess. So, but whatever, right? It's many such cases. It's just, I don't know. A lot of people just use that as a coping mechanism. Oh, I can't find love, so therefore I just won't want love anymore. But you still want love. You still don't want to be lonely or whatever. It's just people mistake having self-worth as not needing a relationship. That's what it is. That's what I wanted to say. People mistake having self-worth as the equivalent of not needing a relationship. You can be the most... you look at fucking, celebrities or whatever, right? They're the most, confident, successful, charismatic people in the country. A celebrity is. They still get in a relationship and they get married. Why? Oh, because they can. Well, yeah, you can do something, but if I had high self-worth, then I wouldn't need a relationship, right? Well, that's where the advice falls apart. In fact, most people who have good self-worth are in relationships or they get married. You don't see many people who have a high self-worth being single their whole lives. You don't. So why do these people get in relationships when supposedly they don't need to? Because they still want to. That's what it is. You still need the relationship, or you still want the relationship. Simply desiring a relationship has no reflection on how much or how little you feel about yourself. In fact, there are people out there who get married to somebody who loves them, and these people still hate themselves. Self-worth has nothing to do with you wanting or needing to be in a relationship. Like I explained earlier, it's you feel worthless because of your inability to get into a relationship. Not because you're thinking, oh, other people don't like me, so therefore I suck, right? Not many people consciously think that, or even if you do consciously think that, it's not that. What it is, it's that you perceive other people not liking you as a personal failure. I I had the objective for people to like me, and I have failed at that objective. And since I have failed, I am a failure. There you go. That's what the logic is. And even if you don't consciously think that, it's a subconscious thing. I have failed at getting something that I so desperately need, which is companionship. And so therefore I have failed myself. That's where your self-worth plummets. Fixing that does not mean, oh, I don't need relationships anymore. No, fixing that does is just all you need to do, really, all you need to do in order to fix that mindset is just simply think, you know, there's people out there who are compatible with me. It's a very small percentage of people, but there are people, hey, maybe it's one person who's compatible with me on this planet. I just haven't found them yet. So, I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I thought I was worthless. I thought that, only one person likes me in life and I screwed up, so. Because I'm a shitty person or whatever. It's. No. Somebody out there exists for you and is compatible with you and is going to enjoy you through all of your flaws and all of your imperfections, and they're still going to like you. But you just haven't found them yet, because they are so exceedingly rare, because human beings have such a variety about them, especially in America. I mean, you could find hundreds of different kinds of people in America whose influences and personality and growing up, childhoods and all of that have influenced them to think a certain way and to be compatible with a certain kind of relationship. And people of all kinds are getting into relationships with each other. So that's all it is. And then you think like, okay, there's somebody out there for me. It's just I haven't found them yet. You can start thinking about, okay, how am I going to find them? But it's a challenge. But it's not an attack on your self-worth that, you're not able to find somebody who's compatible with you. It's just that you haven't found them yet. That's what it is. And then at that point, it becomes a numbers game. Well, how many tens of thousands of people do I have to meet before I find somebody who I hit it off with? I mean, good fucking luck on that front. But again, this has nothing to do with self-worth. Self-worth is a completely separate issue from you getting into a relationship. And it's not like, oh, the moment I start loving myself, people are going to like me again. No, it's none of that. I mean, maybe for guys it is, a little bit, I guess. You can't wallow in your self-pity forever. But it's the fact that you can't devalue yourself for your inability to get a relationship, because it's not the fact that you weren't able to get a relationship. Well, that's all it is. Hey, if you think you're shitty in, other ways, then sure, go ahead. But again, it's, as far as, relationships go, as far as, finding somebody who likes you goes, no matter what you are or what negatives you have or imperfections you have, somebody's going to like you. And somebody is going to like those in you, or not mind those in you, because you have other things to like or whatever. Even if you don't think there's a single good thing about you, other people would disagree. Other people will find the things in you that you didn't know you had. Or they'll see the things in you that you took for granted as positives. You guys would have a very hard time, or no, not that. I'm gonna rephrase that. You guys wouldn't believe. There we go. You guys wouldn't believe how hard it is to find somebody who pays other people a basic courtesy. You wouldn't believe how hard it is. So when I meet somebody who's polite and who is nice to others, I might compliment them on that. And they'll say, oh, well, you know, it's just a normal thing to do, right? And then I'll be sitting there thinking, no, it's not the normal thing to do. Most people don't do this. You don't realize how special you are, how unique you are, just for simply being polite to others. You don't, because most people, most Americans at least, are rude, cocky assholes who think selfishly, who just think selfishly and who think that they're the center of the planet. So to find somebody who doesn't think like that is a rarity. But, you know, it's these people who are, like, nice and polite who are typically the most insecure. And they think, oh, I have nothing good about myself. It's like, well, that's one thing already. You're nice and polite. Another good thing on that track is that you haven't fallen for American culture that is trying to convince everybody to be, you know, cocky jerks towards each other. You haven't fallen for that, right? You've distanced yourself from that at least a little bit. Or that hasn't appealed to you. It's not just a normal thing that you do naturally. It's a, you know, it's a core part of your personality that makes you special. And not, oh, you're so special, like a fucking Barney song. It's the fact that you're unique. You're somebody who I cannot find anywhere else. You're somebody who's displaying qualities and personality traits that are rare in this world. Right? Somebody, you know, even the most basic things, somebody is going to appreciate seeing them in you. That's what it is. And you know, people who are insecure, who have low self-worth, they don't realize that. Because to them, they've lived like that. I mean, it makes sense. To them, they've lived like that their whole lives. Oh, I've been this way my whole life. It's not anything special. Well, it's because it's not anything special to you. But to somebody else who has a hard time even finding somebody close to that, it's special to them. Right? And how this applies to me as well. I have certain things about me that I find either normal, familiar, or just downright weird, but somebody else might find them unique and endearing. I don't know what those qualities are. I don't know what somebody could like about me that sets me apart from other people, but I mean, there's probably some stuff, I guess. I don't know. I like to rant about things, I suppose. And I'm overly critical about things, and I like to, and I don't like other people, I guess. Those are things that you don't find in most humans. So I guess if somebody likes that about me and doesn't think I'm weird for it or anything, then there you go, right? There's something that they would value in me. I don't value it in myself. And that person might see me as more valuable than I see myself, but, you know, it's like, there's no reason for me to feel bad about being me, about having a personality or whatever, right? I mean, and again, it's the golden rule, right? As long as you're decent to other people, or you're decent to the people you want to be decent towards, and you actually have like a solid foundation of like desires and stuff, then you're fine, right? Then you're good to go. It's not like there aren't like all these this list of negative qualities that need to be stamped out of everybody. I mean, there is, but the people that I tend to interact with who I like as human beings, which is very few. But those kind of people, you know, they don't have any negative qualities. They don't have anything that, you know, it makes them a bad person or whatever. Maybe there's little things that irk me because of personal preference, but nothing like inherently wrong with them or whatever. They're not like evil people or anything. Because I know a lot of evil people. In fact, I can go outside my house and see a lot of evil people. There, and it's like, so when I find somebody who's not that, then it's like, then it's a miracle. I honestly feel like I have been blessed by God to have met somebody who isn't a cocky asshole in this country. Can you believe it? I hate people who are full of themselves. I hate it so much. But yeah, anyway, that's all I want to say about that. It's just another side of things. But yeah, um, I will talk about that other thing I was going to talk about earlier before I got on this topic. Um, in a couple of minutes, I do have to use the restroom though, guys. So I will be right back. Objective. I probably should have paused the game before I started talking. Now the timer says 10 hours. Oh well. breaded meat and like a fried taco to go down with. I could do that. That sounds fun. So I have to go shopping and smoke a lot. Maybe go Ralph's. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. But no grocery store for me. Oh my god. Yoko. Alright guys, I'm back. I missed phone call. From who? I don't recognize these numbers. Sabroso. Wait, what? Okay. Here we go. It's my birthday today. Greater than sign, W less than sign, Sparkle. So I wanted to announce something really special to me that I've been working on for nearly 2 years now. Wisp X Air, a new album with 12 tracks, comes May 14th. Yeah, it's pretty close. Album will prepare on YouTube. and Spotify. Cool. Oh my god. Freaking YouTube has been... God, freaking... You guys ever get, like, advertisements that, like, have nothing to do with you? I've been... I don't want to waste what's left. So chasing even us. I don't know the lyrics to the song. Oops. And on we'll go. There's wastelands to the highways. There's shadows to the sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands to the highways. And on we'll go. Bow, 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 now. Yeah, you guys ever get advertisements for stuff that like has absolutely nothing to do with you, but they keep showing you advertisements for it? And no, I'm not talking about freaking like, oh, like, God, what did I want? Like Nickelodeon, right? Or obviously, right, it's kids' channel, so they're gonna advertise to kids or whatever, right? I'm talking about like YouTube, because I watch YouTube on both my phone and PlayStation, and I can't get ad blocker on either one of those, so unfortunately. So, god dang it. Whatever. And on we'll go. Bam, 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 bam. This game is really cathartic to play. Like, I don't know, like yesterday it was my day off of stressing out about my work. So I forgot to talk about that too. God damn it. Preemptive, god damn it there. I got freaking... Why are you gay? And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. But yeah, I keep getting these advertisements of... oh wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, yesterday I was playing the Lonely Mountain bike game. And I was just doing the daily ride. But, Yoko, what are you doing? Just sit down. Just sit down. You're fine. Just sit. I was playing the Lonely Mountain game, and the daily ride was a course that that was like, you got to do the whole thing in like one try. So it's like a 3-minute section, right? I never passed it. And so I failed probably like, god damn it. Oh my god, okay. And so I failed like, god, I want to say like 100 times. I want to say I had like 100 different crashes. I was playing that for what felt like 2 hours. I believe I was playing for like 2 hours, and I never beat the map. But the thing is, playing that map, I had to play it over and over again. You know, because I would die and it'd send me back to the beginning of the course, and then I would have to go through a bunch of this stuff again, and then I would fail at like these simple parts like I am right now. Okay. I gotta remember what kind of jumps to make where. I say that and then I forget what kind of jump to make. Oh my... God damn it. God damn it. That's what I get for talking. Nah. Stupid ass game. And so anyway, I was doing repetitive. I was repeating the same parts of this bike course and failing at different parts, but because it was so hard. And so I never succeeded. I never beat it. I gave up. I was like, dude, I've wasted too much of my life on this. So I stopped. There's not much of a reward to actually beating those courses, the dailies. God, I just had the thought, because I was thinking, man, this is such a streamable game, because like Jump King is, because you're because you know it's like it's the kind of game where, like, you know, obviously nothing engaging is happening, so you want you know, you want people to watch, and you know it's the perfect opportunity to like talk about stuff and whatnot. Not for me specifically, right? I gotta pause the game and actually, like, you know, focus on what I'm saying if I have something to rant about. But you guys thought I was gonna rant there because I stopped playing the game, but I was just putting on a different song on my phone. God damn it. But yeah, I just had the thought where, because I was thinking about, okay, you know, there are probably people streaming this game or whatever. I want to go into people's streams and like give them a little donation, you know, whatever, right? It goes to a good cause, right? If somebody's streaming, they appreciate the donations and they're grateful for it, especially small-time streamers. But I want to go to a small-time streamer and donate them, like, I don't know, $2 or $5 or whatever. And because when you donate on a stream, there's a message that comes up, or you can put in like a custom message. So I would donate money, showing that, you know, I'm a donator, and then I would put the message, you know, I would put some message like, oh, you know, here's $5. I'll give you $100 more if you can beat the game in the next 30 minutes. And of course, it's going to have to be somebody who's never beat the game before, but who's gotten a decent amount. And so if I say a message like that, they'll know it's serious because, you know, I've donated, so I've shown that I'm willing to donate. Right? I'm not just some bozo in his chat. But and so then they're going to stress out because, you know, now there's a monetary incentive to him actually beating the game. And so he'll like, you know, the person will start stressing out, and, you know, they'll stress out at like every fall that they do and stuff. God damn it. It was either too short or too long of a jump. But I know that if God fucking damn it, dude. I know that if somebody did that in my stream, I'd start stressing out, right? I want that $100. God, come on. But then, you know, I'd be making all these mistakes like here because, you know, I'd be falling under the pressure or whatever. And then 30 minutes would go by and I would, you know, I wouldn't earn it. It'd have to be somebody who's not just going to dismiss it and be like, oh, I can't do it or whatever. Like, it has to be somebody who is messing up, but who thinks that they could actually, you know, beat the whole game in 30 minutes or whatever. Or who thinks that, okay, it would be possible for them to beat the game. Cause, you know, you go through in this kind of game, you go through every area once and you pretty much know it. It's just getting your jumps properly. I mean, the average completionist could beat this game in could beat this one level in 10 minutes. Okay, here's the accursed part. Hey, I got it. I got it. But yeah, I was going to mention something else. And on we'll go. Oh yeah, so anyway, with the ads, I've been... With the ads, I've been... Sorry guys, I thought I heard something. I've been, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, through the shadows and the sun rays, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Son of a... God dang it. It's too late. I knew it'd be too late. But I did it anyway. But yeah, I've been getting these stupid ads for, like, nail polish and, smooth face cream and stuff like that. It's so weird. And, like, hair dye. I've been getting... But it's, you know, it's all geared towards women. Because it's women in the commercials. And, you know, it's women talking about how great my skin is after this product. You know, to other women, right? It's... God. Okay. Oh, thank God I got to this section. Okay. But yeah, anyway, it's the stupidest stuff. It's like, I don't mind advertisements, but... Or, well, I do mind advertisements, but... If you're gonna advertise something to me, advertise something I'm gonna use. Right? All this wasted ad space, you know, they could be showing me things that I'd actually buy. I've seen ads that, like, I've almost bought stuff from. But, you know, because they're relevant to me, right? It's like, oh yeah, I do need an HDMI cable extender, you know, or whatever, right? It's like, or, oh, those, you know, bed sheets look really comfy or whatever. I don't know. Or, oh, I do want another idle, mobile game with cute anime cat girls. That is something that I want. How did Google know? I'm just kidding, guys. I've only seen one advertisement for cute anime cat girls in a mobile game. It's called, like, Legends of Time or something like that? I don't know. Anyway, it's one of those ones they're trying to advertise. Oh yeah, I've been really... But yeah, anyway, the advertisements suck. So, I want... the advertisements I mean, like, they suck. Like, I don't, you know, whatever, right? Like, the last relevant one that I got was on, like, Omen computers or whatever. The hell? Yeah, I've never gotten past the frontier, which is the part after this. Bargenberg. Oops. Do I have to do max power on that? I feel like max power isn't gonna... Oh, max power does do it. Okay, fine. Damn it. It's just max power there doesn't. Okay. Okay, max power at the edge. There we go. Max power there, but then lighter on that one. Okay. Oh. And on we'll go. What are you willing to lose? I've been getting a lot of electric skateboard advertisements though, so I think they are succeeding in their targeted advertising. So. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whispers, shout now. It's not a twist of the knife, a turn of the screw. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you. Arm yourself, the storm is coming. Now, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your affection looking back to pull you down. And are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. Something you and I, you'll bury your demons and tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. Fly, fly, phoenix fly. Oh, shoot. I shouldn't be singing on stream. It's probably annoying. What the hell? Once you're on that ledge, you gotta it's abandoned town, which is clearly abandoned and which no one lives in. Foreverably. Bada. Bargenberg. Hey, got it. No! Out alive. You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. Something you and I go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. I love this playlist. Oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, let we go, 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 let us heal and grow. We'll be alone, we're unstoppable. When we play to show what we're going for, this is what we know. Coming to life for some reason. Then nobody's gonna see it. Oh, why did we keep on? So we're holding on, and the race is fall. We'll rise up and we go the path that we believe in. But we're not gonna stop until we're reaching. Oh, why do you know is that we're moving on? We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. Oops. 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 His very existence encourages sin. Therefore, he must be eliminated. And the Lord Jesus will forgive me. For the stain of blood on my hands as I eradicate the threat of this world for the greater good. Oh, sorry guys. I was just thinking about somebody who needs to die. I don't know who it is. Ah, God damn it. As we watch the ocean waves, a button in a gaze among the sacred place. Close my eyes to hear the sound, feel my feelings off the ground. I want to fly away. Fly do 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 do. Do 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 do. God! That first... I forgot about that. That first jump is so hard, but then once you do it properly, then the second jump sucks. Well, shucks. As we watch the ocean waves, a buzzing in a gaze among the sacred place. Close my eyes to hear the sound, feel my feelings off the ground. I want to fly away. We fly away. Peaches and cream donuts. Let's go. What was I talking about? Advertising? Where's my fan? Oh my god, I'm so hot right now. Yeah, you are. Big pasta always be hot. Where's... Behind some neon lights, the flame to my mind. Gotta get up, start tonight. I wanna ride high, and try thyself, it's fine to be alone. There's to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking, no, no. The more I sleep, the more I'm sinking. Take me to the world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkiller. Somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started off. Boom, boom, do 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 leave me out of mouth. If you guys want a good music playlist to listen to, this is one of my favorites. This is Nightcore Gaming Mix 2019. There's a picture of, it looks like Hatsune Miku, because of the blue hair, and like the arcadey kind of feel. It's like an anime girl, but it's not actually Hatsune Miku, but it's like similar hairstyle, anime girl. I found myself, it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking, no, no. The more I sing, the more I'm sinking. Take me to the world of summer. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started off. Do 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 do. Kore wa tonkatsu. Oh my god. Ah. Oh. 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 Hey. Kore wa chigau. No! Unbelievable. I've been really like into nightcore music recently. Like back in my day, back in the day, nightcore music was like really edgy. And it was only like goth songs, like I guess like heavy metal and stuff like that. That's what I associated with. But now as an adult, I'm like, nightcore music isn't like that anymore. It's just, most nightcore music nowadays is just like very, it's just a sped up version of normal music. So, which I like. I don't know why I like it. Hey, I did it. No! 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 Why would they do that? Why would they allow that to happen? No, you son of a... Oh my god. If Jump King's so great, why can't I get it at GameStop? The #1 place to get all the latest hits and releases coming onto Xbox and PlayStation. Cool, I got the guy. Oh, son of a... Holy shit. Am I really supposed to get on top of that little stick? I was about to say little dick. It kind of reminds me of it. God! The only little dick is you here, Big Pasta, for failing that fall. Can't bring the face to fill this out. You got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. We gone for down the night. Only this like the sunrise. We wanna let it go tonight. We gonna let it go right tonight. We gonna let it go just like the sunrise. We gotta let it up. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Isn't that so funny, guys? Isn't that hilarious? I'm all the way back down here again. Oh my fucking god! I hate this. Oh my god, I want to give up. I want to give up. I want to give up so bad. I am so tilted. That was the farthest I'd ever made it. I got the crow with the gold piece in him. I just had to get on the little dick, and now that's like 10 screens up from where I am. Water break. Anyway, guys, perfect opportunity to start talking about something else. Have you guys ever heard of birria? Birrias? Birria. It's a Mexican dish. Yeah. I don't know if other Hispanic cultures... I wonder what the word Hispanic means. I'm probably using it correctly. I don't know if other Hispanic cultures do birrias, but I know Mexico does. Basically, it's not that like popular in America, at least as of like 2 years ago. It wasn't that popular, but anyway, I started seeing videos on YouTube about birrias. Beers. Anyway, birrias, it's this kind of meat, and they put in a taco, and they eat the taco. They fry the taco in okay, so I don't know if you guys are Hispanic or like or know what birrias are. Fajitas. If you guys know what birrias are, it's great. If you don't, let me give you my my butchered, uncultured explanation of what I believe it is. I've watched like a lot of cooking videos on this. It's basically pork. It's like short rib and oxtail and stuff like that. Meat. It's soaked in this like broth. And it's soaked in this broth, basically marinated, like it's soaked whole in the broth. and then and then after it soaks it, like, you shred it, and then you debone and you shred it and stuff, and then and the broth is like seasoned with a whole bunch of seasoned. Yeah, basically it's like 3 different kinds of chilies in this broth, along with like tomatoes and other ingredients. But and then you cook them. You cook the meat in it. I believe you cook the. I'm losing it. Oh my god. Okay. You make this broth. Basically, you combine water with like 3 different kinds of chili, like tomatoes and other ingredients, onions, whatever. Mix it all up. Let the broth soak, and then you're gonna take the raw ingredients and put in a blender, and then deposit it back into your broth, and then you have your broth, and then you put your meat on the bone in the broth for like hours, and then it'll soak in, and then the meat shreds and whatnot, and then and then take the meat out and take all the ingredients out, and you have this clear amber broth. All right. And so basically what you do is you put the broth in the fridge covered, and then when you take it off, when you take it out of the fridge again, it's going to have this hard crust on top of the bowl of liquid. Take that hard crust off, leave it to the side. Now you have this clear, cool broth or whatever. It's called consomme sauce, or it's consomme soup. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to take your meat and some cheese and put it on a corn tortilla taco shell. A corn tortilla. The small one, and you put some of that hard crust from the soup, and you put that on a grill or on like a frying thing, and then you put the tortilla on the frying thing, on the frying pan, and then it cooks the tortilla. It fries the tortilla in the fat that has congealed from the consomme soup that you made with the meat and the chilies and the other ingredients. And then you put your taco on there, and then you fold up your taco, and then you pour yourself a cup. So you just pour yourself a cup of consomme soup as dipping sauce. So basically what you have is this taco shell that's fried in the congealed, separated fats from this soup that you made, from this like complicated soup that you made, with this birria meat in it that was soaked in that soup and shredded, and then onions and cilantro, and then for a dipping sauce you have the consomme soup that it was made in, but with the fat removed. Basically, that's a birria, whatever. Birritas. A birria. Birria is the name of the food. A birria is the name of the place that sells birrias. Anyway, different people cook it differently. The best recipe that I found was you have to do it overnight. You do the whole cooking of the meat thing until you can shred it, and you have the soup off to the side. You do that step the night before, and then you throw both the meat and the soup separately in the fridge. And then by the next morning, the meats, or the soup will have congealed, and then the meats will like have a concentrated amount of flavor because you just refrigerated or you let it sit for a day. And then of course you fry up the meat with that. Anyway, and then of course you can get and then the fat from the soup has congealed on the top, and you scoop that out, and then and you're gonna use that to fry the tortillas, the corn tortillas, and then yeah. What am I talking about? Birrias, yeah, tacos. Anyway, the Mexican food. Yeah. Anyway, so I wanted to make that tomorrow. Or well, like I wanted to do the first step tomorrow night, and then I was gonna make the whole dish for Mother's Day. Um, like the morning of, or the day of, or whatever. I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's like a fat fried taco that you with like this really tender um marinated meat that you with a dipping sauce. That's what it is. So there's also a like a dipping sauce, like another like you can make like this creamy guacamole dip that goes with it. Um, but considering that that first part of the recipe is so tough, I don't want to do. I don't want to make this second sauce. Especially since the second sauce requires like green tomatoes, tomatillos, I believe they're called. I don't know where to get those. I don't know where to get green tomatoes. They might be at the grocery store. I don't frequent the produce section, so I wouldn't know. I do have a Hispanic Marts within walking distance of my house, so I could probably get it there. You know, I have a bargain market and a Hispanic grocery store within walking distance of my house, but then the nearest real grocery store is like half a city away. It's ridiculous. So I can't do normal grocery shopping, but I can get the throwaway bargain deals of items that people didn't want. And then I can also get Hispanic food, Hispanic raw ingredients, which I don't make Mexican food. I don't I don't make Mexican. I've never made a Mexican dish before. And birrias sound really ambitious. I mean, just watching the videos on it, people have different ways of making this. I watched the. If you guys know anything about cooking channels, you've probably heard of Joshua Weissman. He's this guy who just does different stuff, but he's a little humorous. But he's like one of the more popular cooking channels. There's him. And he did birrias one way, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." Like, that's the first video I saw on it, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds really good." And then I watched a different video of like an actual Hispanic guy whose main language is I was gonna say Mexican. His main language is Spanish, and he taught his recipe to another Hispanic guy who speaks primarily English. And so I watched that video, and that video was way more involved. And then I went back to watch the Joshua Weissman video, and I was thinking like, man, this is like the baby daycare version of birrias compared to what I had just watched, like compared to the actual Hispanic guy doing it. Because the Joshua Weissman one was like, oh, he uses like beef stock in his soup, which is kind of an American thing. And then, or well, it's more of like I'm just gonna use like a box of beef stock. And he's like, "Oh, make your own beef stock." It's like I don't have that much spare beef to make beef stock. What do you? I don't make. But whatever. And then he like instead of letting the soup sit and have all the fat come to the surface, and using those fat chunky pieces to fry his tortilla. All he did was he just dipped the tortilla into the pot of soup before putting it on the frying pan, which is a really good improvised solution, and this was an easier video to follow. But he still used all the same ingredients. And it's like, if I gotta go like to the next city over to get these stupid chilies, which I have to do, then, because it requires 3 different kinds of chilies, then I want to make the recipe right, you know? And it does require these 3 different kinds of chilies. I think the Mexican video did a 4th one, but I was looking it up and I was like, okay, my local grocery store doesn't have these chilies. What could I substitute on Google? And so people on Google, they were like, you know, each chili gives a different flavor profile. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me that different chili peppers give different flavors? Like, one is more mild, docile flavor, and another one is like this intense kick. And the flavor, and then another one is like a medium in between. I'm thinking, what the hell? So I do have to get these specific chilies. And thank God I live in Southern California, where there is a place around here that does sell them. Because otherwise I'd have to order it on Amazon and I wouldn't be able to pay with my food stamps. But anyway. So yeah, I have to go to the next city over for a grocery store that sells these chilies. Actually, I'll check the Hispanic Mart. I'll probably check them tonight, to be honest. Although it was a Friday night. Oh yeah, guys, by the way, I'm not going to be streaming on Sunday. On Sunday, I am gonna just make myself available for Mother's Day. You guys know how it is. When there's a special holiday or whatever going on, I don't stream just so I can make myself available for that holiday, like Christmas or a birthday. I don't know if you guys can see the emojis that I use for my stream titles. But I'm starting to learn how to communicate in just solely emojis. I'm starting to. I'm like I feel like a boomer who's trying to learn the language of the youngins. Not like I'll ever use it. But it's comical. Yeah, Yoko, it's comical. Fucking my cat was like so desperate to come into my room. She, like, every time I go out into the main house, she like is looking at me with these pleading eyes. And so I let her in, like when I came back, and she was all happy and excited, and she cackled at me like she does. And she came in. She pushes the doors open so that she can enter. So it's like a person. But so she came to the room and she's like checking out the room and stuff because she hadn't been in here for a couple days. And I let her, and so I sat down and I started playing the game and stuff, and she like walked over and she wanted to jump on my lap. I don't want her on my lap. It's too hot in here. And so I blocked her off from my lap as I do. And she got all disappointed. Like, I blocked her off, and then she tried to get around it, and she figured out she couldn't. And then she tried to leave the room. She spent like the last 2 days pleading me to come into my bedroom, and I finally let her in, and not 5 minutes in, she wants to leave. Just because, oh, I don't want to let her sit on my lap or whatever. She's like a fucking child throwing a tantrum. She honestly is. I would attribute her to be like, I think she's as intelligent as like a dog. She's certainly as whiny as one. Like a husky, you know? You know, I've talked about like how I want a husky. But we're just God, I just started this song in that playlist I recommended to you guys, the Nightcore Gaming Mix of 2019. There's one song where it's just this girl is just singing about how like she really wants to be with me, like romantically. And I just, obviously it's not directed to me. I know that. I know it. I just can't accept it. But I was just I take a second to register like what exactly I just said. Anyway, oh shit, I'm on the okay. I didn't want to accidentally press A or something on give up. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. I was just thinking how like it sounds like she's like professing her love to me. And I was thinking like, man, you know, if I think about the song in that way, where this girl with this really nice singing voice is singing about how is like passionately saying how she wants to be with me, like if I look at it that way, then dang it, this is a really appealing song. Like it's weird. Don't you guys think about that? Who is the main audience when a girl sings a love song like that? The main audience is dudes. How about vice versa? Who's the main audience when a guy sings about love? Especially like boy bands, like One Direction. Who's their fan base? It's girls. It's girls. What does that tell you about the people who listen to love songs, or to listen to songs about, you know, about love or whatever? It really seems like to if it's if it's the audience is the opposite gender of the singer, then that tells me that people listen to this music as not directly, but like not intentionally, but I think there's the feeling there that the people listening to these love songs feel like the song is directed towards them. Right? This girl is just talking about how amazing it is to be held in my arms. and I'm thinking like, damn, like, I guess I am the demographic for this song. Like this, this is supposed to appeal to me. Obviously, I do not reciprocate the feelings. She will go unloved by me. But I'm too good for her. Can you imagine? But yeah, it's weird thinking about how at least if it's not that the guys hallucinate that the girl actually likes them, they still get that feeling, and vice versa for the girls listening to guys, they still get that feeling of like, oh yeah, that's right, this is what it means for somebody to love me. Like it's such a desired emotion. With music in general, guys on average like girl singers more than and then girls on average like guy singers more. On average, I believe there's an average there. I don't think it applies to everybody, but I have just realized that this entire mix is is filled with songs where girls are singing. The other mix that I like, which is it's a more romantic one. What's it called? Oh yeah, I already recommended this one to you guys. The best nightcore acoustic mix, 1 hour special, most beautiful and emotional music by Sleepy. It's a picture. It's kind of like it's a girl. It's a redheaded girl in a flannel shirt playing the guitar, and there's a second girl in like a white dress or whatever. It's Mika from Idolmaster, and who's the other one? Hey, stop. But what was her name? Nico, yeah. She's the one who does the meme, the Nico knee. That one. Doing the I love you hand signs. The one where you raise your pinky, index finger, and thumb while keeping your middle and ring finger down. That hand sign is I mean, it could be a gang symbol, but that's in sign language. That hand sign means I love you. So I consider I call it the I love you sign because it's literally the sign in sign language for I love you. So but that's probably why that hand symbol was popular among girls up until recently. So now in Japan it's a peace sign. God, I'm starting to think about Japan. Oh my god, like not in a good way too. Dang it! If I had won the house raffle thing, I was gonna start learning Japanese so I can move to Japan ASAP. You don't need to know Japanese to move to Japan, but it would be majorly convenient to, right? In the same sense that you don't need to know English to live in America. Well, actually, no, not in the same sense, because you can't understand most things in America without knowing English. But in Japan, like, most things, at least in cities, are actually written in English. So English is actually taught there as a second language through high school. Most people in Japan can understand at least a tiny bit of English, whereas you couldn't ask any, most people in America to understand any other foreign language. Like, most people don't know Spanish beyond hola and counting to 10 in America. So, whatever you learn on Dora the Explorer. So, which is fine, in my opinion, because English is becoming the worldwide language. So it's not the most spoken language, but by population, but it's the most used. It's the most versatile language when considering the rest of the world. So. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I heard Jupiter's nice this time of year. I put the world on its axis. Anything happens. But anyway, I like the love song mix too. The best nightcore acoustic mix with God, I forget her freaking Mikasa. No, Mikasa's the one from Attack on Titan. Miku. No, Miku's the Vocaloid. What's her name? It was some common name. Kaho? No, Kaho's the name of that big boob lady in real life. Yeah, Kaho is such an ugly name. Why would you name your kid Kaho? I'm sure it means something. But it's like naming your kid in America like Beatrice or something. Or what's a Olga? Yeah. Like women in there are a lot of women in Russia named Olga. And a lot of them are like the ugly old like villager kind of like peasant women or whatever, but some Olgas are like actually like thin and decent and attractive, and it's like the prissy girls, who just whose sole objective is to leave the country. It doesn't match. It doesn't match. You show me some like attractive girl and she introduces herself as Olga. It's like, no, your name's not Olga. You're not an Olga, because Olga sounds like ugly, and you are not ugly. Best pickup line ever. Just make fun of the person's name. Okay, I don't want my headphones on anymore, so I'm gonna take those off. It's disorienting. I have the big headphones. I need to buy earbuds. So one pair of earbuds I have, they're dollar store earbuds, and one of them is actually broken. So it's one half of a dollar store pair of earbuds. And so it's not good. So they have high quality earbuds for like $20, like the Skull Candy ones or whatever. Or I think even Bose makes good headphones, or good earbuds. I mean, the wired ones. If I'm gonna spend $20 on a pair of wired earbuds, I should just get a pair of Bluetooth earbuds for the same price, even if they don't last that long. I have forgotten what it's like to wear Bluetooth earbuds, to be honest, because my last pair broke. God, it's like a year and a half ago, something like that. So I dropped one at work and someone stepped on it, so they're broken. And the other one can't sync with my phone without the first one. So like it's one of those where like both of them need to be paired as a set or whatever. Anyway, I need a new Because what I've been doing now is like whenever I go out on my skateboard and I actually want to listen to something of quality, you know, I can't use my dollar store half broken earbuds. So I take my full on headset, which thank God the mic on the headset actually retracts into the thing, but I have these giant like headphones on with the giant, they're black and cushiony and they have the head strap going over my head. I'm wearing those out in public while I'm skateboarding. It probably looks really weird, especially because I wear my mask when I'm skateboarding too. So it's like, here's this guy with these giant headphones on and a mask while he's outdoors. What is wrong with you? I hope that's what people think. Are negative thoughts better than no thoughts? Are people giving you negative attention better than people who don't care about you? Who's to say? Who can say? Oh, who can say? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Resume. What am I playing? Oh, yeah, I'm playing this. God. I gotta beat this game. At least the first part. I'm never getting the Platinum Trophy in this, because the Platinum Trophy requires you to beat all 3 modes, and I am not doing that. Anyway, yeah, I want to go to Japan, but I've got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. Yoko. Man. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come here. There you go. I'll let her be on my lap. Okay. Just gotta make sure my legs are spread so the heat dissipates properly. Ah, oh, god dang it. That heat did not dissipate properly on that jump. Well, oh. Fuck. God damn it. It's, you screw up once at like a new area, and all of a sudden, you just sent all the way down here. And it's gonna be like another, like, at least like 15 minutes before I get back up to where I was. God, okay. Just a simple platformer can be this. That's the cool thing about this game, is that they've taken a simple platformer, right? Obviously, you know, jumping on a 2D plane with different platforms is a pretty tried and true concept, but it's a pretty old concept. But the fact that they made this so brutally challenging, and that people actually like it for its brutal challenge, is really great. It's the same with the Getting Over, right? They take a basic concept of a game, and then they just create something like really good with it. So, right. Games of a similar genre can be completely different experiences depending on how they develop it. And some can be really good, and some can be really bad. So, and because of that, so Elden Ring's a great example, right? It's the same idea where they took an open world game and they just like designed the entire world like brilliantly, and they actually put in effort, because God, are you kidding me? Because you can tell with this game at least, I mean with Elden Ring it was pretty obvious too, but you can tell with this game, they the developer really put a lot of thought into this, into designing this map. A lot of thought went into this. Every single jump, every platform is so meticulously placed. Every detail just absolutely like perfect to complement each other, so that it can provide to you the maximum amount of challenge without necessarily being too unfair. Which, you know, means that this game actually probably, even though it's such a basic game, it probably went through a really long development cycle. So, for one person making a silly jumping platformer, it went through a really long development cycle probably. So. I got a one way to get to space, let's get out of here. I heard Jupiter's nice this time of year. I turn the world on its axis. Okay, I hate this next part. This part is such a huge risk. Cleared it, but I'm not in the clear yet. I gotta get up to Buttberg. There we go. Oh. There, oh, well. Back at it again. How's it going, everyone? Big Pasta Gaming here. Back at it again. Oh, holy hell. Yoko, don't move as I'm doing this difficult platform. God damn it. I screwed up. I wasn't thinking about the next jump. I was thinking about Star Wars. I wasn't thinking about Star Wars. I was thinking that I had to have an excuse for why I missed that jump, and so I was thinking, what's the most random thing that I could that I could blame this on? Blame on Star Wars? Well, I was gonna talk. Oh yeah, the housing in Japan. I haven't actually like. Wait, was that what I was gonna talk about? I was thinking about that, but I thought there was another subject. I was talking about how meticulously designed this game is. It's, you know, on the topic of like things being interesting or entertaining, you gotta figure because there's a million platformers out there that are similar to this, but that aren't exactly like this, right? It's not as challenging, or it's not, you know. God damn it. Or, you know, it's like boring designed levels or whatever. Oh, there you go. And it's like, how much effort and creativity do you have to put towards something for it to be just like entertaining amongst people? Because obviously this game was a success, right? The developer is probably a millionaire now, so he's good to go. But you know, you compare that to all of the games similar to this that you've never heard of, and you know that won't ever even make it to the you know, onto like a video game console or whatever that people are developing. You know, it's like what does it take? what does it take to be this and not one of those unknown, forgotten games? Right? How much effort and creativity do you have to put in just for people to, like, mildly enjoy your game? Because, of course, this appeals only to a certain demographic of people. Not every video gamer is going to even want to play Jump King, even if it was given to them for free. But the people who do want to play this are willing to pay money for it. So, cutting. So, same with Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring was a smash success among the people who wanted to play it. But the thing is, if, you know, they had just... But compare that to a game like Ubisoft, right? Like Assassin's Creed or something like that, where they're, you know, being unimaginative and they're not able to sell enough copies to justify even continuing to make the series. You know, and it's this level of, like, how much effort do you have to put in, you know, how much thought do you have to put in to make the game, like, really fun, or whatever. Because I was thinking about this, because I do have a video game idea. It's directly tied to the story that I'm writing, but I had an idea for the video game itself, as far as the combat goes, but, you know, the more that I thought about it, because I had this really, like, intricate combat system designed in my head that I've never seen done before. And it's basically just a lot of if-then statements. If your character does a right punch, then it's going to hit the dude's, like, left shoulder or whatever. And if the dude is blocking, then the punch won't do any damage. But if he's not blocking and he's vulnerable, then he'll, like, go flying or whatever, right? Or, you know, if I cast a fire attack and the dude, you know, fireball at the enemy, and the dude puts up a water wall, then of course it's not going to do anything. But if he puts up, like, but if he just uses his hands to block, then, hey, stop it. Then, you know, if he just uses his hands to block, then he's going to get burned. But, God, what am I doing? Ah, God. Come on, that was in. Don't give that to me. But yeah, it's like, what does it take for a video game to be successful, right? You guys look at Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley was essentially inspired by games like Harvest Moon, right? Which is basically just farming simulators. And in a sense, Stardew Valley is like a direct copy of Harvest Moon. Obviously not, like, to the point of plagiarism, but it's the same. You have a farm. All right, Harvest Moon. I'm assuming you guys know Stardew Valley, so I'll explain Harvest Moon to you guys for the N64, at least, which is the version I played back as a kid. It had farming, you know, where you grow crops, take care of animals. There's a town nearby that has villagers, you know, residents, and some of those residents are around your age and of the opposite gender as you, that you can get into romantic relationships with, to the point where you can even have, you know, by way of giving them gifts, and then you can even marry them and have kids, and you can upgrade your house, you can get better crops, you know, all this sort of stuff, right? So it's basically, Stardew Valley took all the concepts from the Harvest Moon on the Nintendo 64, and the guy just refined them, but in, like, his own art style or whatever, the pixel art. And it took him, like, something like 9 years to make Stardew Valley. He was living with it was one dude, Concerned Ape is his handle, and 9 years he's just on the computer programming his game. He's living with his grandma who's just giving him a place to stay and food every day. And then 9 years he finishes what's essentially a passion project of, oh, I just want to do Stardew Valley but better, or I just want to do Harvest Moon but better, and he's a multimillionaire now from all of the sales, all of the deals, the signing up with the publisher and all of that. He's a multimillionaire for one video game because Stardew Valley was a massive success, and the dude deserves it. I mean, the dude spent, over a decade of his life, the development and plus all the extra stuff that he put into the game. But the dude spent over a decade of his life making something that was enjoyable, and that was a hit success. I mean, the dude deserves every penny he has, but you have to figure how many such stories are there where someone is trying to develop a video game and they develop it and they spend years on the project and they release the video game and then it only sells a few copies, or nobody hears about it or whatever. How did people even hear about Stardew Valley? I mean, it's a single dude. There's no marketing behind this, right? He wasn't signed up with like a publisher or anything, so it's just word of mouth. So you gotta figure, like, what makes something successful compared to other things, because there are plenty of instances, even things going on right now where somebody is living with their parents or their grandparents or their spouse or whatever, and they're developing a video game or writing a book or anything like that, and they're putting their full time into it, and it flops. It's going to be unsuccessful in that it doesn't sell copies. So Yoko spent a grand total. Hey! She spent a grand total of 10 minutes on my lap before she wanted to get off. She tried to lick herself once. I stopped her, and then she looked uncomfortable the rest of the time she was on my lap. And then she got off my lap and immediately tried to lick herself, and I stopped her again. And now she's just confused. Wow, that barely made. Chance ball. God dang it, come on. I thought I'd get that chance ball there. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So what makes a game successful versus a game that isn't? There are plenty of success stories out there, but we don't hear about any of the failures. So it's, I don't know. It's tough, and it's the same with anything. Books, movies. Maybe not movies. Movies is pretty corporate. So is anime, actually. Most of the popular anime are the ones done by the popular anime studios, which are big projects that are adapted by, or that adapt series that are owned by big publishers. So there's definitely an in. Yeah. No. God dang. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. Oh. Got him. God, I've played this part so much. God. Okay. That stupid crow has one day got to drop his silly coin. I got... It's too high of a jump. God, oh my god. Okay, at least it didn't put me that far down. Just one screen. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. Well, speak the up. I'm tilted. Okay. he's just flat on the ground. 14,000 jumps. It is hot in my room. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Yeah, that's no wonder. My PlayStation and TV emit a lot of heat. God, it got so hot in my room yesterday. I had my computer on because I was playing Legends of Idol on my computer. I showed you guys that last week. And I was playing that and I was having the game run on the computer while I was playing PlayStation. And so I had my PC, my PS5, and my 4K TV all running all day. So it was insanely hot in my room. Oh my gosh. I was trying to find an analogy, but whatever. It's hot, right? You guys get the picture. It's hot in my room, right? Bust out the thesaurus to make that sentence a little more interesting. It's hot in my room. So, I don't mind. I mean, well, it's whatever, but... So today I made it a point not to turn on my computer. Or if I was going to do my PC stream, which I was undecided on, I wouldn't have turned on my PlayStation TV. But yeah, so anyway, even though I haven't turned on my computer, it's still hot in here. It's not like boiling like it was yesterday, but it's still like pretty hot. But the fact is, it's only the beginning of May, and it's already going to be hot. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in August. It's going to be killer in here. Oh my god. I didn't buy my portable air conditioner either. So I was like, oh, I'll just save the $500. But it's not going to save me from a happy summer, that's for sure. So if I get a job and it's like I can't sleep in here, if the heat is going to affect my sleep, which is going to affect my job performance, then I'm gonna have to buy one at the marked up price because it's in the summer, right? But you know, that's what I'll have to do. That's what I'll have to either that. I mean, I won't do that. What I'll do is I'll close all the vents in the house and then turn on the AC, and then I'll just make a deal with my brother. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to use the AC, I'm going to use the AC. So, I'm going to close everyone's vents. You guys get a little trickle of it. I get the majority of it. I'm going to pay you for it, alright? Because there's an issue with that a couple summers ago. But yeah. I didn't like how the vacation time from school was during the summer, because as a kid, because as a kid, I wanted to enjoy my break, right? We get like 2.5 months off, maybe 3. Back in my time, it was 3 months off, but from school. So I wanted to enjoy it. I can't enjoy anything during the summer because it's so goddamn hot. It was always hot in my house. In the previous house I lived in, we didn't have air conditioning at all, and so it was those little fans. It was like fans, maybe like, I don't know, like 8 inches in diameter or something like that. Not the good ones. And we didn't have ceiling fans or anything either, so we didn't have any good fans. Or we had just the crappy fans with no air conditioning whatsoever. And so every summer, I'd be sitting at home playing video games, right? Because it's my summer break. It'd be boiling hot. It'd be boiling hot in whatever room I was in, and it'd be boiling hot outside. And, the only thing I had to look forward to was going to like the community pool or something. So, which I always enjoyed, but again, it was terrible. So, as a kid, I struggled to enjoy my summer break. Of course, as a little kid, I didn't care, but come like high school, it was like I'm in my new house, my current one. We have air conditioning, but we're reluctant to turn it on because it costs money, right? And we're poor, so I had to deal with the heat. I was in my boxer shorts for like the entire summer break. So, in California, summer is half the year, so I spend half the year in my boxer shorts because I can't take it. I can't do anything else. Or, if I put on even like one article of clothing, then I'm gonna start sweating. So it's terrible. And of course, by high school, I wasn't like going to the pool or anything, right? I'm not gonna do that. I need a haircut. I'm tempted just to like cut my own hair, like just do it myself, not to get a haircut. A decent haircut is like $25. Not there's the cheap haircut where I have to go to the friggin' Asian lady near my house and deal with, she doesn't do that great of a job comparatively, and she wants to have a conversation all the time because she like knows my family, so it's just because we've all been to the haircutters before, so it gets awkward, and so I would pay not to deal with that awkwardness, but anyway, so and that one's like $15. So for 25, I can go to any other haircutter place. There's a place I actually do like. I think they do a good job with the hair, but it's like this hip. It's called Sports Clips, which, from the name, you guys can think, okay, well, it's going to be a bunch of sporty people. I am not their, sporty, white, rich people who are into sports and who are charismatic and who go to like sports bars and stuff like that, these kind of people. I am not that demographic, but I do like their haircuts, and they are technically cheaper than other places, but it's still like $25, and I still got to go into an environment where I don't want to be in, which is outside. So in general, so I was thinking, okay, I'm just gonna cut my own hair, whatever. It's not gonna be a good style that I want, but hopefully it grows back. But then because I don't want to spend $25 on a fucking haircut, right? But then I thought, yeah, but it's not gonna look good. And I'm not gonna feel comfortable with myself, so It's not like I'm a girl and, oh, my hair's down my butt or whatever, I better cut it all off, and then I just get a pair of scissors. Right? It's not that simple. With guys, I mean, with girls, obviously, you do have to style the hair, and it's a bit more important for girls. But with guys, since a guy's hair is so short anyway, unless I'm getting a buzz cut, then, you know, in order to keep my hairstyle of I still have hair, but I just want it to be a lot shorter than it currently is, in order to keep that hairstyle, I need to get it professionally done. So I at least need someone who knows what they're doing to do it. So, because I have a hairstyle that looks good on me, that is short, but it's just, a cheap haircut lady doesn't do that one, or doesn't do it right, and then the other places are expensive, because it's like, okay, 25 bucks, right? I could have bought Cyberpunk on here for 25 bucks. It's a game I've been wanting to play for years. I could buy that for 25 bucks. What else could I get for 25 bucks? I could get El Pollo Loco has those BDS. I tried their tacos, not that great, but they have a quesadilla, like a stuffed quesadilla BDS that I can dip. That sounded decent. But yeah. I am big pasta. What was I gonna say? God dang, I started thinking about other things. God. My mind just races sometimes. I like this. I can play a little bit of the game, and then when I fail, I can stop it and I can talk. That's a nice routine. Oh my god. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, Cheetos. Oh my god. A lot of people like hot Cheetos. I don't get it. I like spicy things, but hot Cheetos is like, I don't eat a Cheeto to be spicy. I eat a Cheeto because I like the texture. I like the texture of a Cheeto chip, but with a hint of cheesy flavor. That's what a Cheeto is. It's not freaking. I can't even pay attention to the texture of the Cheetos because it's so goddamn spicy. So I don't like hot Cheetos for that fact. That's a good flavor, but and people here are into Takis as well. I don't know if you guys have heard of Takis. They're the it's like a circular. It's like a, what would you call it? A taquito. It's like a miniature bite-size taquito shell that's just hard, like a crunchy taco. That's what a Taki is, and then it's just covered in the hot Cheeto powder. That's basically what a Taki is, and people love those, at least in California. I don't understand. I hate the texture of it. I don't like crunchy tacos, so I guess that has to deal with it. But I don't like the texture of it. It's like way too hard. The Takis that I've had, and then you gotta battle through the spice. Ugh. I have had the guacamole flavor Takis though. Those aren't spicy. I don't believe those ones are spicy. Those ones are decent. But then I could tell the texture of the Taki, which was too hard. So I'd rather have a Cheeto. I can make guacamole Cheetos. That sounds good. It sounds okay. It sounds like something I'm gonna try once, but then never want again. Or I'm gonna try it once, but then I'll want it like 6 years from now, but since it was a limited time flavor, they don't make it anymore. It sounds like one of those. So, believe it or not, I speak from experience. If you guys couldn't tell, but yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the So I want to make BDS. I'm gonna have to cook them the night before. Oh yeah, guys, I'm not gonna stream on Sunday. I think I already said that. Did I already say that? I don't know. My teeth hurt. My teeth have been hurting. Oh my god. But I can't afford to go to the dentist to get them all fixed. Plus, the last time the fucking dentist touched my teeth, the teeth that she worked on ended up hurting more. So it's like, I'm not gonna avoid pain by going to the dentist. They're probably going to determine, oh, your tooth is beyond saving. And we're going to have to pull it, get you an implant. Implants here are like $3,000 each. I already need 2 on my front. So, technically I need one of my molars. I got a molar on my bottom right pulled out. But I have a bridge covering it. So it's good for now. It's not going to be good like 10 years from now. But whatever. If I had a lot of money, I would just pull out all the bad teeth and put implants in for all of them. But nope, no money for me. If I just simply went to Mexico, if I went to Finland, I was talking to someone from Finland a while back. They were saying, if you want to pull all your teeth out and get implants, it's like $3,000. Oh my god. I throw away $3,000. Like, that's how much I paid for my TV. I mean, my TV was $2,000, but still, it's my TV plus a PlayStation. It's $3,000. I'll fix all my teeth for life if I get implants. It's $3,000. Oh my god! So it's gotta get European citizenship. That's what I need. Oh, they'll accept me. I'm dark skinned. That's what it takes. You want to be a European citizen? Well, gotta have dark skin. I'll pretend to be a refugee. I'm a Ukrainian refugee. But anyway, Japan, I haven't actually thought... Whenever I think about moving to Japan, I haven't actually thought about it as, like, oh, I'll move there as, as a normal person. I've only thought about moving to Japan. I've thought about visiting Japan as a normal person, but as like a one-time vacation because it's expensive. But I haven't thought about moving to Japan as like a normal person because I've thought of like, okay, if I want to go to Japan, I want to do what I want, but it's going to cost a lot of money, so I need to be a millionaire for that, right? That's what I thought. Because I can't afford to be. A lot of the places in Japan I want to go to, you're spending like $20 to $30 per person per meal per day over there. I can't afford that. As I am now, I'd have to work every day in order to afford that, which I could, but I don't want to work every day. The whole reason I want to like start a farm life or whatever, right? It's a Stardew Valley in real life. The whole reason I want to like grow vegetables and raise like pigs and meat rabbits is so that I don't have to, is so that I can provide for myself without having to have a goddamn job, right? I'll work weekends at the grocery store to cover up the miscellaneous expenses, but then other than that it's like like paper towels and stuff. But then other than that it's like I won't need to work most of the time in order to feed myself. I just need to buy a house first, right? Oh, just buy a house. Oh, that's what it is. So, yeah, with that in mind, with that in mind, I wasn't thinking, because, the people in Japan, they have to work. as is with the rest of the world. But, unless you're born rich. But in Japan, they have to work and they work really long hours. Oh my god, they work like 60 to 80 hours a week. That's unreal. That's unreal, right? You're talking about like an 8 to 5 job, but also you continue past 5 o'clock, and then you go out and you hang out with your coworkers in order to, maintain good work relationships. And then you come home at like midnight and you go to bed and you wake up and go back to work at 8 o'clock. That's not good. That's not good. Right? It's, imagine living your whole life like that. Because, yes, that would take your entire life. Why do you guys think Why do you guys think the Switch exists as a video game console? It's because it appeals to Japanese people, because most Japanese adults don't get to spend any time in their own house. They're always at work or on the train to work or whatever, so their only time to game is during their lunch break or during their commute. Which sucks, yes. And that's not a life I want to live. But that's why the Switch is there. They can take their Switch to work. Right? And just play on their Switch during the breaks and stuff. Right? They can play Zelda and Mario Kart and Jump King when it's on sale. But yeah, that's why phone games are also popular in Japan as well. Gacha games. They have a lot of money but no time. But yeah. Anyway, Japanese work culture just is horrendous. Anyway, I didn't want to be wrapped up in all that. So I was like, okay, I'm never going to Japan unless I'm already a millionaire and I don't need to work. Right? Or unless I just simply don't need to work. So that's what it was. And there are other ways to successfully not have to work other than winning the lottery. But I am not ambitious enough to pursue any of those paths. So it depresses me every single time I hear about somebody succeeding in one of those methods. Like, oh, I invested in crypto and I learned the stock market and I made trades and I am completely self-sufficient now based off of my real estate investments. And it's like, oh my god. And how old are you? And they're like, I'm 22. I'm thinking, fuck me, dude. I'm some poor schlap out here. Yeah, I have the intellect to maybe succeed at something like this, but I certainly don't have the motivation or the energy or the effort to be bothered. So I'm gonna be living poor. But it's the fact that I'm living poor based off my own consequences of being a lazy poo-poo face that depresses me, because it's like, my impoverished situation is therefore my fault, because there were solutions for me to become rich and I didn't take those. That's what it is, right? So I am the worst. Anyway, so my whole thought with Japan was, I'm never going to go there. Or I'm never going to live there if I don't win the lottery, and so I won't even consider it. So I didn't even consider it, and I didn't look up like real estate prices. But the thing is, if I started my own business in Japan off of, God, whatever amount of money I could get here, and then, I lived at that business, or I lived in a cheap place near the business, then I'm going to have to work at it full time, but it could be self-sustainable, and I'll get a ticket into the country, and I'll be able to enjoy all the other stuff during my free time. So the thing is, I could keep a business. I mean, if let's say it's like I don't fucking know, like a ramen shop, let's say, although I wouldn't do a ramen shop, but let's say it's a ramen shop that I open up in Japan. I wouldn't have it open all the time. I would have it open all day on the weekends, and then I would have it open after working hours during the weekdays. And that would be it. It would be a 7-day business, but I get my mornings and afternoons off on the weekdays, at least, which is 5 days a week working minimally is pretty nice. So, I mean, I would reduce the amount of hours. Of course, it doesn't really work like that, but, whatever. I could do like an online business in Japan. Why don't I do that? If I could do an online business and center it and base it in Japan and have Japanese clientele, then I could do it online on the side and just make enough money to make rent. Or if I could amass enough money to buy a house, then I just need enough money to feed myself. Do that. So anyway, I haven't looked at Japanese real estate. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure I could live in like a small village that's really hurting on population and, just be like, oh yeah, I'll run the general store or whatever. I was like, cool. They need more young people because apparently in Japan, and I'm sure it happens in America too, but in Japan, they have a few big cities and then a lot of small villages, like small towns. Japan also has a growing elderly population. Old people who've spent their whole lives working the rice fields or whatever, stereotypically. But the issue is that all the old people are getting old and they don't have too much money. They're living comfortably in the houses they already own in the small towns. But all of the young people who live in the small towns, the children and the grandchildren, they all want to leave the small towns. They want to go to the big cities. They want to go to university and they want to get a corporate job because that's how they're going to make the most money and live I guess, fulfilling life. That's the culture over there, is work, work, work. So they want to leave the small towns because they want to work or they want good job opportunities, and then they want to be able to, enjoy their free time with a lot of things to do. So living in Tokyo is going to do that for you. Just like here, if you live in New York City, you're going to get that as well, right? It's like there's an infinite number of things to do in New York City, but also the rent is really high and good luck holding down a job. But that's what it is. It's people go to New York City to work and then they get a lot of things to enjoy because they live in New York City. It's the same with LA. LA's a tough place if you're not like already rich, but you can make it here. It's just you're going to struggle. But why do people pursue that? It's just because it's this kind of lifestyle that they want to live, especially young people. I don't know why. I could find nothing more, me personally, I could find nothing more enjoyable than moving out into the middle of nowhere and having as little human contact as possible. If I have to get a job, I'll just work in some small shop as like a cashier. I'll work in like a candy store. That was one of the things that I saw in an anime, is that somebody just ran like a general store that sold useful things, and then also like it also doubled as like a candy store because that was their specialty or whatever. It was fun. It looked like a comfy job. I mean, the anime was about other things, but it looked like a comfy job. I would love nothing more than to just hang out in a freaking just a general mart as the only employee, and then having, who are my customers? They're just old Japanese women. that's occasionally, and that's it. That's my entire life. In the countryside, hearing the cicadas chirping, having a fan going, next to the chair that I'm sitting in, which is what I'm doing right now. I mean, sure, fucking whatever, dude. Living in some cheap house in the towns because nobody wants to live there, so real estate is probably cheap. Fantastic. Oh my god. All I need to do is learn the language and I could live the easy countryside life that I've always dreamed of. So I wouldn't make that much money, and I still wouldn't get to enjoy anything I actually want to go to Japan for, like good food, because, a town in the middle of nowhere is not going to have like the most exquisite ramen shops or anything like that. So, unfortunately, and all that stuff is going to be in one of the big cities. So I would actually have to go and take a vacation. But the thing is, a vacation is going to cost me a lot less in Japan if I'm already in Japan, right? Whereas, right now, if I want to go for a week to Japan, it's going to cost me $3,000 per person that I take. But the thing is, at least from what I've understood, if I live in Japan, a vacation, going to Tokyo for a couple days and staying in a hotel because I don't want to have to go back and forth all the time. Taking a weekend to go to Tokyo or whatever that's gonna run me like $200, maybe, including the hotel. It's gonna run me like $200. That's it. Oh my god. Instead of a 1 week trip from America to Japan, I could take, for that price equivalent, I could take 15 vacations to Tokyo. Oh my god. Oh my god, how nice. How nice. So I'm going to have a lot more disposable income, or I'm going to have a lot more money to... I'm going to have a lot more... Not a lot more money. I'm going to have a lot more opportunity to do what I want in Japan. It's just I'm not going to be able to live it, right? I'm not going to be able to go to the Tokyo ramen shop every day. I'm not going to be able to do all this stuff every day. I mean, the small town that you live in will probably have a convenience store, which is good enough for me. I mean, freaking, their sandwiches are pretty good, and they normally make hot food in the convenience store. Yeah, it's going to be the difference between, having one convenience store in the town versus Tokyo, which has a convenience store on every street corner. But whatever. It's not like it matters. It's not like it matters at all, to be honest. So I could be a fucking like truck driver. I could be one of those people who helps. I could be somebody who like helps people move out of the city or out of the town. I could be a mover with a mover truck and everything. So I would love that. I would love that. I could start some small business just providing basic goods to a small town filled with elderly people who, cross my fingers, aren't going to die yet, so that they can be my customers. And then just fucking whatever, right? It's just whatever. And just live there. That sounds comfy. So if I could find a house cheap enough, somehow save up for that, and then be able to run a business, then I could do it. I could even like take a building, because in those small towns there are some buildings where it's like the first floor. I'm sure you guys have seen this before. It's the first floor is the store, and then the second floor is the residence. And so I would just live on the second floor of my store. That's what it would be. So that'd be great, because then I own the store. I don't necessarily have to pay rent on the place, or if I'm paying rent for the store, then my house is covered as well, so I don't have to pay rent on a house. That's what it would be. And then what's my commute to work? I go downstairs. I throw on some clothes and I go downstairs. That's my commute to work, right? So I could keep that shop running all the time. In fact, I could have a fucking PlayStation next to the cash register in the store with a TV, and just play, or I could have like a Switch or whatever and just play games all the time. I mean, hell, it'd be relaxing. That sounds comfy. Running like a small time store that doesn't get too many customers, as the only employee in a store that's the first floor of my house, in some small countryside Japanese village. Oh, that sounds comfy. I still got to be around people and interact with them, sure, but fucking like that sounds pretty comfy, actually. Now that I think about it, now that I think about this, that sounds really comfy. I can still do my farm in the back, in the backyard or whatever. I could do a farm. There's a lot of people in Japan who own like chickens and stuff, so it's not like I'd be out of place with like troves of meat rabbits and a couple cows. Pigs. Oink oink. Oink oink. You're dead. Anyway, that sounds really comfy. So I actually never, before this conversation, I actually never considered that. So that's a thing to do. I like thinking about this stuff because even if I'm never gonna do it, I like thinking about the possibility, right? It's like what I explained to you guys last week about the about me going on like the friend subreddits. It's like I like I like thinking about what could be because it feels almost as if I am experiencing it itself. So and that's enough for me. That's enough for me. So obviously I can live in Japan, and I like the fact that I came up with an idea like that. But and the thing is, I mean, Japan is hurting for people who live in over there. So the thing is, I mean, the quickest path to Japan would be to get into their JET program, which is basically I would be teaching English over there. So what I would do is, of course, I would want to go teach English in like a small town like that. So it'd be brutal hours. I mean, you have to work a lot over there, but I would I'd deal with it for however many years I need to, and then I would, once I get my citizenship, then I'll, you know, then I'll switch focus. But I don't want to have to think about freaking the fact that I might need to spend multiple years of my life just working my butt off as, like, you know, outside of my house or whatever. So I wouldn't mind necessarily, like, I like the prospect of teaching, but, and of course I don't know if I can really become a teacher now, so it'd be my ideal job, but fucking whatever. Whatever, that's why I'm in college right now, is to, well, not to become a teacher, but just to get a degree, and then with a degree I can choose what I want to be. Can I fucking please? Oh my god, I'm depressed. I'm starting to get depressed talking about this. It's affecting my gameplay. Oh my god. There's like, I don't know if you guys have played this before, but you hold down the jump button, and it's like, it's the difference between holding it down for like 10 milliseconds or like 12 milliseconds that's gonna get you into that stupid hole at the top of this roof right here. Like, you don't get any leeway with that. I got a one-way ticket to space, let's get out of here. I heard Jupiter's nice this time of year. Okay. They really, like, oh my god, it's like, it's nerve-wracking going through this, so. Could this be considered a video game? Are you fucking... You're kidding me. What did I hit, the roof? I hit the fucking roof, dude. Unbelievable. It puts me down like 12 screens. Stupid game. Aww. I hate this. I hate it so much. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I didn't even see what I hit when I hit it. I'm sure you guys saw it, but I didn't. I'm focused on the next jump. God, I'm gonna go crazy. Whatever. Playing it till we beat it. Can I please? There we go. No. Unfucking believable, dude. Actually unfucking believable. Okay. I'm so tilted. I am so tilted. I do have a little pasta left. Big pasta. Mm. I did. I put my normal sauce in my pasta. And you know, it's sauce, I guess, but I had a bottle of Tapatio sauce, hot sauce. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll have Tapatio sauce. And I put like a bunch of drops in there because you guys know how Tapatio sauce is. It has a little circle in it on the top of the bottle, not the cap, but you take the cap off and there's a cover with a little circle on it. And like you can only get like this tiny little drop out of that little circle, and you gotta like shake the thing up and down per drop you want. Anyway, so I did like 20 times. I got like 20 little droplets out. Sprinkle it all over the top of the pasta, and I stir that in. I'm like, oh, you know, Tapatio's pretty spicy, right? You guys have had Tapatio sauce before. So, they, you know, it's pretty good. Tapatio sauce is pretty good on quesadillas and carne acida and all that. And carnitas. Tapatio sauce on carnitas. It's very nice. Anyway, so I put like 20 drops of Tapatio sauce on the pasta and I stirred it in. And I'm like, you know, oh, Tapatio sauce is pretty spicy, so I better not do too much. This might give it a bit of a kick, right? 20 drops of it, holy. I stirred in. I just finished the bowl of pasta. I couldn't taste it. I couldn't taste the Tapatio sauce at all. I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. It was the same thing. Actually, it was the same thing with I had chicken nuggets last night, and I put Tapatio sauce on the chicken nuggets, and I mean, I could taste that something was there, but it wasn't spicy. So I think I got a bottle of Tapatio sauce. I got it for free from El Pollo Loco, because El Pollo Loco came out with the birrias. They had the tacos, so it was crunchy tacos, so I didn't prefer it. But with the purchase of the tacos, I could get a free bottle of Tapatio sauce, so I did. It was good. Apparently it wasn't good at all. Why did I even say it was good? It's an automatic response. Automated response. It was good. How do you like the thing I made? It was good. LMAO. God, I started thinking about Nathan Fielder. I got this. Comedy Central did a show called Nathan for You. It's over now, but it was a 4-season run. Anyway, they have clips of it on YouTube, but they don't upload the whole show on YouTube, and you actually can't get it anywhere. I mean, it might be on Hulu. I do believe the show is Nathan for You is on Hulu, so that's nice. Anyway, I don't have Hulu, and I was like, okay, you know, I'm not gonna watch all these episodes in a month, and and you know, I'm probably gonna want to rewatch some of them in the future, so I'll just, instead of getting a Hulu subscription, I just bought the DVD set. It was like $30 for DVDs. They weren't even Blu-rays. And you can forget about 4K quality. So people were complaining that 2018 is when the DVD released, and it wasn't in Blu-rays. So, in fact, people thought it was a joke from from Nathan, the guy who runs the show. They thought that it was another one of his like business pranks or whatever to not release it on Blu-ray. But anyway, the it's fine. Watch is fine. But but yeah. Anyway, I bought it like a year ago, and I was thinking like, or like last summer I think, and I watched a few episodes, and I was like, man, this is so funny. But I gotta slow down because I could watch the entire like all 4 seasons in a single night. Like it's that, or well, could I? And it's about 12 hours worth of content. So I could watch like 2 seasons per night, right? So I'm gonna burn through the whole thing in 2 days. So I was like, okay, I can't. I gotta pace myself with this. So, yeah. Long story short, I didn't watch it for months. I didn't watch a single episode for months. But anyway, so recently on my YouTube, I got recommended. So I hadn't watched it for months. I hadn't touched it. It's just been sitting here on my shelf. And so so recently I got recommended. I was bored on YouTube. I was trying to find something interesting, but my YouTube recommendations aren't the best right now. So anyway, I was scrolling and there was a Nathan For You clip because I used to watch these, back like last summer, right? Because before I bought the DVD set, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right, Nathan For You. So I watched a few clips and they were pretty funny. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, screw it. It's my day off. This is last night. It's my day off. I'll day off of what? Big pasta? Nope. I'm not telling you. It's my day off from stressing about my college work. That's what it was. But there, mystery's over, guys. You can break up with me. I'm just kidding. You guys can't break up with me. I don't exist. But anyway, I was watching Nathan For You, the DVD, the episodes, and it's so fucking funny. There's no point to the story, by the way. All this leads up to just the fact that I was just laughing my ass off. I ended up watching like 6 episodes last night, but oh my god, it's so freaking funny. It's so ridiculous. It's dry humor. It's awkward humor. You guys know, like, I've explained this to you guys before, but you guys know like awkward situations and just situations where people are like really uncomfortable, like uncomfortably awkward in like a social setting. I hate it when it happens to me. But when it happens to anybody else and I'm looking at it, it's the funniest thing on the planet. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I can feel the pain of the people involved. Like, because I've gone through it. I've gone through so many awkward situations in my life that I can just feel the pain, and it's cringe, but it's like the most hilarious cringe ever. But it's so funny. And so this show is basically that as a TV show. Like the entire show is just that. It's more than that. It's hilarious. It's about I don't know if I explained this on stream before, but Nathan For You is a show where this guy Nathan Fielder, he goes to struggling small businesses, and in order to help their business grow and get more customers, he comes up with a business idea that nobody's ever done before. But they are the most unorthodox, ridiculous ideas that no one would even think to do, and they are so convoluted in the details and the execution of them. It's hilarious. The just God, what's an example? God, what was an example of of what's a funny example of one? Ugh, I don't remember most of them. What? The DVDs don't show the actual episodes. Oh yeah, I don't know, like one of them was for a no, that's gonna take a long time to explain. I don't know. One of them was like he there was a coffee shop that was struggling, right? They couldn't bring in many customers, so what Nathan did is he came into the coffee shop and he was like, "Okay, we're going to change the entire name and branding of this coffee shop to say Starbucks." So it's going to have the Starbucks logo and it's going to say Starbucks on it. But that would be illegal, right? Because it's it would be illegal because obviously they're copying Starbucks, right? And that's a copyright. So they'd get sued for that. So apparently there is a law, a very obscure law that if you can use the brand, it's called parody law. You can use the branding of a copy of copyrighted material as long as you do it in the form of a parody, right? So if you're making fun of Starbucks, then you can use their logo and their branding and everything. And so Nathan renamed this small time coffee shop. He renamed it Dumb Starbucks. And it says the words Dumb Starbucks in their green circle that has the green circle and the actual picture of the lady on it, which is their logo. And he renamed the coffee store Dumb Starbucks. And so basically, and he renamed all the menu items to be the dumb versions of popular Starbucks items and cappuccinos and stuff and all of that. So people were heading over there, and he was tricking. And customers would come in and be like, and they would order something, and then Nathan would be like, "No, sir, this isn't a Starbucks. This is a dumb Starbucks." He's just tricking all these people. I don't know. I'm not explaining it well, but in the show, the ideas themselves and how they're executed is really. But I'm not selling the show at all. So there are way better ideas than that one, but that one actually it made the news. So he did this in real life, right? All this stuff that he does is for real small businesses, and it actually affects them in real life. Like some of these businesses actually take his ideas and they run with it, and they rebrand themselves based off of his suggestions. So anyway, so this fake Starbucks place was actually on the news, and apparently people showed up and people were protesting against the fake Starbucks and all this sort of stuff. So it was like it was a big debacle. So it was great. But yeah, anyway, so every episode has like 2 or 3 different ideas like that. So where he just like he does an idea that's completely like unorthodox and like almost unethical, but it's completely legal. Or if it's not a legal idea, then he has to do something else in order to make it legal. So it's and then it just gets crazy. Like the ideas get crazier and crazier. And the thing is, he's like, the way that he presents it is that he's like just straight faced the whole time. He's talking as if it's like a completely normal thing to do, but they're the most like far out ridiculous things ever. And the thing is with the editing of the show too, his character, he actually creates a lot of awkward situations. He's like a nerdy, awkward kind of guy. And so he creates a lot of awkward social situations with the people he's interacting with on the show. And instead of cutting all of the awkward bad moments from the show like normal shows would, right? They only leave in the good stuff. He keeps in all of the awkward moments. The camera will show the person like standing there just like kind of shifting and like just just awkwardly like not knowing what to respond with, or things like that. It's hilarious. Some episodes just hit and it's so funny. I don't know, I'm not doing it justice at all, but if you guys like dry awkward humor, then just like humor that's based off of just like awkward awkward situations, but then it also has like this element of ridiculousness to it, but like it's like ridiculous, but like it's given as like a complete deadpan thing or whatever, right? It's like, and he'll Nathan will spend like tens of thousands of dollars on these ideas, to help these businesses, succeed or whatever. It's crazy, like the amount of like commitment that he puts towards it too. It's to these really stupid ideas. It's just that in itself is hilarious, but he's like deadpan the whole time. He never breaks character. It's awesome. He's one of like the funniest comedians I've ever seen. So he he also did another show earlier in Canada. I think it was called Nathan on Your Side, something like that. That one's not as good, but they're like 2 or 3 minute videos. He's just doing like he's basically like a newscaster, reporting on stuff in Canada. So those ones are pretty good. It's like kind of a sneak peek into like his humor and whatnot, and this Comedy Central show, Nathan For You, just like completely like just goes like 100 miles with it. It's awesome. So, but again, the Nathan on Your Side, a lot of these clips are on YouTube. Nathan For You or Nathan on Your Side, they're on YouTube. Just bits of them, and then if you want full episodes, then you gotta watch them on Hulu or buy the DVD sets, like I did, because this is something I can go back to. Like I'll rewatch those YouTube videos and laugh all over again because they're hilarious. But yeah. Yoko's cleaning herself, and I got this like instinctual urge to go and yell at her for it, but the thing is I can't hear her, so I'm hoping that she is picking up on like my irritation for her cleaning herself and the sound at least, and she's trying to muffle the sound or make it inaudible for me so that I can't hear her. But she is just going ham. Why can't I hear her? I can't hear a single lick. Is it? That's not normal. Even in the normal cats, I could hear some of it. It's probably because of the fan. The fan is probably drowning out the sound of her cleaning herself. Whatever. It's not. If I can't hear it, then it's. I'm hoping that she's purposely not making it audible, which solves the problem. So I would have no reason to get mad at her. So. Because that's the only thing I was getting mad at was the sound. But either she's trying to not be noticed, or the fan is just really loud. So I don't know if you guys can hear this fan. Oh, God, I'm starting to get tired. What time is it? 6? I had a bowl of pasta today. I'm so... it's fucking game, dude. Oh yeah, I was on the ground. I've done this part so much. I'm so sick of it. I'm actually not that sick of it. I don't mind going through this game. Like I said before, it is a little cathartic to play through this game, or to play like these same pieces over and over again. Not that I want to, but you know, if I have to do it, it's not the worst thing in the world. So, whereas like getting over it was pretty. I think this game's a little easier to get through than getting over it. So, as far as like, well, because you don't really have to put too much mental power into this. Whereas like with getting over it, there was, you know, the fact that you had to like drag your mouse and like you do these really precise movements with the hammer that you're controlling. It meant you had to focus more on it, so you felt every failure. Whereas with this game, I mean, realistic, like the only control is pressing the A button, or well, for me it's X, but that's the only I say the A button. I A to jump, right? I'm a GameCube kid, but God, I was gonna buy nah, I'll mention that later, but it's not interesting. None of this is interesting. I just don't want to get off topic. I said the word GameCube and I started thinking about something completely different. God dang it. But yeah, with this game, it's just pressing the jump button at varying degrees, right? Like you don't really need to focus on it. And once you go through this area, you know, 10,000 times like I have, it's how many times? 14,005 or oh no, falls 1,437 times. Once you go through this area 1,437 times, it becomes specifically then not any before or after that. Then, you know, it kind of becomes automatic. You know, it's like, oh, I'm down here. Okay, well, I just got to do this jump, right? And then go like that, and then bump against the wall, and then bump against the wall again, and make this jump. Don't do it too much, and then go over here, and then be digging the ball, and yada yada. Right? It's very. I mean, this game is just about jumping, so it doesn't matter if it's like this or even if it's like, you know, Mario, right? Because with Mario, you know, if you play like Super Mario Bros. Or something, it's like, what are you doing? You're running and jumping, right? This is exactly what you're doing here, except you continually make progress even if your jumps suck. So that's what Mario is. The Super Mario Brothers, right, on the 2D side scroller ones. So that's what it is. So I mean, you know, you get a sense of progress with that, with, you know, the Mario games, but that's about it, right? It's like I don't need to beat Jump King today, but you know, it's just like I'm just gonna chill with this, right? I'm sure the people who have gone for all the achievements in this game probably feel the same. It's like it's a fine game on its own, so it doesn't really matter too much if you have to you know, continually do a certain part over and over again because you can't make the jump because you suck. I suck. But yeah. I got a one way to get to space. Let's get out of here. But yeah, anyway, I was trying to look up. I was gonna buy this game, Final Fantasy VI, on the Game Boy Advance, That's what I was gonna say earlier. To get off topic. I was gonna buy this game. There's a lot of controversy behind this silly game because they the stupid Final Fantasy VI. They had a Super Nintendo release of it, and then they had a Game Boy Advance release of it. The Game Boy Advance release has certain changes to the game that that make it a better game, including, or that make it, you know, a more fluid game, including like extra content in it and stuff. But with the Game Boy Advanced, the script, or not the script, the music sounds significantly worse because they made it, instead of like an orchestra, which is what the original one was trying to go for, they made the music like all 8-bit. And so apparently it sounds bad. I've never played this game, but from what I'm reading, this is like an issue. So they made the sound quality worse. So, and people were saying, you know, this completely ruins it because Final Fantasy is about the music, and I would agree. The music in Final Fantasy is like, it makes the game, but it can be a good game regardless. But it's but you know, the music definitely like you know, is a major part of the experience. So I was like, okay, well, you know, this game came out what, 25 years ago or whatever. I think it came out the year I did. The year I was born. So anyway, I believe, I'm not too sure, but anyway, the SNES one did. So that wow, I'm actually getting really far. So yeah, but what was I gonna say? So apparently there have been mods that have come out that restore the sound, the proper sound to the Game Boy one, or to the Game Boy version, which is, you know, cool. It's like people really cared this much about it, so that was cool. But then damn. And so there's a physical cartridge, and so, you know, you can play this game for free on you can play this game for free on an emulator, but I don't want to emulate this. I want to play a handheld, because I'm primarily looking for a game that I can play on like my Game Boy Advance or my 3DS or whatever, right? Or my phone. So, because I don't, you know, especially like this summer, I don't want my computer running all the time. So, of course, I could stream the game if I played it emulated on the PC, but okay, it's this part now. Oh, whoa! What am I doing? Okay, nice one. What's here? Nothing important. Oh my god, no, I have to get on top of the flag post. How do you propose I do that? Well, first step would be to get on top of this, but then... there I go. There I go. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I held that down for too long, but it still gave it to me. Oh. Oh my god, I almost made it. Damn it. That is going to be a tight jump. Is that not possible from this ledge? It's gotta be, though. It's gotta be. They wouldn't give this ledge if it wasn't. Oh, maybe they would. Aw, the tricky motherfrickers, dude. Goddamn. If I overshoot this by even a pixel, then I'm gonna fall all the way down, so I can't... Damn it. It's the fact that I have to make that second jump that... Oh, there I go. It's the fact that I have to make that second jump that that screws me up, because I'm like, oh, I'll just hold it for... Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm just like, oh, I'll just hold it for an extra, you know, half a second compared to the last one, but then I don't, by the time I get back up to that position, I don't remember the last one, so. Ah, shit, that was the wrong way. Fuck. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh my god. So, god. They're really nice to you sometimes. Like, there's little moments like that where they put a platform right where you're expected to fall from a jump that they predicted you would do. That makes it really nice. This dude probably had to take a lot of data on like where people were falling and like where would be good places to put the platforms and stuff. I mean, you could run this through a computer program, but to do that, but it'd be pretty tough for a game like this. It's a lot of effort you have to put in. Ah, come on, bro. All right. Bro, come on. But yeah, anyway, so it's... I was gonna pay $30 for a game cartridge version of this for my Game Boy Advance. But then I looked online and people were like, oh, you could just put this on a 3DS. And it's gonna be better quality on the 3DS because it's gonna be like expanded or whatever. Yeah, the screen's gonna be expanded. And I was like, okay, cool. So I converted it to a 3DS version. Mind you, each step of this process is taking me like 2 hours, or an hour or whatever, because an hour each, because I have to look up how to, you know, the research on this. I have to read people's different reviews and their perspectives, and then I have to decide on something, and then once I decide on something, then I have to look up how to do that, and then I have to get it working and stuff. So, you know, all of that is oh, oops. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I heard Jupiter's nasty this time of year. Hey, my one-way ticket to space. Ah, nice. Oh. Oh my god. It's fucking snowing. Are you joking me? Oh my god, it's not, like, slippery, is it? Holy shit. Okay. Oh my god, okay. I've never seen the snow before. I guess that would make sense if I'm going up a mountain. It's fucking game, dude. Shit, I'm not gonna be able to make this jump. I would have to drop down. So I have to make it from here. Unless, no, I can't make it like that. God dang it. But yeah, anyway, I was doing all this research and doing this, and then I finally got it to where I got the Game Boy Advance version with the sound restoration patch on it, on onto my 3DS for free, mind you. So you're kidding. Okay. Fucking this game, dude. Oh my lord, why did I do that? I hit that fucking roof again that I couldn't see. God, I really gotta pay attention. This game's a PS5 release for a pixel game? Come on, guys, you can do better than that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Goddamn. How much time? 11 hours? You know, I could have beaten an entire video game fully in 11 hours. And yet I'm playing this freaking Dark Souls style bullshit. I want that gold coin. I gotta return to the shop. To the shop. To the shop. I got a one way to get to space. But yeah, so I did all that. So I got the Game Boy Advance with the version on my 3DS with the sound restored, so it sounds like a mix between an orchestra and 8-bit music, which is fine, fucking whatever. And you know, and then I went on YouTube and I compared the sound, and even with the sound restoration patch that I have, it still sounds a little bit grainy, a little bit 8-bit. And then apparently there's some background noise to it, I guess. I don't know. But mind you, I haven't even played the game yet, right? I launched it, and so I heard the title music to this game on my 3DS just to make sure it worked, but that was about it. And then, so I listened to it, and apparently, like, the orchestra, like the actual like instruments playing the thing on the NES version was spectacular, but then, you know, the Game Boy Advance version was just all grainy and stuff in comparison. But the sound restoration one was a mix, which wasn't perfect, but whatever. And so I don't know why they wouldn't just overwrite the sound files with the one from the SNES, but whatever, or the Super Nintendo. But yeah, anyway, so there's that. But then I read, so the music's not perfect, and then I read that, you know, oh, if you're you know, that I read an opinion of somebody saying, like, oh, if you're just gonna emulate this, then you should just play the SNES version, right? If, like, you're gonna do it on the computer, you know, if you're gonna do it handheld, or if you're gonna do it on the Game Boy, oh, there I go. If you're gonna do it on the if you're gonna do it on the original Game Boy, or on the Game Boy Advance, then, you know, then sure, go for it, do the Game Boy Advance version. But then if you're going to if you're just going to emulate it on the computer, then just do the Super Nintendo version. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, fucking great, I have a 3DS. Does that count as the handheld, or does that count as the emulation? And so, I mean, I couldn't figure it out. There's no opinions on this. And so, and so then I was like, okay, well, and so then I looked up, okay, there's the SNES one, and then is there a patch? And apparently there's a patch for the emulated SNES version, or Super Nintendo version of the game as well, that I could get onto my 3DS. So that, which takes another process. And so at the end of the day, I'm left with two choices. I can play both of these on my 3DS, but one of them is going to be the Super Nintendo version with the orchestra music, but apparently it's going to have like a less serious, like goofy script to the game or whatever. But, or in the story. But, oh, there I go. But, but then the Game Boy version has the darker, you know, more closer to the original script version, but it doesn't have the good orchestra music. And apparently both versions have different varying bugs, like issues that they have to do. Plus, I'm not even sure if the version that I got was of the Game Boy Advance version on the 3DS. I'm not even sure if that version was has like any of the other fixes, because there's a fix on I don't know what it is, like frame rate or something, that's apparently out for this Game Boy Advance version, but I don't think the one that I got has that. But I could be wrong. The one that you pay money for has it. But that one is like 30 bucks. It's gonna take a week to get here, and it's gonna be for the Game Boy Advance, which is the smaller handheld system, which I wouldn't mind. I don't mind playing this game on a... I was actually looking for Game Boy games to play. So, and I thought, oh, you know, Final Fantasy VI. It's just that a Final Fantasy game is going to take me like 150 hours to beat. I don't know if I'm really going to be comfortable staring at, you know, it's a Game Boy Advance. If you guys... I have a Game Boy Advance SP. If you guys haven't owned one before, because it's kind of a older thing, the screen size is about 3 inches across, so it's basically a 3x3 square. You guys think about like a really good smartphone, right? Like one of the higher end ones. The screen size is about, if it was that big, but just a square. So that's like the width of the smartphone, not the height. So you guys can see it's like the smaller measurements of the smartphone or whatever. I don't know. Fucking just make like a... If you do, like, you guys know with your hands, if you guys know how when like the director of a movie like uses his fingers, like his thumb and forefinger, his thumb and index finger on both hands, and he like kind of turns one of his hands so that, and his fingers connect so that it makes a rectangle. Do that with your hands, and the screen size is about half of that. Half of the space that's in between your fingers from doing the, you know, the movie director thing pose with your fingers. The screen size is about half of that, right? It's like if you cut that in half and made it into a square, that's how big a Game Boy Advance is. So, whereas a 3DS screen is about double that size. A 3DS screen is if you did that thing with your hands, but you didn't cut it in half, right? That's a 3DS screen. So you're getting a lot more screen space with the 3DS. So it's better for those longer games. And I was explaining to you guys, I think last week, might have been the week before, there's a game called Fantasy Life on the 3DS, which honestly I think buying, you know, it's worth it just to buy a 3DS just solely for that game. Like honestly, if I knew how good that game was, I would have bought a 3DS just to play it. But you know, and that game was fine. Playing 100. I put in, I think I looked, it was like 110 hours into the game on the 3DS, which if I can put 110 hours into one video game on the 3DS, then it's a completely fine console to you know, do or whatever. So Yeah, the Game Boy Advance screen is basically like, if you think about your Switch, if you guys have a Switch or know how big a Switch is, think about the Switch screen and cut that in half and then shrink one of those halves. Shrink it just a bit, just like an inch or so. That's how big your Game Boy Advance screen is. So it's a pretty small screen. It's almost big enough to actually fit all the information on there, but they had to do some creative work with the interfaces in order to get all the necessary things on there. So on the screen for you to see. I used to play Pokemon Pinball on the Game Boy Advance. It's fun. I still have it. And I also used to play the 3 games I remember as a kid playing on the Game Boy Advance were Pokemon Pinball, Yu-Gi-Oh! I had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, which I still have. And then I also and then the third game was Lego Star Wars. So Lego Star Wars, the prequels, I believe it was. So I played those on there. So those were fun. I remember being like in 5th grade, and you know, bedtime's 8 o'clock or whatever, and so I'd go into bed, I'd sneak in my Game Boy Advance, and I would play and I would start playing Lego Star Wars. That was the greatest thing ever, because it's like, oh, I'm playing Lego Star Wars at night, you know, under my covers, right? Oh, whoops. Ah, whoops. Ah, whoops. Ah. Ah, oh no. Oh no. Bargainburg. The Great Frontier. You know, once you know what to do, it's just a matter of doing it correctly. This place was very intimidating to me when I first arrived at it last time, but you know, now it's just, you know, it's just another place to go. Oh. Shucks. Oh! Oh, there we go. Shucks. Shuckalacka. Boom. Ah, boop. Boop. Alameo. Ah, whoops. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, I hit my head on the platform. There. I see. Or is that the jump I was complaining about earlier? Maybe. But yeah, anyway, those are my 3 games on the 3D, not the 3DS, the Game Boy Advance. There were other games like Sonic Battle and whatnot, or actually Sonic Battle as well. That was a really good one. But that one was just like, it was just this like arena battle against other Sonic characters. I also had a Naruto game that I played. It was this really crappy like 2D Naruto game. Where you're just running around side-scrolling and you're trying to kill ninjas or whatever. It was actually pretty involved. I have it on the cartridge. I should probably replay that for nostalgia's sake. I was playing Pokemon Pinball a couple years ago, and it was great. I loved it. I can't beat the high score on there. I don't know who got that high score, but or wait, no, I think I did beat the high score. That's right. Of course, I'm an adult, so and I invested like 3 hours into beating that high score, so I mean, I don't know who really won in the end of at the end of that transaction. Did I win because I got the high score, or did I lose because I'm a grown-ass man playing on his Game Boy? Can I please get on this penis? Oh my god, just the tip. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just complaining to fill in the silence. Oh my god. Gotta do this again. Oh. So there's this part, and then there's the snow. Ehrenfest. Bye. So on Wednesday, I believe it was. When was Cinco de Mayo? Was that Wednesday or yesterday? Anyway, whenever Cinco de Mayo was, I went to El Pollo Loco. I don't know if you guys know El Pollo. If you're American, you should. I'm naming things that are American. So El Pollo Loco is a fast food Mexican place, but it's like they're a little bit better than like Del Taco is, but not by much. Anyway, they came out with birrias. So on Cinco de Mayo they had a deal for them, so I went. And it's 2 tacos, which I was kind of unsatisfied with, and then the consomme soup to dip it in, and then I was never gonna make it on top of that, was I? And then I got my free bottle hot sauce. So they did have the other 2 sauces, the guacamole creamy one, and actually no, they had a salsa. But but again, I wasn't too thrilled. It's fast food. They're minimum effort. They're not going to spend 16 hours in the kitchen to try to get this beef to come out right or whatever. Please, no. But yeah, they're not gonna make it like authentic, like a real Mexican restaurant would. So it's, I mean, whatever, right? I'm not gonna be able to get an authentic one unless I go to like San Diego or something. So it's not, and I'm not going to San Diego for something like this. So I'll just make it myself. There's no name for this snowy place, is there? Holy shit. Oh my god. Hello. A fellow jumper? How unusual. I salute you for coming this far, but I am afraid this is the end of the road for us. What do you mean? The crow's right up there. Just wait until you see what is ahead. What do you mean? I will wait here. Bro, I'm never coming back here. What are you talking about? Wait a second. What the fuck? Wait, how am I supposed to... Can I make that jump? Oh, apparently I can. Okay. How far? Got it. Cool. cool. Alright. Oh, well. Ah, shit. Land, okay. Nice. Oh my Christ, you're kidding me. Oh, Christ in heaven, come on. Come on, baby Jesus. And the adult Jesus too, I suppose. You can let me jump up here, can't you? Oh my lord. Oh, God bless you, Jesus. Oh no. Oh, God bless Jesus. Oh my God bless Jesus. Unfucking believable. 1,500 falls. Only after 1,507 falls will you guys know the true pain of of not being able to go past that old man. Stupid flagpoles. Whatever. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done this. Yoko, are you gonna go in the thing? I have one of my drawers open because of the way that I don't know if I showed you guys on last week, but my bed, where my head is, there's just like I don't have a bedboard, baseboard. I don't have a thing to block my pillows from falling off and onto the floor. So what I did is I put a chair there, but the chair doesn't stay. So I had to open, so beyond the chair is a cabinet. So I had to open the third drawer of the cabinet, which pushes against the chair, which supports a lounge cushion that acts as a barrier to keep my pillows from falling. So, and then if I push my head up in my sleep, then I'll just be hitting the cushion, which is pretty nice. So I'm not hitting the wooden chair anymore. So basically it's pillows, lounge cushion, back of the chair, front of the chair, an open cabinet, an open drawer, an open dresser drawer, and I'm able to lock the dresser drawer in place to keep it from closing with a cardboard box that I put between the front of the dresser drawer and then the beginning of the upper dresser drawer there. So it's a work in progress. So anyway, it's the most ghetto thing, and it completely blocks my walkway to get in and out of my room. So I always have to step over this chair or step on it. But I've been hearing it crack just the tiniest bit when I step on it to try to get over it. So that's not good. So I'm trying to make it so I don't step on the chair. Anyway, so that cabinet, or the dresser drawer, is open all the time. So it's open, and if you guys know how dresser drawers work, like a clothes drawer, whatever. Anyway, you can actually, if you open one of the drawers, you could stick your hand back there and like touch the drawer below it or above it. If you stick your hand all the way back in one of the open ones, then you can touch the other ones. But yeah, so anyway, you can do that. And so there's a hole back there, right? And so, or not a hole, but in the dresser drawer that's open, there's a space where you could put your hand back there and then get into the one below. So the cats have been taking advantage of that, and the cats will go into the open dresser drawer and then climb through behind the drawer and then go into the bottom one, because it's a 4-story dresser drawer, and I have the third one open. So they go in the back, and then they go onto the bottom drawer, which is closed, and they sleep there. And so the cats will sleep in the dresser drawer. In fact, I had one of the other cat. Right, my 2 cats are Kiwi and Yoko. So Kiwi's the one I keep in the room all the time. Yoko's the one who always wants to come in the room, but I hardly let her. So we have 5 cats here. Those are my 2. So anyway, there was another cat, Kiki, who came into the room, and she came in the room one night, and this was a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. And so anyway, she came in the room, and then she disappeared. I didn't pay it any mind. She normally knows when to leave. I'm whatever, right? It's like, if I start ruffling around getting ready for bed and stuff, she'll dart out of the room. So, but the thing is, she had gotten comfortable. She normally doesn't come in my room, but she had gotten comfortable enough in my room, and so I was getting ready to go to bed, and I actually went to bed. I turned off the lights and everything, and everyone else had gone to sleep, and all the cats were out of my room, whatever. And so well, it's not like I did a thorough check or anything, right? Why would I need to? So anyway, so I turned out the light and I went to bed, and I'm laying there, and I can just hear the faintest and I'm wondering, what the hell? But it's like, it's not like that. It wasn't a snore that was loud enough to be a human. And so I'm thinking, and that's a cat, but I don't have any cats in my room. And then I think, Kiki was in here earlier. Oh no. And so I get out of bed. It's still dark in my room. I swing over to the dresser drawer, the one that's open, and I stick my hand back there, and I can feel a ball of fur. And I'm thinking, fucking great. So anyway, it was Kiki. She had snuck into the dresser drawer, which is, it's a open space. It's like a caved space, right? So, an animal would like that, but it's very, like, volatile in the sense that I could close this dresser drawer anytime and they'll be screwed. But anyway, so she's there sleeping. As Kiki is, it's one of the cats where she won't, she'll run out of my room if I even, like, twitch in my chair. Like, it's a foreign environment to her. So Kiwi and Yoko don't really care, but because they're used to the room. But the other cats do care, and they're not used to the room. But yeah. Anyway, so she was back there, and she was sleeping, and she was snoring. She was like that. It was weird. It was baffling, because she normally doesn't want to stay in my room. But she had fallen asleep. She had let her guard down and fell asleep. So that's what, I don't know. She's so, like, avoidant of my room. The other 3 cats are really avoidant of my room that it was a surprise to me. But anyway, so I had to wake her up. I had to shake her awake. And she, like, lifts her head, and she's still in this cabinet, right, in the dark. I can barely tell any of this, but she lifts her head. She's all tired and stuff. She doesn't want to, and she rested back down. She wants to go back to sleep. I'm like, no. And so I had to, like, try to pick her up, but again, it's in the back of a dresser drawer. I don't have that much, like, mobility of my hands, so I had to pick her up. And I picked her up, and I got her to stand up, but she still wouldn't leave. So I had to call to her. And all this, if I had to wait like a whole 3 minutes for her to wake up and then slowly, like, climb out of there, because it's not the easiest space to get into. So I had to wait for her to climb in there, or climb out of there, and then she got into the chair, And then she wouldn't even leave after she got on the chair. I had to go grab her. So this is a whole thing. But anyway, so this was all happening in the dark of night when I'm like about to fall asleep. I don't have to do this, so it's whatever. It's something I'm gonna have to deal with when I have kids. Is they're gonna have like wants and needs even when I'm like asleep. So yeah, this is one of those things. So it's nice. Like I wasn't upset at her or anything. It's just it was fine. I wasn't upset at all from it. It was just a thing that happened. But it was a little event, I guess. My life's not exciting, guys. So I did preface at the beginning of my life that it's not going to be interesting. But whatever, right? So anyway, I have a cat. That's what the story. Moral of the story: I have a cat. That's what it is. That should be the main takeaway. I have a cat, and the cat does cat things, and I have to do things as a cat owner. That's what it is. It's so surreal. I'm like, I go out into the living room, which it's my house is kind of open concept, in the main area, and then we have the hallway, that goes into the private rooms. So it's a good design for a house. But anyway, so I go in the dining room, and it's all open concept. There's the living rooms. And it's like late at night and the light is on, and I look up from the dining room because I'm doing homework on the laptop or something out there, and I look up, and in the space by the hallway door, in the living room, there's 5 cats. There's 5 cats, just like evenly spaced. They're not lined up or anything. They're kind of scattered in sort of a circle, but there's just like 5 cats just kind of wandering in this one area. I'm thinking like, what the hell? Where'd all these stray cats come from? It's like a congregation of animals. And then I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, this is I've had these cats for years, but I'm just now realizing that it's bizarre to own 5 cats. I mean, people are adverse to getting one, and you talk to somebody who has like 2, and they're like a cat lover that they have 2 cats. I have 5. What is wrong? This house so weird. It's surreal. It's almost surreal in just looking at that and then realizing that you live in a family who has 5 cats in one house. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. But anyway, I love them. I know each of them, and they each have their own personalities. It's not like I'm fostering cats, and there's so many that I can't keep track of them. It's nothing like that. Each cat. It's not like my family wanted specifically 5 cats. It's that each cat had a purpose, and we had a desire to have them at the time, and so we just ended up getting more and more, right? Hoarding cats. But each one has a personality, and we tend to their issues and make sure they're fed and whatever, and they each have their own personalities, and they each have their habits, and they do things, and they have things they would like and stuff like that. So, and we know the particulars of all 5 of the cats. So Yoko is just sitting there. Her back is hunched. She's like retracted her, like she's like holding her head up, but at the same time retracting it towards her neck, and just with her paws firmly on the ground, making herself giving herself like this air of like prim and proper. But she is anything but prim and proper. Like for the rest of her, she just does this really good pose of being prim and proper, and she's just squinting her eyes and staring at the wall. so, so I don't. The most sophisticated looking animal you'll ever see, and she's still a dumbass. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's so hilarious. It's so contrary to her actual personality because she's like the most needy, like weird behaving cat I've ever seen. But and it's just the way that she just like sits there in a prim and proper pose looking judgmental. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's like she saw it somewhere and she's just copying it. It's really like that. And she's had all these like different human behaviors that she'll see somebody do something, she'll see a person do something, and then she'll try to copy it. She has this thing, like she'll push open the doors. Like she likes to open doors. And she's done this before. We have a pantry that doesn't have it has a door knob, but it doesn't turn or anything, right? You just pull the knob and the door opens, right? And it makes a boom sound or whatever. Whatever. You guys know, you guys know what sound I'm talking about when a door without like a hinge or not a hinge, but a door that doesn't, where the knob doesn't turn, you just pull it. It makes a sound that we're pulling it, right? Because whatever suspension is there to keep it closed or whatever. Anyway, what Yoko does is sometimes she'll go to the kitchen in the middle of the night, and I know this because I've watched her do it once. She'll put her paw and her whole and like half her arm underneath the bottom space of the door, and she'll pull it and it'll open the door. She'll pull the door open. She has the ability to open closed doors. It's unbelievable. And so throughout having this cat in the house, we've just, some of the people in the family and I, we will wake up in the morning and go to the kitchen and the pantry door will be open. And obviously the first thought is to blame another human being. Oh, who left the pantry door open last night? But it wasn't us. It was the fucking cat. It was the freaking cat. Stupid cat. And she opens it. We used to keep cat food in there. We don't anymore, but we used to keep cat food in there. So I bought storage bins for the cat food. So this is partly to avoid this problem. She would open the pantry, and then either she or another cat would start eating the plastic of the plastic bag to the cat food. Some of the cats would do it to get to the food. Some of the other cats would do it because they like to eat plastic. We have one cat in our house, Coco, who she used to eat the plastic of, you guys know, like when you buy a case of water bottles, the water bottles are plastic, but then the case itself is surrounded by this like kind of flexible plastic material. Coco would go into the kitchen in the middle of the night and start eating the plastic. And so we'd wake up in the morning, we'd go to the kitchen and grab a water bottle from there to replace one in the fridge. And there would be bite marks and small ripped parts of that plastic on the water bottle case. It's so weird. It's so weird. But again, we had seen her do this before, so she really liked to eat plastic. People nowadays are complaining about microplastics from the water bottles and stuff. I'm talking about a cat who just, hey, she went to the source. She's like, forget microplastics. You know, I'm just gonna eat the plastic straight. So that's what it is. This is how it was. But yeah, it's just so weird. Anyway, Yoko, another one of her human behaviors is, um, she'll play with her food. She will play with her food. She'll, she used, at least she used to, she would, you know, I would feed her, and then she would look at the food, maybe eat a couple bites, and then she would, you know, back her head away from the bowl. She would reach her arm into the bowl and use her paw to grab or to scoop out one of the food pellets from the food bowl, and she'd scoop it out and plop it onto the ground. And then she would start playing with it. She would start batting at it with both of her paws like she's playing hockey with with the food. It was so weird. She would just bat it and she would hit it and it'd go off across the kitchen and she'd chase it. It was so weird. I gotta figure she's probably so bored. Oh, she's probably so bored that she has to play with her food like this. That's so ridiculous. She did it. She did similar. Or she did something with the water bowl too. Obviously, you can't play with water. So what did she do with it? She freaking what she did, and I think she still does this. She puts her paw onto the border of the bowl of the water bowl, and scoots it towards her. She scoots the bowl towards her and then drinks out of it. Right? She doesn't walk up to the bowl like and close the distance like a normal thing would. She goes up to the bowl and stands maybe 3 inches farther from it than she needs to be. And then she reaches her paw out and she grabs and she gets the border of the bowl and she scoots it towards her and then she drinks it. She would do this. She did this for years. And so she would do this every single time. And of course, you know, the first time she does that, you know, it's whatever. The bowl is displaced by a couple inches. Like, who cares? But then she would do it. But then that bowl that was already displaced, she would go up to it 3 inches away, you know, 3 inches from it, and then pull it towards her again. She'd go up and do it again and again and again. And eventually, one day we had completely ignored them. And then by the nighttime, you know, by the next morning, I would go over to the cat food area, and the water bowl is on the other side of the kitchen, or on the other side of the dining room. I mean, it's on the other side of the dining room. She scooted it all the way to the other side of the dining room. You can't believe it. And it's 3 inches at a time that she's doing it. But you gotta be so bored to do something like that. Oh my gosh. The thing is, I used to, it reminds me of something that I personally did. You know, thinking about, you know, oh, how bored you have to be while consuming necessary products for survival. That's, ah. Nope. Nope. She's gonna scratch at the door. Give me 1 second, guys. Nope. Nope. What? 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 Kiwi, you don't get any food tonight then. I left Kiwi out there. My Coco, who's the old cat, she has a special diet of whatever unhealthy food she wants because it's whatever she eats, right? So she has Fancy Feast, which is not a good long-term food for a cat, but she's going to die in a couple years anyway, so it's not like it matters too much. So, but I don't want, like, we don't want the other cats eating that. So, but the other cats do eat it because it's junk food, right? Fancy Feast and Eam's cat foods are basically the it's the McDonald's of cat foods. So, anyway, I left Kiwi out of my room because first of all, she wanted to. And I was thinking, okay, everyone's home. It's going to be supervised, right? It's, my mom's in her room, which is where the Fancy Feast cat food is with the old cat. And so that was fine, right? I thought, okay, Kiwi's going to be supervised, so she's not going to be eating this stuff. And then I go out there just now, and nobody's home. Kiwi just prances on out of the bathroom where the cat food or the Fancy Feast cat food was. She ate all of it. So she ate the entire bowl full of it. So she looks pretty happy and satisfied now. So I didn't think she would be unsupervised when I left her out there. So I segregate her in my room specifically so that I can control her diet, and it doesn't happen. So whatever. So I have like half a portion for her to eat, but she doesn't get to eat that because she ate the fucking Fancy Feast. So you have one McDonald's burger more than I approve of, and you're not getting dinner tonight. All right. No, I am regulating her diet though. So, and she has been getting a little pudgier since I last weighed her. So it's not good. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, so I guess I technically played with my water as a kid. What I would do in middle school is I had the plastic water bottles, which are not good for you, but whatever. As that's a whole nother thing. But anyway, so I would get plastic water bottles, and I liked to take the cap off the water bottle, and instead of just drinking the water bottle from the bottle, what I would do is I would hold the cap upside down in my fingers, and then I would pour just a little bit of water from the bottle into the cap until the cap is almost full, and then I would take the bottle away, and then I would drink the I would lift and drink the cap, the bottle cap full of water, like a shot glass. And I would pretend I'm taking shots, alcohol shots, but of water, right? So I would pretend to be doing that. So I did that quite often. This was like anytime I had a water bottle, I would do this at least once. So anyway, so it's middle school, and in seventh grade, in science class, the teacher was giving a lecture or whatever, right? And so I was thirsty, and so I got my water bottle. I'm in the back of the class, right? I got my water bottle out. I uncapped it. I poured the water in the cap, and I took a shot of it. And I did that like 2 or 3 times. And the science teacher stopped his lecture. He stopped talking, and he looked at me. And then he's like, look at Big Pasta. He's so bored that he's just he's just pouring water into his bottle cap. Oh, that's how bored he is. Or he said something like that. And the whole class laughed. And they looked at me while they laughed. So I I don't think they were like making fun of me or whatever. They just thought it was a funny joke. Anyway, I was a happy-go-lucky kid back then, so I didn't take any offense to it. I was thinking like, I wanted to. I apologized, but I wanted to defend myself at the time. I wanted to be like, no, I'm not bored. I'm just drinking the water. This is just how I like to drink water. But whatever, right? So. Um, yeah, so he had called me out on that. So the things I wasn't self-conscious about, I still continued to do it. Not in class. I made a note not to do it in class because it might upset a teacher, but I still did it on my own time. I wasn't embarrassed by it or anything. In my eyes, it was just like I didn't do anything wrong. The teacher thought I was bored with his lecture, which I wasn't. I was listening to him. Whatever. Was I listening to him? I don't remember what he was lecturing about now, so I don't think I retained the information. So it's one of the great perks about being a teacher, eh? Is that your students will most likely not remember the vast majority of things you teach them. So that's regardless of what grade you teach. So, but anyway, there's another time in middle school in that same year, actually. The seventh grade was I got called out for a lot of things by teachers. Anyway, we're coming in from recess, I believe. And during recess, I was eating Yogos. If you guys know Yogos, I don't know if they're around anymore, but basically they were these yogurts flavored balls. They were little balls of flavored yogurt, solid, and they were chewy. They were really chewy, but of course you chewed them a bunch and they dissolved. Anyway, you're supposed to eat them like one at a time or a few at a time or whatever. What I like to do as a kid is I would open the package and I would dump the entire thing in my mouth, right? And just chomp on all of them. You get this big burst of flavor. I did this with pixie sticks too. I would get like one of the giant pixie sticks, or just if there's little ones, I would get several little ones of the same flavor and just dump the whole thing in my mouth. And oh my God, that one burst of flavor was a way better experience than if I had just simply parsed it out over a long period of time. So same with the Yogos. So essentially, Yogos were the last thing in my snack during recess, and so I dumped the whole thing in my mouth. And then the bell rang. And so I'm chewing, and so I'm like, okay, whatever. I throw away in the trash. And so I go to math, and we line up outside the class, as you do. And I don't know if all schools line up outside of class. I don't remember school that much, but we lined up outside of class, and I'm chomping on my yogos, right? I have like, God, what's probably like 30 yoga balls in my mouth. Yoga balls. I have 30 yoga balls in my mouth. How could I fit them all? I had 30 of these little bite-sized balls in my mouth that are really chewy, and I'm just chomping on them. And the teacher, and we're lined up outside of class, and the math teacher walks through the lines to, I don't know, she was checking homework or something. She did something outside. I don't remember. She said hi to the kids. I have no freaking idea. Made sure everyone was there before the second bell rang to let everybody in. Something like that. Anyway, so she's walking, for whatever reason, we're all lined up, and she's walking down the line, and she passes me, and then she looks at me, and I'm just chomping on my yogos, and she looks at me while I'm chewing, and then she makes a chewing motion with her mouth too. She's just like, directly at me, right, as if to make fun of me. And I was just thinking like, oh, she's making fun of me, isn't she? And so I just brushed it off and just continued chomping on my yogos right in front of her, and with my mouth closed. But yeah, she mocks me, just silently, like just by mimicking me or whatever. And then I look at her, and then after like a second, I pay her no mind, and she just gives me like a weird look. and then and then she walks away, and I'm thinking that was weird. But what I realized later, I don't know how much later, I don't know if it was like that same day or like 10 years later, but what I realized was that she was mocking me, sure, but she probably thought I was chewing gum. We had a pretty big gum problem at the school, but and so it was something to be aware of. But I was just chewing it. I was just continually chewing right in front of her, and she mocked me, probably to communicate that she noticed I was chewing. And so normal students who are chewing gum would get self-conscious because they had just been caught, and they would stop chewing and try to hide it, or they try to spit it out really quickly or whatever. When the teacher shows them that, hey, I've caught you chewing, I see you're chewing gum, right, in a mocking sort of way, like she did. But the thing is, I wasn't chewing gum. I didn't feel bad about it, and I certainly wasn't a normal behaving kid. So, so all three of those combined means that I was just she was doing that thing. She was mocking me by chewing to try to communicate to me that she knew I had gum in my mouth, and I'm just standing there, knowing I don't have gum in my mouth, and so not thinking that I'm doing anything wrong, right? Because if somebody's like finishing a bag of chips or something after recess, then it's totally fine, right? Finish up and head into class as quick as possible. But so I'm doing the same thing. I'm finishing my food that I didn't get to eat during recess. And so she insinuates that I am chewing gum, and she has caught me, and it just completely flies over my head. It just completely flies over my head. I'm like 13 years old, and it just whoosh. And so she looks at me weird, and then she walks away. And and looking back on it now, to her it probably looked like I was chewing gum. She communicated that I was chewing gum because she looked directly at me and I saw her doing it, and that I didn't give a shit that she caught me, and I continued chomping away anyway. That's probably what it looked like. that I was continuing to chew my gum, which was breaking a school rule, right in front of her face. Which is the ballsiest thing that you'd probably ever see a middle schooler do. You know, teacher catches them breaking the rules, and they still continue to do it. They still chew their gum in front of the teacher in the most obvious way possible. You got to figure, like, okay, did the teacher think that, like, I would be if I was chewing gum, that I'd be stupid enough to like continue chewing it in front of her, like in the matter that I was doing. So she was probably taken off guard by that, but it's hilarious. But I think the fact that she walked away without calling me out on it, because she called me out on it a different time later, but I think that time she didn't call me out on it because I was like her favorite student. All the math teachers that I had in elementary and middle school, I was their favorite student because I was the best at math. I was the best at math and still asking questions during math class and showing I was interested. So I was like a star pupil in most of the math classes I was in until high school. But high school's a different story. So at least when I was a child, I was the star pupil of any math class. The math teachers loved me, including her. So it was, what would you say? It was just, so she probably just let us slide. And of course, the yogos, I finished them once we got into class. So, she probably checked on me again, glancing at me or whatever, as teachers do. And she probably saw I wasn't chewing anything. I had no signs of things in my mouth. I probably participated in class too and showed that I didn't have any gum in my mouth. So she probably, was just fine with it. Or she probably, thought like, oh, he just threw it away or whatever, right? So there was another time though in that with that teacher, she called in. I was chewing yogos. I think I was chewing it in class, and I was eating them in class, and she actually called out to me. She's like, "Big Pasta, spit out your gum in the trash can or whatever." And I remember responding to her, "It's not gum, it's yogos." Fucking stupidest exchange ever. it's it's yoga. Fuck. And I think she was like sarcastic about it too. I think she was like, "Oh yeah, uh-huh," or something like that. I was like, "It's true." I don't know if I held up the package or not of the yogos that I was eating. It would have been very much like me to do that, but considering that I dumped them all in my mouth and then threw the package away, that was how I ate them. I probably didn't have the package on me, so anyway, I was the most like socially unaware kid that like you'll ever see, right? Like that you'll ever see outside of like a special needs class, like for sure. Because I mean, those kids can't help it, but me being a normal kid should have been able to help it. But I was so oblivious to everything. I didn't know how to do anything socially. But as a kid, I was super happy. Like up until seventh grade, I was just this really happy-go-lucky kid. I would befriend whoever, I would talk to whoever I wanted. I would befriend people. I would do whatever I wanted. In fourth and fifth grade, I was the class clown. So, I was doing these kind of inappropriate things but like, not like bad, but like inappropriate as in like, I don't want to say not safe for work because right, what like a 10-year-old would think that like raunchy is, right, is like, or what a 10-year-old would think that suggestive is, right. That's the kind of stuff I was doing. And it would get laughs out of people because people thought it was so silly and so weird, right. And so I was a class clown back then. I was genuinely a happy kid. I mean, I was happy most of the time I was in my house and all this sort of stuff. So. And then, of course, puberty hit, and then my parents got a divorce. And then I moved houses. So, all three of those, really destroyed my mental state, and and that resulted in the kid I am today. Oh boy. So, I don't know. Maybe if I grew up in a stable family, I wasn't neglected as a kid, then I would have actually been like a very positive, upbeat person today. I always wonder that. So it's not as if, obviously I'm aware of this, all of this, so it's not as if I can't be a positive, upbeat person. And the thing is, generally, when I'm dealing with life, I am. It's just I'm not really energetic, right? I'm more lazy than anything else. So if I can be like, that's why, like, as an adult, I'm pretty like tolerant. I'm like, or I'm maybe not tolerant, but like patient. I'm very like, I'm patient and I'm articulate, and I'll sit by the task or the person until the thing that needs doing gets done, and I won't abandon anybody in that sort of sense. So obviously the internet doesn't apply here, but in my real life, if I'm participating in activities or whatever, then I'll stick with it, and I'll stick by the people who are a part of it or whatever. It's like, it's not, it's not that big of a, it's for me, it's a normal course of action, right? It's par on course for me just to do something like that because it's the least I could do. But of course, from what I've seen in my adult life, most people aren't like that. Most people only think selfishly, and they're not willing to stick around for others, sort of thing. So it's sad. It's sad. So well, whatever. It's different strokes, right? Not everybody needs to be a superhero. So which means I don't need to be a superhero. Which means I don't need to do any more than I feel like. So if I feel like making someone happy today, I'll make someone happy. But or showing somebody like care and consideration, then I will. If I don't, then I will make it a point not to leave the house. Whatever. If I find myself in a conversation with strangers, I try to spin my words to be something that like they want to hear, or ask about things that they want to talk about, things like that. So, which is rare that I'm ever in a situation like that. But cashier at a grocery store, things like that. I don't know, because it's whatever, right? It masks the fact that I'm like super weird and stuff. But in that sense, I'm also quiet. I think it's because as a kid I was socially unaware and I was happy-go-lucky and all this. Didn't care what I said or did or anything like that. And then as I grew older, as I got to high school, it became the social dynamics changed, and it became like, oh, you have to say the correct thing, or oh, you have to act the correct way or whatever. And so because of that, and if you do different things, then you're weird, sort of thing. So as a high schooler, I made it a note, or what I did was I hid all of my behaviors. I stopped being happy-go-lucky. I stopped being energetic. I stopped getting excited. I stopped showing my excitement for things in front of me. I stopped saying things that I wanted to say. Things like I put a heavy filter on myself. Things like that. Just because, it was like, okay, I don't get to act like a kid anymore because everyone in high school is trying to be adults. Do they need to be adults? No, they fucking don't. Being adults sucks. Look at me right now. I'd prefer to be a kid than an adult any day. Right? I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to, have to do the proper socialization or whatever. I just want to be a kid. I just want to be a kid. That's all I want to do. I don't want to devolve into being a child, but I still want to act like a kid. I want to still be goofy. I want to be able to rant for hours and hours about things that I'm passionate about. I want to be able to enjoy something with a smile on my face. I want to be able to watch a show with somebody and be able to get a big grin on my face at something that makes me happy, or laugh out loud at something that's funny, without having to fear that the people around me are going to judge me for it. Because I can feel like even my own family, is a little judgmental about that sort of stuff, which is whatever, right? They're again, it's different strokes, and most people are normal, so I'm not too like moved by that by that or whatever. But you know, what was I saying? What was I saying? Oh yeah, but yeah, I don't, I don't want to have to fear being judged for like the weird crap that I do, right? Or at least fear like annoying people with whatever I'm doing or saying or whatever. So for someone like me who wants to act unrestricted, being alone is probably the best solution because then I can be as weird as I want. I won't inconvenience anybody. But at the same time, the majority of what makes me happy is sharing something with somebody else, right? Sharing my joy with somebody else, right? You know, happiness only real when shared. It's it's become my favorite quote. No. So, but yeah, I just I don't know. It'll never happen. At least I can be like goofy and jokey with like my children, I guess. So it is. If I have a wife who understands, then so be it. But that's what it is. I'd rather be a kid than an adult. So I obviously I can be an adult, and I'm smart enough and well equipped enough to actually conduct myself like an adult. But people always told me in high school, "Oh, you're really mature for your age or whatever," which first of all, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, what it means is that I am different from everybody else. So, whether for better or for worse, right? They're trying to make it seem like it's better, but whatever, right? Obviously, I've been an adult for long enough to where, like, I know what needs to be done, and I can take care of everything myself, pretty much. Like, you kick me out of this house tomorrow, and you tell me to live on my own with what I have, and I'd be able to do it. Like, I'd be able to do it no problem. So, honestly, like I would. So it would still be a sticky situation, and I would prefer not for that not to happen. But yeah, I could if I needed to, right? So I mean, like I said, I'm well equipped for that for being an adult. It's just in my spare time, I don't necessarily want to. I mean, it's like in my spare time, I want to be able to enjoy stuff. I want to be able to, not necessarily act goofy. I'm kind of past that, but I want to be able to have fun in life. I want to be able to sing the songs that I'm listening to and do silly dances in the kitchen, to the beat of the song, which is something that I currently do. Um, I don't know. I want to be able to tap my foot in public if there's a catchy song on the speakers. You know, I don't know. Sometimes I'll like groove my body a little bit when I'm waiting at a crosswalk and I have my headphones in, just tapping a beat on my skateboard, or I'll, you know, mouth the lyrics to the song or whatever. I probably look like some like crazy homeless person or something. But I am starting to go a little insane, but but that's beside the point. It's just little things like that, right? Like I want to be able to enjoy my life unrestricted, and be able to take advantage of that anytime. So that's whatever. That's what you do. And no matter what kind of life you're given, you find things to enjoy. So if it wasn't music, it'd be something else, right? For me. I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I heard Jupiter's nice this time of year. Where am I at? Oh. This part? Oh, the fucking sticks, dude. Oh, come on, man. No, no. Oh no, Bargenberg. No, no, the Great Frontier. I got a one. God, what game am I playing? Oh yeah, fucking Jump King. I like. I forget, you know. It's like I get on and I'm like, okay, I can continue playing, and then I think, wait a second, what was I doing? What game am I playing? What, you're saying I spent 11.5 hours jumping? I did spend 2 of those hours talking. I'm sure on the last stream that I play this on, I spent some of the stream talking as well, so 7 hours sounds like one stream for me, so I probably didn't play the full 7 hours of that. Like today, I think I talked for like an hour and a half, so really I only played for, I've only been playing this actual, I've only been like actively playing for maybe like 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours today, so. I don't know how you're supposed to recover if, god damn it, if you don't land on the stick with the flag on it, because I don't think I've ever landed on it from this ledge. Maybe I have. Oh, speak of the devil, huh? God, okay. Too far. God dang it. They could have made the right side of this roof actually like fall in, or they could have made this whole section like to the left of my character like disappear, and then that would have been tough. Bye. Nope. Bye-bye. Bargenberg. LMAO. I'm gonna be stuck in the Great Frontier forever. I mean, I don't know if like the snowy area is still part of the Great Frontier. It didn't have a like an area name change or whatever, but the thing is, like, now it's actually really easy for me to get up to this point. Like, obviously if I go back to the beginning of the level, I can't get up here first try, but it's relatively easy, right? It's not going to take me 7.5 hours to get up here, right? It's just I have to solve this next part. I have to fucking the stupid sticks. I hate these sticks so much, and there's just more sticks. There's more where that man was talking or whatever. There's more sticks. Nope. Ah shit! I overjumped it. God dang it! I got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. You guys are probably tired of me singing that song lyric. I will stop. Actually, no, I can't promise that. I'm probably gonna continue. I wish I knew more of that song so I could continue. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's what I was gonna try. Okay. I go. Okay, I go to the left, the far left of that platform, and then do a full hold jump. Hold. A fully. Where I hold down the button, I can the full time. I can do one of those jumps. So. No, no, my one-way ticket to space. Bye. I have got a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I'm actually really liking this game. Like, I don't know why. This normally isn't like... I don't know. I am the kind of person who would play this game, to be honest. But, like, I'm also the kind of person who will give up on this kind of game if I end up wasting too much time. But I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. I think it's because I'm playing it on stream. I think that I don't know, like I could I mean, I do enjoy talking to you guys, so during and in between breaks or whatever, and I am giving myself proper breaks whenever I do fall a long time and I start getting tilted, so oh. Ooh, still made it. But, oh, nice. Alright, oh. No. It doesn't really like faze me too much when I fall. Like even if I go back to the sewers or even the forest, God forbid, it's not gonna be that bad. Like, because I can get back to this point in maybe like 10 minutes or so. So, I mean, realistically, it would only take a couple. Like if I did a first try, but I'm accounting for failures. Oh. I'm accounting for failures like me. Isn't that so funny, guys? Self-detrimental humor. It's the new thing these days. Oh. Oh. Oof. Oof. Oh, oof. Oof. If only Jump Guy would jump guy, then Jump Guy could jump guy. Did you guys watch the movie Free Guy? It's on... not Netflix. It's on Disney+. I did. It was decent. It's Ryan Reynolds. I don't... What am I saying? I don't care about actors. Ryan Reynolds is the owner. It's the new owner of Mint Mobile. Only $15 a month for unlimited talk and text. Oh, well, there I go. Oh, oof. Big oof. Big oof. Well, I think last stream I had just gone to the Great Frontier, and then I was, like, struggling with it. So, but then this time, you know, once I got to the Great Frontier, I'm like, oh, you know, I could still go or whatever. I think it's just a matter of like how used to the map you are. Oh, bye. Oh, there I go. Oh, there I go. Oh, there I go. Oh, there I go. Oof. Oh, yeah, I forgot this. I was thinking, oh, it could send me back to the sewers, but then I forgot this area was here. Oh, it's sewer time. Bye. Bye. Beginning of the sewers, baby. Let's do it. None of that was on purpose. I am fuming on the inside, but you know what? Happy days, happy days. Right? It's like what the Dalai Lama taught in Buddhism. Accept only yourself, and do not imprison yourself with material possessions, for you cannot achieve true nirvana with such earthly desires holding you back. The Dalai Lama didn't actually say that. I just made that up like off the top of my head, but whatever. I haven't researched Buddhism enough to know anything about it. I just call myself I'm a Buddhist in spirit. That's what I am. Oh, bye. Oh boy, I get to encounter all these parts. I want to get back to the Great Frontier before I get off stream, but I don't think it's gonna happen. See, I get to re-experience this part of the map. Isn't that so great? Oh my god, I was just thinking about the sewers. I told you guys. If I got sent back to the sewers, it wouldn't be that bad. It'd only take 10 minutes to get back up to that spot. Well, let's time it starting now. It's 11:41:19. Let's say I started this at 11:40, so I have about 8 minutes left. That doesn't actually feel like that much time to... Whatever. We're gonna try our best, okay? And if we fail, then it's not the end of the world, right? Because, you know... Except that I'm a failure and I've failed myself to provide something that's necessary for my survival, and my self-worth as a whole is getting... Oh, son of a... Why did I think that that's what I was supposed to do? You piece of poop! You're worthless! You're worthless, Big Pasta! Big Pasta, more like failed pasta. I'm sure you didn't even get cooked right. I'm sure you didn't even get cooked right. Oh, you call that al dente? More like al raw. You fucking failure of a pasta dish, Big Pasta. You can't even make a good judgment on a Jump King, you fucking guy. Stupid Big Pasta. I just destroyed this man's whole career. And he can't even react. I destroyed his whole career. He just got roasted on Comedy Central's roast. God, what am I doing? Dude, Big Pasta's self-worth is in the toilet. It is in the is in the toilet like the poo that he is. There we go. I'm sure your self-worth is in the toilet. Just like you are, you piece of crap. Can you imagine? Can you imagine somebody actually saying that to another human being? I can. I'm sure it's been said before. I mean, I just made that up, but I'm sure it's been said before. Just like it's in the toilet, just like you belong. You piece of... Nah, whatever. It's funny, it's a meme, but it obviously doesn't apply to anybody. Nobody's self-worth, or I shouldn't say self-worth. Nobody's actual worth as a human being is low enough to constitute such a joke. I have to preface that joke by saying that we are a safe space. We are a safe space and an all-accepting community here on Big Pasta Gaming. We don't harass or insult or discriminate against anybody on this channel. If you do harass or discriminate on this channel, you will promptly receive a ban and never be allowed to watch this stream again. We are a safe space, and this is a community for people who are vulnerable, who need people to accept them for who they are. And I will not let you ruin that. Can you imagine if I was that gay to actually mean those words? We are not an accepting community, guys. We discriminate against everybody. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not intolerant, right? Like other people would claim I am. I just simply because I don't discriminate against any one person. I discriminate against everyone equally. White people, black people, the Hispanics, even the Mexicans. And we'll throw in the Latinas in there as well. All of those groups of people, we can discriminate against them all they want. Oh, I guess Asian people too, whatever. And Latinos. I forgot to mention the Latinos. They're all a bunch of fucking Mexicans, though. Go back to your salsa dancing, you fiesta having fucks. Can you imagine? You fiesta. Oh my gosh. Is it a good or a bad quality that you laugh at your own when you laugh at your own jokes? Because I don't know anymore. Anyway, yeah, we do discriminate against everyone on this channel, so guys, be sure to say something hateful about every demographic of people you can imagine. The gays, the straights, the trans and the cis, the blacks and the whites. Every group deserves a little discrimination, just a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean as much as you feel like, because we don't restrict behavior on this channel. If you can't come, honestly, like, if you can't come into this stream and say what you want, in fear of getting banned, then that's where I draw the line, right? We gotta accept free speech, right? As long as there's no death threats. Well, I mean, you can have death threats in this stream as well, but they all gotta be in Minecraft, alright? That's what it is. Keep it legal here, guys. Every death threat or every intention of injury or violence is talking about in Minecraft, alright? That's what it is. It's not. Whatever. Anyway, can I say something mean about my own demographic of people? What am I? I'm white and Asian, right? You pasty looking motherfricker. Oh god, you're white and Asian. Okay, what can I say about somebody who's half white and half Asian? That's discriminating, because after that Mexican joke, I gotta do one to myself to even the playing field, right? Like I said, it's equal treatment here. Not equally good, it's gonna be equally bad. What can I say about the Happas? Okay. I mean, people call mixed people like me mutts, so it's in reference to like dogs. So like, you mangy mutt or whatever. right? A mixed breed of dog typically doesn't look like as good or whatever. Or it's like, you know, there's nothing special to it compared to like a purebred. So that's how people refer to like the people who are like of mixed race. Or well, that's how people who insult each other on the internet refer to people of mixed races. They call them mutts. So I mean, well deserved. Well deserved. I should never have been born. I'll agree with that. Yeah. So. I'm just kidding. Everyone deserves life under the guiding hand of Jesus Christ. As long as you believe in the Word of God, then you have a place on this planet Earth just like everyone else. And when we all die, we're gonna go to His kingdom, and we're gonna celebrate by having a salsa dancing fiesta, baby! Woo! I can't think of any insults to my own race of people. Fiesta having fucks isn't really an insult either. It's just, I mean, wouldn't that be a good thing? That, you know, it doesn't that imply that you're only interested in like having a good time? I mean, I know fiestas are like partings, but they're like group gatherings, and people are generally happy during fiestas for the most part. Generally, for the most part. I have to say both of those adjectives. Go back to your salsa dancing. Salsa dancing seems like fun. I don't know the particulars of salsa dancing, but I don't think what I really said was an insult, except for saying the F word, which is a no-no word, and that'll get you banned on Reddit, but and get you demonetized on the YouTubes. Oh, whoops. I keep messing up that jump, dude. I'm so hungry. Holy crap. I wanted to go to Dunkin' Donuts today because I have a free drink coupon, and I was gonna get, they keep having these stupid commercials about their mango pineapple tea. And like, it's probably not that great of a drink. I don't know why they're having commercials on it. Like, this is the only time that I've seen like Dunkin' Donuts commercials. Like a few years ago, it was like I would see like the occasional ad of like, oh, America runs on Dunkin', but so I'm assuming that all of you Americans know what Dunkin' Donuts is based off of that, but you know. No! Chigaimasu. But yeah, I keep seeing advertisements for Dunkin' Donuts, but specifically for their mango pineapple drink. It's like, it's obviously just syrup mixed with water. So I don't know what's so special. And I looked on the app, they're charging $4 for it. Who's gonna pay $4 for friggin' what's essentially an Arizona iced tea? Like, what? Like, I could get a whole jug of mango-flavored Arizona drink, which I used to drink a lot. That's why my teeth are so bad. I used to get, like, entire gallon jugs of the stuff for, like, $3 at the grocery store. So the fact that they're charging $4 for a single cup of this drink is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm gonna get one. as you know, as hypocritical as that is. Oh, whoops. Not because I think it's worth it or because I don't believe any of the things I just said. I do believe all the things that I just said. But I was interested in the drink before I saw the commercials. So the commercials didn't have an influence on me. And I have 2 free drink coupons, one of which is expiring soon. So I gotta get a free drink before Wednesday. And the thing is, all the Dunkin' Donuts stuff, or all the drinks from like Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, they're just as bad as the next one. So it's not like there's any difference between any of the, you know, getting this instead of like a cappuccino or something. It's like, it's still the same high sugar content. It's still the same amount of processed crap that's in all this stuff, right? If you're not going organic. But it's going to be good flavor. And shit. Can't get out of Bloomberg. God damn it. Okay, I just want to get to the Great Frontier, and then I'll forget it, and then I'll quit. No. Fucking... Oh, I can do a full jump on that, okay. But the thing is, it's not gonna have any caffeine, which is gonna be good. The more days I can go without caffeine, the better, right? Obviously, this doesn't apply to everybody, but I also keep seeing this advertisement for this company called Mud Water. It's MUD water. So, although they don't spell water correctly, I'm assuming that there's another company that's actually called Mud Water with the word water spelled correctly, so they couldn't copy that. But anyway, it's called Mud Water. WTR. Anyway, apparently it's like this organic. Okay, I don't know what kind of drink it is. It's like a drink with like that tastes good, like tastes like coffee, but it's not coffee, and it's like high in organic materials and stuff. I don't know. It costs real money, so I'm not gonna buy it. But I'll try it once if it's in my grocery store. But until then, I'm not gonna order online something like this, especially with how overpriced they're probably charging for it. But anyway, so the point is that it's a drink created because the owner of the company had like a coffee addiction. He was addicted to coffee, and like apparently he's telling his life story in this commercial. So he was addicted to coffee. He drank it every day. His body became like jittery. And he was like twitching a lot throughout the day, and he was very lethargic and tired all the time, and blah blah blah, right? Your typical like coffee withdrawal symptoms. But and so he made this healthy like mud water drink. It's basically just it looks like mud, but it's like all these organic good tasting materials or whatever that he mixed together. And he made this drink and he's selling it, and he's trying to start this campaign where you quit coffee. So anyway, I'm of the opinion, it's a small business. It's expensive product. I'm of the opinion that he's doing all this to scare people into buying his product. That's what it is. Or well, not scare people into buying his product. I phrased that wrong. It's just he's trying to convince people to buy his product by maybe getting them to rethink coffee. So I'm not buying his product. But who is this? Whatever. They're all from my area code, so I can't believe that they're spammers. And normally Google tells me when it's a spam call. But they're not leaving voicemails or anything. God damn it, the fucking vibrating of my phone distracted me. That's what I'm blaming it on. God damn it. Me talking, oh my... Whatever, I'm getting a Bloomberg, or Bargainberg, or whatever, and then I'm closing out. Holy crap. I can't get back to the Great Frontier this run. It's gonna take me way more than 10 minutes. God, it's probably been way more than 10 minutes already. Yeah, it's been almost 20. Jesus, and I can't get back to the place I was at. Oh my fucking god. God, come on, dude. Unbelievable. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, but anyway, so I'm not gonna buy this product, but I'm not gonna fall for the advertising. I'm sure I can make a drink just as good from my house, or at my house for free. But anyway, it got me thinking that, okay, maybe coffee addiction isn't like the worst thing in the world, but you know, maybe I'm pretty sure he was a one-off case, right? I'm not feeling jittery from drinking when I drink coffee every day. Of course, I'm not really addicted or anything, but we'll get this bad boy to 12 hours. There we go. Save and exit. 12 hours playing, jeez. 1,500 falls. Yeah, I'm sure, but But anyway, it's like, okay, so this isn't gonna happen to everybody. Not everybody who's addicted to coffee is gonna get like jitters or whatever. So, especially if you like regulate yourself. But I mean, it's whatever, right? So, it's like with alcohol, right? Just because you drink a glass of wine every night doesn't mean that you're an alcoholic. Because the real alcoholics out there are drinking like a full bottle of vodka every night. It's like a ridiculous amount. So this dude probably, if you're getting like twitches in your body and stuff, you're probably drinking like 5 cups of coffee per day. Like I have no doubt about it. Or you're drinking like taurine infused energy drinks or whatever that have caffeine content in them. Or maybe you're drinking coffee at night. Who knows, right? It's like, it could be a number of things, right? This guy didn't specifically say what his coffee drinking habits were. But anyway, most people who drink coffee aren't going to be addicted, aren't going to get addicted. So it's not like it matters. And it's not like it's a drug anyway. Coffee's a stimulant. So if you're getting to the point where you're feeling like jittery because you have so much caffeine, then yeah, maybe it's time to flush it out of your body. But until that point, right, you have nothing to worry about. And most people who drink coffee every day will never get to that point, right? It's like the alcoholics, right? Just because you drink a glass of wine every day doesn't mean that you're an alcoholic. There's no withdrawals in your body at all, and your body doesn't become dependent on it in the slightest. Because it's just one glass of wine, right? It's not like you're taking shots every single night at the bar to get over the fact that your girl left you or something like that, right? It's like, because even people who do that temporarily don't become alcoholics, right? It's not like heroin or anything like that. So, one shot of heroin or cocaine and you're pretty much, oh, excuse me, you're you're down for the count. I didn't mean for it to be that loud. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Click, click. But, what was I saying? Yeah, just for most people, a coffee addiction isn't going to get that bad. But anyway, so it just made me, the whole point of me saying all this is that it just made me reconsider, like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be having caffeine every day. The caffeine's not doing anything for me. It's like I say I'm extra awake for like maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then I start getting a little lethargic. It's like whatever, right? It's par on course for me, right? So it's not abnormal. So I like the taste of coffee, so whatever. Maybe I'll get decaf when they give out. Dunkin' Donuts been giving out free coffee, so I'll probably get decaf next time. Try it out. It's gonna taste a little more watery, but whatever. I don't think they make decaf with like real coffee. I don't know. I don't know how they make coffee. I don't know where the caffeine comes from. Anyway, so the more I can avoid it, the better. I haven't had one of my Pepsis in like a week, so I've been doing good on that front. I do like the Pepsis, but it's not an everyday thing for me. So I'm pacing myself, right? I'm doing it moderately. I'm not having a can of Pepsi every day. One can of soda is very unsatisfying. I could see how people drink like 2 or even 3 cans of soda per day. I can see that. It's not healthy, and you should have a little self-control. But the thing is, if you're thinking about your food intake or your whatever intake, and you exercise even the littlest amount of self-control, you've already done yourself a great service. Like you don't need to go on a strict keto diet or strictly all vegan organic diet. You don't need to do any of that, right? All you need to do is just do it. All you need to do is just know what's good for you, not even know what's good for you, know what's bad for you, and just have less, right? Carbs get you fat. Bad fats get you skin rolls. They get you more fat, but in like a bad way, right? So maybe instead of a McDonald's Big Mac and French fries, maybe you should have chips with guacamole. There you go. There's carbs and good fat, right? And like a Slim Jim with it. There you go. There's a good substitute, right? Chips and guac with a couple of Slim Jims for protein. I mean, that's a pretty good snack, and that's gonna fill you up about as much as a Big Mac will, for sure. So a single serving of those stuff, for sure. So either one of the long Slim Jims or like a couple of the smaller ones. But I mean, if you're not too into big beef jerky, you could do. I mean, you could do a meat dish. You could do just chicken nuggets, right? It's like chicken nuggets in the frozen section of the grocery store are fine, right? It's still technically chicken. It's protein, so whatever. Just don't look up videos on how they make chicken nuggets. You won't ever want to eat food again. So, but yeah, you look up any PETA videos, you're never gonna want to eat animals again. So that's a good one. Yeah, it's not necessary. It's not necessary to see that stuff. So, I mean, you can if you want to, if you're interested in that sort of thing, and you like spooking yourself until your deathbed. But whatever, right? It's whatever, right? It's this cool video. I like the one where they show there's a video where they show like chickens getting killed, and so in a factory. So they show the egg, and the egg is put on a conveyor belt and it's injected with something, right? There's a needle that sticks into the egg and it injects like a vaccine or an antivirus or into it or whatever, right? So we're already eating that crap anyway, so it's not like a real vaccine your body's going to do much more, or it's going to, affect you much more negatively, but whatever, right? Anti-vaxxers out there still eating hormone-induced chicken nuggets, but whatever. Anyway, it's, I haven't gotten the vaccine yet. Huh. I forgot there was a pandemic going on, to be honest. But or I didn't forget. It's just it's such a normal. I forgot there was a world without the pandemic. that's what it's become. But whatever. Anyway, and so they inject the eggs and then they let them hatch in like this controlled incubator area, and they all hatch in their chicks, and then they ship them off somewhere, and then they grow into chickens. And then they take all those grown chickens and they ship those off to somewhere. And then they take all those grown chickens and they string them up by their legs on like a ceiling conveyor belt. They string them up, so they're hanging by their legs. And then they go through and they get defeathered. And then there's a little slicer that slices all their necks off, just one after the other. And it's very horror, right? It's like something you'd see out of like Cloud 9. Or whatever, not Cloud 9, Cloud Atlas. It's like something you'd see out of Cloud Atlas. So, which was a good movie, by the way. It's very confusing. I watched it my senior year of high school, but anyway, that was when I was 18. I still didn't get it. So it's a very easy movie, now it's a very easy movie to understand, but that's because I've watched it 3 times. Okay, I'm getting off track. Anyway, so the chickens go through this conveyor belt and they get their necks sliced so that they just die instantly, right? And that's typically how it is. So anyway, the video is very surreal, or not surreal. I used the wrong word. It's very, I don't know. It's very corporate. it's very like orderly, right? Is how these chickens are processed and whatnot. So chickens only get to live for like a year, right? They hatch. And then they're little chicks, and then they grow into chickens in like a year, and then they're big enough to be killed for meat. So, hey, at least those chicks got to live, right? If these factories didn't exist, then those chickens wouldn't have gotten to even be alive in the first place. So they would have never been born. So you can always run the debate. Well, a chicken got born and then was fed and then got to be in a community with its people, with its fellow chickens. And I got to do that for a year, right? I got to go through the entirety of childhood and a little bit of adulthood before being killed. So it got to do that because the alternative was that it was never going to be born in the first place. So at what point does any of this matter, right? It's like, okay, animal activists' rights. It's like, at what point does any of this matter, right? You think about humans too. Do the unborn humans, that are just a sperm in every dude's ball sack or whatever that gets shot out into the tissue at his desk at his computer, do those sperm care that they were never born? No, probably not. They don't have a conscience, right? They don't know. We don't know. Who knows, right? It's just whoever's alive right now gets to deal with being alive, right? That's sort of the plight of humanity. So did all the other animals, right? They get to be alive, and those chickens didn't have to stress out. Stress is bad for the meat, so those chickens don't have to stress out. Those cows that we eat, they don't stress out. They just stand in the field all day and graze and eat grass. Some of them even get to mate, and then they die and whatever, right? It's the cycle of life, right? Would you rather have to work your entire life every day, but grow up to be 80, or would you rather have a pretty carefree, easygoing life where you live life like a millionaire until you're like 25? Right? It's the question for everybody. Would you rather stay alive as long as possible, but you got to work and suffer during it, the whole time, or would you rather live a very easy, rich, luxurious life for just, for only the first 25 years of your life, right? So it's like, whatever, right? I don't know. If you presented me that option, even I don't know what the answer to that would be, to be honest, but. Kiwi. Kiwi, you ate all of Coco's food. I'm not giving you more. You broke the rules. She doesn't know the rules. She can't understand English. Maybe Nihongonese or Espanol or France. She can understand those. No. Whatever, she'll survive. Anyway, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna, what am I gonna do tonight? I have a homework assignment that I didn't do. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys. So Wednesday night, I was doing my work, and I was not having it, and so I was just like, okay, but I have ideas, so I'm just gonna do it, and so I just stayed up. I stayed up till like 4 in the morning, but I finished my essay. It was one homework assignment. It was one essay that I wrote, but I finished it. 4 in the morning, I finished the essay. Holy crap! The teacher said it needed to be 2 pages long. I wrote 4 pages. So that's how much I overworked at it. But it's like I had so much to say on it, right? It was the whole debate about how my company needs to hire more staff to function properly. But anyway, I had a lot to say about it. So I did double the required amount for the assignment. But of course I turned it in like a week late. So who knows? She might still give me like half credit or whatever. So that sucks. But I have a research project I gotta do that's supposed to be like 8 pages long or whatever. 8 pages, god, terrible. That's supposed to be like 8 pages long. And it's due next week, so next Sunday is when it's due. But I was looking at the grades. I could technically pass this class if I don't turn it in. Or, I could just BS it and really like do the bare minimum and get like half credit for it. Just write whatever the heck I want on it, and she'll probably fail me on that assignment, but it won't matter because I'll still have enough to sustain a grade, or to pass. So I have a C in the class right now, but that's because the assignment I turned in on Wednesday still says missing. So I think she only grades stuff once a week, but whatever. So anyway, so yeah, hopefully that'll get changed. And then, yeah, I do have a new assignment tonight, though. Or not tonight, but this week, I gotta choose a topic to research, right? A research topic or whatever. And then I gotta find resources based off that. In college, they'll know if you reuse work from previous classes for your new classes. They have these computer programs that keep track of it, so I can't use my research topic from my last English class, which was on the Great Resignation, which was a research paper. I hate research papers. I hate them so much. I explained to you guys last week how to spin a research paper into like being convenient for you to use in an argument, but it's not. I mean, it's tedious at that point, right? Like I understand every part of it. It's just tedious. So whatever. So I gotta choose the topic, format it a certain way, whatever, and then I gotta find a resource, or I gotta find 5 sources for that topic. So between that and streaming tomorrow and preparing the birrias for as I was going to do for Mother's Day. So I was going to make my mom something special for dinner or whatever for Mother's Day, but I was like, okay, instead of tackling a instead of tackling like if I've got to cook anyway, I might as well, I might as well cook this birrias thing that I've wanted to do for the past week. So might as well do that. I should have done a PC stream yesterday, or not yesterday, last week to show off the birrias, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll do a PC stream tomorrow, to be honest. So that'd be nice. Maybe that's a maybe. It's either that or this. So it's either that or Jump King, but whatever. Anyway, I do kind of want to plan a shopping trip. So that'll be a lot of work. I'll do a PC stream. I should do a PC stream tomorrow. I gotta find my topic for my research paper anyway, so I might as well do that on stream. So, oh, Big Pasta, you should have done it this week. You freaking, I hate homework so much. I don't think I'm gonna take a class this summer at college. I'm gonna get a part-time job this summer and then do work my other job this summer. So that'll be nice. But yeah. Anyway, guys. With that said, that's gonna do it for me. I hope you all had a good day today. But a good week this past week. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all get a good night's sleep tonight. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Good night. Peace. 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 Like a peace sign. Peace sign. Peace sign. Do. That's a song. Oh boy. Anyway, guys. Good night. See y'all later. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, my little pastas. Good night. Good night. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. God, I'm starving. I need to eat. Take care, everyone. Time for food.